revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
So food stamps are affected by the government shutdown. Take a look at this.
All I know is if I don't receive my benefits this month for food stamps, I feel bad for the motherfucking ShopRite. I'm eating for Thanksgiving. I don't know what the they talking about. And I'm having turkey, ham, all the good
I will tell you this, most of the states run their own food stamp programs. Colorado is one of them. I don't know if that came from Colorado or not, but these states shut off the food stamp programs. The states could most certainly pick up the cost of the food stamp programs until they get reimbursed by the government. And this is mostly blue states that this is a real problem in. So get your Democrat senators in Washington on board and you can start running out the food stamps. But maybe the blue states ought to just start picking up the cost for the food stamps. To me, that makes sense. It's going to do it for us. Thanks for watching, everybody.
From Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on Wednesday night, right? Wednesday night.
Cousin Humper.
What? I had to. Sorry, Aaron. Some people are expecting that. I had to throw it out there. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV Channel 240, 1175, Samsung TV Plus. That's my favorite, because I have it on all my Samsung TVs. Roku TV on the Roku channel, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, Select TV channel 106, and of course follow on all of the socials. The Rumblers in the Rumble chat, YouTubers on YouTube, Facebookers, the Twitter X crowd, which is always a great crowd as well, Kick, Getter, and of course Instagram, LFS6B Show if you're on Instagram. Like and share so we can beat those algorithms like Paul just wants to beat them to death. So we'll make sure we do that.
Those hatches.
Yes. Like and share. As you can tell, Damon is off tonight. He was talking about this a little bit last night regarding his daughter. Yep. We found out surgery went great, so congratulations to the Damon family, especially to his daughter. Hopefully she has a quick recovery. But that leaves you with us. Welcome to the program. Slick is here. He's got some sports. Slick, look at that hat. Oof. get a bowl of soup with that hat?
You know what they call this? This is a good costume accessory for a bad hair day. That's what this is.
So you wear it every day. All right, Slick is here. He's got some sports. Anything in particular you got coming up you want to make sure you allude to?
Well, we got a couple of things coming up. First of all, the NCAA college basketball polls came out today with UConn, and we got Michael Jordan back on TV. Got a great clip with that, talking about,
you know what,
taking a foul shot at the Ryder Cup.
I saw some of those clips today. I was like, wow, that was fascinating.
Yep.
So I can't wait to get to that.
NFL is sticking with Bad Bunny, too, unfortunately, so we got that as well.
Well, we'll see what happens. Paul Nolan is here. Paul Nolan, how are you?
Well, I'm well. Slick, I thought you weren't supposed to wear lavender after Labor Day.
Oh, lavender's fine. You can't wear white.
It's white. Okay.
This is close to white, but
you weren't supposed to.
He can wear lavender every day, Paul.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
He came in and I was just like, I just can't take my eyes off you, bro. So I have a Daily Stupid report.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Not so proud of this.
Now, this happened today?
Yeah, it happened today.
Awesome.
I figured I got to the job early, and the guys were going to rip up some old flooring, and there was a big piece of plywood down, and so on the plywood, I had to.
We're getting a demonstration.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I just want you to see what happened here. I get the pry bar up, and that is a 4-foot by 8-foot plywood sheet, and the piece of crack, all old nails, and it's up like this now. This is a big piece of wood, and the bar slips, and this thing, pow! With the nails into my calf.
Ouch.
Oh, wow.
I have a bunch of puncture holes in my calf. It was like a medieval torture weapon. And I just want to say we're OSHA approved, and don't come visit this job site.
Are you up to date on your tetanus shots?
Yeah, exactly.
I hope so.
But you made it here tonight.
But I made it here tonight. I heard Damon wasn't going to be here, so I figured this would be awesome without him.
Careful, he's probably listening in traffic.
I'll have my leg amputated tomorrow, but that's fine. I was looking forward to having fun with you guys.
All right, well, good. Well, Paul Nolan's here. He's got some news. We'll do that later. And here's a gentleman we haven't seen in just about a week or so. Kevin Downey Jr. is joining us tonight. KDJ, how are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm wonderful. And I would like to tell you, next Saturday, November 1st, I will be performing in the belly of the beast, Dearborn Heights, home of the Religion of Pieces. I'm going to be doing a fundraiser at the Moose Lodge at 27225 Warren Avenue. That's sort of like the Strip where I grew up in Warrendale. And it's going to be Monday, 8 o'clock. And I'm wondering if the mayor is going to kick me out like he kicked out that other guy.
Yeah.
Remember he called him Islamophobic because he didn't want a street called Hamas or rape or something like that. How dare you say we're kicking you out? So I'm going to be there. Not the hometown, but close enough to it. Should be fun.
Now, are you going to be there like all day? Will you get in your 5 calls to prayer when they sound the alarms throughout the day?
I'm going for 6.
Ooh, ambitious.
Well, nice. Well, of course, you can listen to Kevin Downey Jr. every Monday through Friday on 103.9 LI News Radio, linewsradio.com. And I believe we're broadcasting there tonight. Is there an Islander game?
No. Islanders are off tonight. They won
Islanders
last night.
are off?
San Jose. Do you know the way to beat San Jose?
You know they're playing tomorrow, Slick?
Who are they playing tomorrow?
Red Wings.
Oh, the Detroit Red Wings.
I'm going to be there.
Oh, good for you, Kevin.
Will you?
Yeah.
I'll be reporting on it from here.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
My lovely fiance is a big Islanders fan, and I'm not.
No, you are not. You're a Gordie Howe guy.
So you can't wait to rubber or face in it, can't you?
Absolutely.
All right. And we're talking about hockey.
Have fun.
That's all we're talking about, hockey. So Kevin Downey Jr., you can make sure to catch his radio show Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern on linewsradio.com. You can hear him all across the country. Where else can people find out where you're performing, how they can get in touch with you, maybe, send you little notes or pieces of candy?
Piece of candy. You know what? I got, Jessica and I both got a big thing of candy. I can't thank you enough, Patriot Sherry, for sending us that. I saw you guys got some too.
Yep.
Very cool. You know what? As of tomorrow, my website is back. It's going to be KevinDowneyJr.show.com. It will be up by noon.
Nice.
I believe.
All right. Very good. So look out for his website. And, of course, follow him on all the socials as well. You can talk to him in the chats tonight. We'll be in the chats during the breaks. Yep. A lot of stuff going on. So much going on, Aaron. So much going on. When you're talking about, I don't know if you guys heard, and we've been talking about this leading up, and the mayor's race in New York City. I've got audio that I found just before showtime. I was able to get it into Aaron in time of Curtis Sliwa going on with Sid Rosenberg in New York City, friend of the show, Sid. We'll play that a little bit later in the show. It's fascinating, them getting into it.
All right, cool.
So it'll be a cool thing to go through. We'll go through that audio and check that story out as well. But it's I think, what is it, day 20 of the shutdown? Are we up to day 20 of the?
That went fast.
Yep.
Yeah, or day 19, something like that.
Painted themselves into a corner.
What do you want to go?
Exactly. And again, President Trump is out there basically leading the call that he's rejected any request for Democratic leaders in Congress to meet to discuss health care before he departs for a diplomatic trip in Asia, because, of course, the only reason they want to meet is to get it to open. He says, you know what? We're not going to do that. We can only meet after it's open. So he's basically putting him in the position. If you want to meet with me and talk about the things that you want to talk about, the things that are important to you, you're going to have to vote with the Republicans and, open up the government. And here's a clip of President Trump saying just that as he's dealing with the Democrats. Cut number 16. Check this out. It's President Trump on the Democrats. Cut 16.
I'd love to meet with them. I just want them to open up the country first. The country is so hot right now, and they've never voted against continuation. They've never voted against. They've never done that. They're doing this because they have Trump derangement syndrome. But I would love to meet. I would like to meet with both of them. But I set one little caveat. I will only meet if they let the country open. They have to let the country open. The people want to go back to work. They want to be served. They need the services of some people, and a lot of people need the money, the payroll. So I'll do it as soon as they open up the country. I'd like to meet.
Yeah, so there you have it. The president reiterating that the only way he's going to meet with them, the only time he's going to sit down with Schmucky Schumer or Sombrero Jeffries is if they go ahead and open up the government. And it's amazing, and I don't know if you guys have heard any of this, and Damon talked about it. I hadn't heard it until today. Like, which Republicans are talking about blowing up the filibuster and, hey, let's just reopen the government and, then we'll get this all done. No. It was Ari Fleischer. That's what I heard today. He was on another network talking to Larry Kudlow, and he says, this is no way to run a country. We should just open up the government. The Republicans should just, put this filibuster aside. And no, because then what does he talk about? He talks about, then we can go ahead and make these deals. No, it doesn't work that way. You can't make any cuts if you've already approved all that money.
Without a doubt. I mean, to me, this was just fantastic strategies. Because, they have the No Kings rally. Now they have to come back with their tail between their legs, and the Democrats won't. And the most important thing we could do right now is expose all the excesses of government. And look, this government was so overbloated in 1977.
Right.
And where it's at now, it's so far away from what the founders had envisioned. It's truly astronomical how much BS spending is in this, in the bloat of this government. And the fact that the Democrats want to come to the table and get $5 billion for transgender surgery in Guam. I mean, what are we doing here? Nothing better than holding their feet to the fire.
Right.
Because all of this USAID money that we've seen, all of this NGO money, all this dark money, all the UN money, all of this stuff coming from globalist-centered agencies that are trying to build these, what I call another color revolution in America. Soros has run this playbook with the Orange Revolution in 2004, and was it the Rose in 2003, the Purple? These revolutions are fully man-made. And you think about the Arab Spring. When I first saw the Arab Spring, I thought it was incredible.
Right. We thought it was. Same thing with the Ukraine.
Right.
That was a color revolution. Right.
Because the Maidan revolution as well, where they overthrew another election. There.
Yeah, a democratically elected president the CIA helped overthrow in Ukraine because, well, this guy seems to like Putin too much, so we need to take care of that. Even though the people there voted for.
Without a doubt. And that was the perfect pretext to get in there for the neocons to come in, create a piggy bank, steal all of the natural resources, put in all their biolabs, run every kind of scam through it, child trafficking through there. You name the scam, they ran it through Ukraine while the whole thing was being devastated. And you between those, and look who Victoria Nuland's married to. Look through the whole line of lobbyists through this thing. This was a just well orchestrated rig job from Jump Street.
Yeah, and again, it's these guys that call themselves Republicans. They're Republicans in name only, because people like Ari Fleischer, they make a lot of money from rubbing elbows. He probably does a little bit of that lobbying on the side, while he goes on networks and talks about, the GOP should do this and this and this and blah blah blah, and that's exactly what we don't need. We don't need these people around anymore. You served your time. Kick rocks. Tell your story walking, Ari, because you offer nothing to the modern Republican Party that we can actually use to move this country forward. As simple as that.
It's just a joke.
Yeah.
In the break, everybody, Google search John McCain and George Soros. You'll see pictures of them together for 20 years making out.
Well, I hope I don't see that.
Well,
that's a weird Pornhub search.
But I'm on it.
No surprise.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll do some sports with Slick. We'll do some more news, and we just need you guys in the chat. Join us in the chat live. Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, on a Wednesday night. Also, LI News Radio 103.9. We'll be back. Stay there. Chat live in the chat.
Oh, chat. I think they like when we talk about geopolitical scams.
Well, come on, man.
But that's the name of the game.
We love scams.
I just ate Papa Nolan. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's just a shame. I remember.
I just ate.
Look at this. Alice says, Papa Nolan, orange is a hard color to pull off. You're lucky. You want me to pull this off? No.
Aren't you lucky? You're looking good.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Rumble. Howdy in the Rumble chat.
Yeah, that's okay. No, that's
Troy
fine.
Malone, what's up,
Michael
kid?
Jordan was the story today anyway, I think, with that clip. So, I'll just set that. I'm going to talk a little bit about the story, then I'll set up the clip, and bang, cut to. Thank you.
Cats be in the house. What's up, Jersey girl?
Cats in the cradles.
We got to next year. We got to start having the LFS barbecue next summer, and everyone's got to come in.
Super chat. Sorry, Paul. XJSCV in the YouTubes. $5. KDJ's car must be running okay. Laugh out loud.
Yeah.
So there you go. $5, Kevin.
Did you have a car issue?
I did.
What happened?
I figured I'd change my oil myself.
Oh, how'd that go?
Well, it was fine until it leaked all over the joint, and then my idiot
put olive oil in
until my idiot lights went off.
Got an Italian import now.
Michael Sand, what's happening?
Just let me know.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. I wore this. I was thinking I was going to go with one of my autumn kind of colors.
That is an autumn color. That looks good.
I went out of my way to try to do it.
Thank you, Hassan Pfeffer.
I'd like to get a suit like that.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Welcoming you back to the program. Paul Nolan is here. He's got some news. Kevin Downey Jr., the radio star, and Detroit, Michigan, or I should say Detroit Red Wing fan.
Yes.
He's got some news as well. He'll be doing that in just a little bit. But first, let's do some news with the man with the lavender plan That is a Huggy Bear type hat you got there, Slick.
Would you say?
I would say that's.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code at checkout LFS6B and save yourself a ton of money. Again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's mypillow.com. And now we welcome back the listeners from LongIslandNewsRadio.com and 103.9 LI News Radio. Back to the program. Slick, with sports, what do you got, my friend?
Well, we got a lot of action on the scoreboard tonight. I'm going to get to that in the next segment, though. Let that marinate a little. We got NBA in action, full swing, opening night last night, right? And then we got the NHL action as well. So we'll get to the scores in a bit. But I wanted to get to this Michael Jordan story from last night. This occurred, and it's a great clip as well. MJ back on the scene. You know, he hasn't been around for much on TV. He really is more priority family, and the guy's a bazillionaire, and he's doing a little NASCAR. He's a very busy guy. But he was on TV last night for opening night. Obviously, NBC now taking over the NBA. They wanted to have a big splash, which some critics said it was good. Some said it wasn't bad. But the clip I have is very entertaining. So Michael Jordan wishes he could take Magic Pill to play basketball again. Don't we all? Ryan Gatos of Fox News. Michael Jordan may be back on the sidelines of the NBA, but his love for the sport is still strong. The Chicago Bulls legend, 62, spoke to NBC's Mike Tirico as coverage of the league changed networks, and the Hall of Famer embarked on a new role as quote-unquote special contributor. He told Tirico he still loves the game and wished he could somehow get back on the floor. In all honesty, I wish I could take a Magic Pill, but on shorts, and go on play the game of basketball today, because that's who I am. Jordan said that type of competition, that type of competitiveness is what I live for, and I miss it. Well, he had a little bit of a competitive push here with this cut two here. So what happened was, as he explained to Tirico, he was at the Ryder Cup here on Long Island, and he rented a home. I'm sure it wasn't a little bungalow there,
right? Exactly.
Down in Holbrook. He rented something nice there by the Ryder Cup, and he said he'd already paid for the house and all, but they had asked one special request. So I'm going to let Mike Tirico hit this clip. Cut to Aaron, if you could roll that.
Do you ever pick up a ball and just shoot?
I haven't picked up a ball in years.
No, come on.
That's
just
the most surprising
walk past.
thing. It is.
There's got to be a hoop somewhere at your place.
You don't see a hoop anywhere around here, right?
I don't. Wait, seriously, it's the last time you picked up a basketball and shot it?
I was at the Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
And I rented a house from the owner.
Sure.
He came over to do pictures. He had grandkids. And I was meet and greet and thank him for allowing me to stay in the house. And he had a basketball court. He says, I want you to shoot one free throw. I said, really? Now, I already paid for the house. It's not like they got to see me.
It's great.
This really is.
So when I stepped up to shoot the free throw, it's the most nervous I've been in years.
Stop it.
Think about it.
In years.
Stop it. Come on.
And reason being is those kids heard the stories from the parents about what I did 30 years ago.
Right.
That's awesome.
So their expectation is 30 years prior, and I haven't touched the basketball.
I hope you switched it.
Absolutely.
I love him.
I got the most gratifying, that made my whole week, is that I was able to please that kid, not knowing if I could.
Wow. That has got to be. I saw that earlier,
blew
too.
Me away.
And it blew me away. Yeah.
I mean, he's the greatest to ever do it, hands down.
Perfect way to describe it. Blew me away, because here's the guy that everybody compares everybody else to.
Yeah.
LeBron wants to be. He wants to be Michael Jordan. He knows he never can be.
He's the bar and forever will be.
And right, exactly. And to hear him be that humble and be like, I don't even know if I can hit a free throw.
If you haven't seen the documentary The Last Dance,
yeah, I saw it. It was excellent.
You have to see it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even a basketball fan, and it was just a phenomenal documentary, a case study on what real drive looks like. How far human competitive nature can go. He was
sick on the sidelines in the finals. Yeah, and and there was some critics who said they wanted to hear more about where's Scottie Pippen at and talk about LeBron. He kind of stayed out of that lane and just kind of went into his own thing.
He doesn't like to do that. Right, yeah. He doesn't like to do that, which is fine by me. I don't really care. What I found fascinating, though, was not only the fact that he was, renting the house and all that stuff, but the fact that he admits he hasn't touched a basketball in years. Right. In years. This is a guy who, every clip you see online these days is like a tribute to his playing days. And I used to hate this guy because of what he did to my Knicks year after year after year. But once time passes, you start to appreciate everything that guy did while he was playing. It's amazing.
40 years later, he's still got the hottest shoe on the market.
Yeah.
The Air Jordan, which is in like Series 8 million, right?
Right.
So,
and then cap it off, and I'll let you continue, Slick. I was watching, I don't know if you guys heard about this. It's an NBA podcast, All the Smoke. 2 former players, I forget their names, but they had on Mad Max Vernon. Maxwell Vernon, right?
Oh, yeah.
Used to be a devastating defensive player.
Yeah.
Probably the toughest that Jordan, I think Jordan admitted he was the toughest he had to play against. And hearing him, he was asked today, I guess he saw this interview, he goes, today if you and Michael went up one-on-one, he goes, who'd win? He goes, me.
He was praising.
10-7.
So I took a little extra time, so I'm going to wrap sports there. I got a story about a cheerleader who passed away after being shot at a high school bonfire, and really a sad story. So I can get to that a little bit in the next sports segment.
Not a problem. Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Paul Nolan's got some news. Paul, from what I understand, your favorite governor, Governor DeSantis.
Yeah, man. He, Philadelphia's George Soros-backed District Attorney Larry Krasner is facing a lot of backlash as, being like a repeat offender. And, he's done a lot of dirty stuff. And I just wanted to play a clip of DeSantis a while back firing Soros-backed judges and affiliates.
But prosecutors too,
prosecutors,
right?
Yeah. And I just don't understand why more people don't have a backbone in the Republican Party. It sickens me, and we don't have to get to that clip, but I just wanted to mention that.
Well, no, let's play the clip because
that's how they dismantled America on the ground level with fake judges and prosecutors
and prosecutors that don't prosecute that let criminals out.
Deals. Yeah, it's terrible. So if you want to play my man, we can cut it short because I want to get to KDJ.
We've beat the left and we beat people like George Soros on crime. You have in this country these prosecutors that are funded by Soros and other organs of the left, and they get in and they have an agenda to simply not prosecute criminals. We see it in Philadelphia with this guy Krasner. Has been a total disaster and has harmed a lot of people because of the dereliction of duty. Well, we have had 2 Soros prosecutors in Florida, one in Tampa and one in Orlando, and I removed both of them from their posts. And I'm the only governor in the country to do that.
Yeah. That's good right there.
Yeah, and you know what? You make a great point. And I'm sure, Kevin, you've probably seen this because you come from a state where they probably have a ton of these guys running around, right?
Oh, yeah. Michigan is a borderline communist right now. Ann Arbor's communist. It's been that way for a long time. Detroit, they're working on it. Dearborn Heights, I'll be there. And I'll be telling jokes to communists.
Hope you don't get arrested.
I'm kidding. There's no communists at this gig. No, I know.
We're worried about you.
I'm going to go down by Sharia law.
Yeah, between where you're from originally and now, and then where you ended up, because then you ended up in New York City for a time.
Yeah.
You've probably seen your fair share.
I've been surrounded by pinkos, stinkos my whole life. I'm ready to fight. Getting my old man voice ready. Get off my lawn, you communist.
Bleep bleeps.
Yeah, exactly.
Beep beep. Right.
But yeah, but that's exactly what's been. And Paul, you nailed it. This kind of thing where they were doing it under the radar. Where we never really paid attention to the local part of that. No. The way these guys were getting in and not being prosecuted, and a lot of them, unfortunately, have aspirations for a higher office. So what they do is they plead out all their cases, so it looks like they get a great return. Look how many people that I got. I got this guy. I got that guy. Meanwhile,
just get it off the book.
Right, they just get it off the book, and it looks like they did a great job.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the DA or an AG? I don't know which one it is. A woman who She's part of the LGBT FBI crew. Who they caught some guy. Oh God, how to put this? Working the gherkin, if you know what I mean, in front of kids, and they let him go.
Pickle farmer.
Yeah. She said, "No, that's not illegal. We allow that here in Florida." Did she get fired yet? I can't believe DeSantis didn't chop off her head after that.
I'm not sure. We'll have to look into the pickle farmers down in Florida, see if any of them have been fired. And we'll do an update. How about that? You want to
like it?
All right, good.
I'm on it.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We come back, more news with Kevin Downey Jr. and Paul Nolan. And with you guys in the chat. Make sure you join us. Chat.
He opened the door. He opened the jar. He opened the jar with that one.
Live from Studio 6B.
Gherkin came out. That was it.
In the chat. Yeah. Sergeant Arby in the Rumble chat says, KDJ, make sure you have security screening for green dildos in Dearmanistan.
Oh, yeah, you got it. That's hilarious.
Sergeant Arby. He's a good one.
He's the best.
We salute the Sergeant Arby. Sergeant Arby, good one.
Absolutely. I love a funny audience.
Yes.
Going.
Yep.
What are you doing?
Chrissy Cat 64 wants to know, what the heck is a pickle farmer? That was a creative way of talking about well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes. Skeetmans. Over soon. Panama Tom. Susie 321. Yeah. Constitutional Hawk. John D 6307, RD Bull Doxgal. These are all people in the Rumble chat. Red Dog 65 as well. Welcome. Thank you for tuning us in. We appreciate it. William Lewis, Vivian from Michigan, college grad failure, tumbleweed farmer, Santa Fe, Mockingjay.
Well, there's a tumbleweed farmer. How do you like that? There are all kinds of farmers.
William Lewis, D. La Vaca, 417 Raiders says KDJ is funny. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Welcoming you back to the program. Of course, Paul Nolan's here. He's got some news. Kevin Downey Jr.'s got some more news we'll be doing with him in just a little bit. In the meantime, though, one of our new segments that seems to be people seem to enjoy quite a bit.
It's great.
Is Diaper Diplomacy. Diaper Diplomacy, here is tonight's version of Diaper Diplomacy, talking about the NATO tightrope that Zelensky is currently working on. Check it out. Diaper Diplomacy for tonight.
Our President Zelensky, President Trump, just brokered a peace deal in the Middle East that all Americans, both sides of the aisle, are very proud of. But to meet that deal, both sides had to make concessions. Our president has stuck out his neck in many ways to make a peace deal for your war as well. What specific concessions are you willing to make to end this war with Russia? Will you give up joining NATO? Americans have foreign war fatigue, and our president, as he said, we need our Tomahawks too.
To me?
Yes, you, President Zelensky.
Thank you very much.
That's some question.
So many questions in one. Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I think we need to sit and speak. The second point, we need ceasefire. Even now, you see in the Middle East, it's very difficult to hold ceasefire. Everywhere, in every war, it's very difficult. We want peace. Putin doesn't want. That's why we need pressure on him. We will speak with President today what we need. We understand what we need to push Putin to negotiation table. And as I said previously, so we are ready to speak in any kind of format, bilateral, trilateral, doesn't matter. Just peace. This is important. And we don't speak about NATO or NATO. For Ukrainians, it's very important. Of course, it's our decisions of allies to decide where we are.
But are you willing to give
Yes, but the most important thing for people in Ukraine, which are under each day's attack, we have really strong security guarantees. NATO is the best, but weapon is very important. Allies on our side is very important, and between us, for us, bilateral security guarantees between me and President Trump is very important. I don't know, we didn't speak with details about it, but this is the most important document because the United States is very strong.
There you have it. A baby that can grow facial hair better than me.
and better than Zelensky. That baby's more masculine than the guy who's used to dance around in little black leotard panties.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Hey, welcoming back everybody listening in their cars on the radio, 103.9 LI News Radio and linewsradio.com. Welcome back to live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Paul Nolan's got some more news. One of President Trump's, I think it's probably one of his favorite celebrities, right? Is Rosie O'Donnell, Paul?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know she was still out there doing stuff, but I guess she's on tour. What is she up to?
Well, so Rosie has decided to take it upon herself to take down the world. She's essentially she's asking the entire world to have a blackout, and she figures she is so stupid. She is promoting this mass blackout because she says that there'll be no work. You can't go to the store. You can't buy online for a day. And then she's gonna save the world. So let's make sure we all comply with her and then buy everything the day before or the day after. Her stupidity just keeps on rolling along. So I just thought this was, this is the basis of her economic understanding. It just couldn't be dumber.
It's amazing. So she wants everybody to what? Just not do anything?
The COVID shutdown. Essentially be a Democrat for the day.
Right.
Just do nothing.
Don't go to
Stay
work.
in mom's basement and, collect an unemployment check.
Unbelievable. So that's Rosie O'Donnell. I guess when you leave the country and you don't have much to do because nobody over in the other country especially likes you all that much.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? What does she actually do? Kevin Downey Jr., what do you think Rosie O'Donnell actually does now that she lives elsewhere?
I don't know what she does, but I know whatever it is, it's sponsored by Subaru.
And Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah.
That's it. Check your brains at the border. That's basically what that is.
I think all she does is she wakes up, she goes to ugly class, and then she fights with Trump or someone on Facebook. I have no idea what that woman does for a living. You know what? And I think she's going to the same ugly class as Ellen DeGeneres, because if you want to pick two gay women from stand-up comedy who look more and more like my dead grandfather every day, these two are racing for this. I don't know who's going to win.
This is true. Oh, my goodness. Hey, I don't know if you guys, because we're talking about wacko liberal Democrats. Of course, Rosie's one of them. You just mentioned Ellen as well. Did you guys see James Now, Slick, you had the James Carville story from the other day.
Right.
And that's, those are times.
He was stating the obvious.
Right. He was stating the obvious. He sounded like a normal human being, a normal guy who could be like, hey, you might actually vote for a Republican once in a while.
Right. Moderate Democrat,
because
basically.
He's talking about keeping girls out of men's sports. Yeah. Keeping boys out of girls' sports and all that stuff, and relating to parents not wanting to see their daughters beat up by a guy. On the field or on the basketball
can you imagine
court.
Your daughter going up for a rebound against a biological male, the elbow driving into her temple.
No,
you'd kill that poor thing.
Right, exactly. And we've seen some of the repercussions. Whether it be on a volleyball court. I know, Slick, you had that story earlier this year regarding that poor girl getting smashed in the head.
Yeah.
Well, then there are times when James Carville reveals himself to be the James Carville we probably really should pay attention to, because he is truly still a Democrat lunatic. The Democratic strategist known as James Carville, this is from the Daily Caller, literally claimed on the politics war room earlier today that Antifa is a non-existent entity during one of his inflammatory rants. If you don't believe me, let me play it for you, shall I? Here is cut number 9, and check this out as James Carville talks about Antifa, or the lack thereof of Antifa. Cut number 9, it's only a 2-banger. Check this out.
First of all, I don't know what Antifa is. I want to punch the president of Antifa. Give me his address. Where do I find this son?
Well, where's the headquarters?
Where is it?
Where's the headquarters, Jay?
Yeah, where's the headquarters? Who are the board of directors? Who are those? There's no such thing as Antifa.
You still look like E.T.
Yeah. It's like attacking vapor. Right? There is no Antifa.
What does that image on the TV smell like? Like old rotten cabbage. I mean, that looks like they both filled their Depends and they were crying for their Jello.
Yeah.
What was that?
Well, that was James Carville. This is the same guy who you know, is one day sounds like a lucid human, right?
Yeah.
About boys and girls sports, and then turns around and claims that there's no Antifa. Meanwhile, James, I don't know if you're paying attention. Here's cut number 10. James, pay attention to this clip here. We'll show you in slow motion what it looks like when you punch Antifa. Cut number 10. Let's take a look at this. Just because James doesn't think Antifa exists. That's the guy right there with the thing on his face. And now watch. This. Watch him go down, James. James, that is Antifa hitting the ground.
Soy boys are back in town. That guy's got summer teeth. Some are in his mouth, some are on the street.
Right, exactly. And you know what?
Candy corn anyone?
Amazingly, this guy is still out there, and he's influential in the Democrat Party.
Holy, go to sleep, little buddy.
What flew off? Was that his glasses or his soul flying out of his... Something just goes, whoa.
Whatever it was,
that was his cranium.
They were attacked, and all of those guys who fought back all got arrested because they won the fight. You get hit with a baton, but you catch it and you beat a guy, you're in trouble for winning. That's just the leftist logic.
Right,
So,
but again, it points out that the Democrats are still going with this narrative that Antifa doesn't exist. It's just an idea. There's no person involved. There's nothing. They just kind of show up with vans and all these perfectly printed signs because nobody's in charge of that.
And shields that say Antifa.
Right, and a book that says the Antifa Handbook.
Yeah,
that you know we've seen the
Meanwhile,
pictures.
every one of their affiliates go to anyAntifaPortland.org. It's an organization, please. So you want to talk about lefty lunatic?
Well, the lefty lunatic wasn't done because James Carville really goes.
Still,
I dare to say full Nazi here. I don't know about this. Check this out. This is cut number 11. Here he is talking about what they want to do and how they want to treat people that worked with President Trump. This is full, you know, you talk about the wacko left and, you know, they say, oh, we don't really talk like that. Here is one of the oldest guys in your party who's leading the charge on this. Cut number 11. Listen to this lunacy.
You know what we do with collaborators,
right?
And I think as corporations, my fantasy dream is that this nightmare ends in 2029, and I think we ought to have radical thing. I think they all ought to have their heads shaven. They should be put in orange pajamas, and it should be marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, and the public should be invited to spit on it. The universities, the corporations, the law firms, all of these collaborators should be shaved, pajamaed, and spit on.
Disney.
The only thing missing is an oven.
I don't disagree.
Some people have contracts. I mean, I don't know about Lockheed or something like that.
He's wearing panties and high heels down below that mustard yellow sweatshirt.
Unnecessarily.
That chair looks like a wingding chair.
Bent the knee to this guy. No way. No way. And the idea is you have to pay more because you did this, because it is the only way that you're going to discourage future collaborators in the United States.
Listen to that.
Collaborators.
Collaborate. He wants them shaved. pajamaed, which means, in a jumpsuit.
I'm just glad he didn't
And
say
spit
it's
on
Eddie.
And paraded out for people to attack.
Yeah.
This is James Carville.
That's sick.
Which is scary. And then he keeps... They weren't done. This is the scary part. They kept going.
So it's not a 2-banger, it's a 4-banger?
Well, I just meant in terms of bleeps. Cut 12. Here, listen to this part. And what he doesn't realize, he's talking about himself. Cut 12.
As we know, one thing we know about a bully, if you give in to a bully, that's not it. That's not the end of it. The bully doesn't say, okay, fine, so the bully comes back for more. And he will always come back for more. And those law firms, if they think they've seen the end of this, they're crazy. They have not.
It's a moral judgment.
Yeah.
If you bend a knee to a criminal tyrant, and that's what he is, understand, he is a criminal. 34 convictions would have been a lot more, if they would have pursued it. He is a tyrant. He has no use for democracy. He has no use for the values of this country. And you are collaborating with this, and it will bring eternal shame to your company.
Yeah. And that's, he doesn't realize that's exactly what the Democrats did from 2021 until the election and even up until past the election in 2024.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I had a great uncle who we don't know what was wrong with him, but one day he's yelling at my grandfather. He says, Herb, I love that sandwich spread you got in the fridge. And my grandfather says, we don't have any. He goes, and he starts cursing, don't you got I just had the best sandwich spread. And my grandfather goes, go get it, show me. And he comes out with an open can of Alpo, because my grandfather had a small dog who couldn't eat a whole can. He goes, look, I'm eating Alpo. He goes, that's Alpo, that's dog food, Henry. You're crazy. And that's what he reminds me of.
Yeah. Think about it. Think about how crazy he is.
Should have seen Uncle Henry's coat. It was shiny. These are the jokes, folks.
Wow. Let's hope he didn't hump your legs. Anyhow,
you should have seen his coat. It was shiny.
We'll take a quick break. Jump and join us in the chats. We'll see how your coats look in the chat. We got sports coming up. We got more with Paul Nolan and Kevin Downey Jr. has got some news he's going to jump into next. Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Stay there. Chat live in the chat.
I have a really good clip. I wanted to squeeze into that, but that was fantastic. Watching Carville lose it,
dude. That shaving people down. Like, what the hell is that?
Shaving people down.
Yeah, it's very.
That's fetishy.
That's very late 1930s Germany right there.
They don't want to make lampshades out of them.
Very sheepish.
It's just insane.
Oh my God.
Insane.
Oh man. All right, so what
do we got in the chat?
Chat. What's going on in the chat?
And Miller.
Thank you, buddy.
In the Twix.
No.
Nope.
Oh, he got beaten up in the prison?
It's all you.
Oh, really?
Gateway, Leo Kling, Nancy Springer Smith, Racing Banshee, June, Manny C, all in the Twix chat, along with Apache Warrior and Mad Max. That was my first ever radio name. Mad Max.
Was it really?
Yeah, that was well, I was getting advice saying you should never use your real name because you don't want people to find you and find where you live.
Great.
Which was smart because
wish I got that advice.
because at that first radio station, 96 K-Rock in Fort Myers, Florida, just before I got there, the guy who had the air shift before me said something that riled somebody up that the guy backed his pickup truck in front of the radio station, pulled out some chains, wrapped it around the door, ripped the doors off the building, and went after the guy.
Wow.
So I thought, hey, that's a good idea. Maybe I should not use my real name.
Yeah. By the way, let's stop giving out the address here. All we need is some Antifa. Oh, James Carville showing up here.
Yeah. The last thing we need is James Carville trying to shave us.
I mean,
and he'll be sorely disappointed because I'm already shaved.
I would.
I met James Carville.
Thank you for that information, Delgado.
I'm just saying.
I met James Carville, and all I got was his lousy shave and spit
and a jumpsuit.
Oh my God!
Jinx in
He's
the
not even brought to you by Gillette Shavers.
He really is.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
You want to see the holes in my leg?
Sure. Who doesn't?
Yes. Yeah, we'll do the chill. I thought that was a decent story to do. You know, you had a lot of and I'll try to get the Saban. I don't know if I'll get Stroud in. I doubt it. Kevin's going to go first, so we'll see what I have left. I'll work it.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night, 103.9 LI News Radio as well. Chrissy Cat 64 says, "What the heck is a pickle farmer?" You missed the conversation. Ask one of the other people in the Rumble chat. They'll probably answer it for you a lot better than we can. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. He is of the radio station 103.9. You can listen to him 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Monday through Friday. But he's here with us tonight. He's got some news. Kevin, what's going on in your world, man?
Well, before Luigi Mangione, cowardly enough, he shot a man in the back because, he's a rich kid who's never been held responsible for anything he's ever done. And he's got a big problem with the healthcare industry. We all do. We just don't go around shooting people. Turns out he had a gangbang. And by that, I mean 7 ladyboys beat the potato salad out of him. I'm kidding. Look at that. Clawed by 7 ladyboys. Thai ladyboys. They're not as good as the Philippine ladyboys, but hey, who am I to judge? So he was running around Asia with a backpack on and hanging out with a soccer player. Soccer is what I call communist football. And he's like, "You're not going to believe what happened to me." Now, I've done a lot of stupid things. I don't know what it takes to get beaten up and clawed by 7 ladyboys. Maybe you don't pay him. So I'm not saying I know what he's into, but apparently it involves not paying ladyboys. And have you ever seen them? I mean, they really look like women. They're this tall.
The only time I've ever seen one is in, Hangover 2. Right? Do you remember?
Wait, are you guys serious? There's a thing called ladyboys? I thought he was just being funny as usual.
No.
Oh, so a ladyboy is like a trans...
Transmabob.
Transmabob, yeah. A Decepticon. They're Decepticons.
So a lady bob. A
lady boy.
Ladyboys are men dressed as women, but they don't look like.
We'll explain in the break, Paul.
They don't look like the Transmabobs we have here that look like me and lipstick. Hey, how's it going? I'm a lady. I'm a broad. Want to buy a lady a drink? Yeah, they really look like them. Then until you start fooling around with them, you're like,
fest.
And then you're like, you have wide shoulders there, ma'am.
Yeah.
And an Adam's apple.
And a penis.
And a penis.
Sorry.
So where was he, in Thailand?
He was in Thailand. He was backpacking around, as people do. And he said, "Well, look at those 7 ladyboys. Let's see what I can do to start a fight." And apparently they just ripped him up, just clawing him. But they're like little fists of fury, but there's 7 of them. So there's 14 fists of fury. And you know what? I think he liked it.
That's probably why he's so angry now.
Yeah, I think he paid for it. Just for that, I'm going to shoot a CEO healthcare. I'll show you, ladyboys. But yeah, they're a real thing.
I can't believe you didn't know that.
No, I'm sorry. I thought Kenny J was being funny as usual, and I comes up with the best name, Transmabob. I mean, so I just thought he was coming up with something good again.
Decepticon. That's my new one.
Oh God, ladyboy. So that's what they want to be called? Is that the proper nomenclature?
Yeah.
Call me a lady.
I don't think they want to be called that.
Oh, my God. Here's another example. I'm just glad my dad's dead. So, this is just like, rest in peace, Pop. If you saw all this, I don't know what would happen.
Either that or he'd smack you in the head. How do you not know this, Paul? I thought I trust you better than this.
I dated a short chick who was half Filipina, and I called her Ladyboy. That was my nickname for her. She didn't like it, but I did.
You dated 2 days.
And again, I refer the Hangover 2. There's a scene in there where, the guy who plays the dentist, what's his name? I forget his name. But he ends up with a lady boy and didn't realize it. And that was, when they go through the pictures at the end, you kind of see that.
I hope my church group isn't watching this.
Right.
Well, let's make it worse. This all took place. He met the soccer player. They're hanging out at a place called the Stumble Inn. That's in Bangkok. Back to you, Rick.
All right. Thank you, Kevin.
I think this is Slick Rick's department here.
At that point, it's
He's
now
gonna
time
have
for
a dozen jokes for that.
It's now time for sports with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports, brought to you by Mike Lindell's My Pillow. You can go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Slick, what do you got for us?
All right,
that's based here in America.
I know. Trying to pull this story up. Well, Nick Saban.
Please tell me there's a heterosexual in this story.
Nick Saban blames state of college football for string of head coach firings. Ryan Gatos of Fox News. Several college football programs fired their head coaches in the middle of the season, with the latest being the Florida Gators parting ways with Billy Napier on Sunday. Legendary college football coach Nick Saban said he believed the current state of the sport is to blame. I'm not surprised because everybody's raising money to pay players, Saban told ESPN on Tuesday. So the people that are giving the money think they have a voice, and they're just like a bunch of fans. When they get frustrated and disappointed, they put pressure on the athletic directors to take action, and it's the way of the world. Napier and Penn State's James Franklin are among the biggest names to be kicked to the curb during the season. Sam Pittman, Arkansas, Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State, Deshaun Foster, UCLA, Brent Pry, Virginia Tech, and Trent Bray, Oregon State were all also axed by their respective schools. Saban said Saturday that he thought Franklin's dismissal was unfair given the success that Franklin had at Penn State. He was a coach for a number of years. He was a great coach.
Yeah,
actually.
It was a lot of winning seasons there and high rankings.
Yeah, well, Saban told ESPN that college football still needs to find a way to improve the quality of life of players. We are also developing them and giving them a proper education. And these deals here now that they're making, right, with these NIL deals, right? Yeah. I mean, it's really creating a lot. I mean, it's become such a money game. I'm not against the players getting paid, but some of these kids are raking in millions.
Yeah, there's no need for them to graduate because they can make more money, getting that fifth year or staying in college for their senior year as opposed to trying to go pro and maybe getting a deal, maybe getting drafted, maybe not, having to do an undrafted deal where they'd make much less. This is guaranteed money, and guess what? You get to live on campus.
Right.
Everything's taken care of. I've seen it.
These guys are getting millions. I mean, how many times have any of us gotten millions of dollars handed to us at any age?
If that were the case, you wouldn't know me.
Oh, we're
right. I'd be rotting away in a Mexican prison if I had that kind of money.
And I got
as for the the Penn State coach, I thought he had a pretty decent run at Penn
Franklin,
State.
yeah. Franklin did, yeah.
But the way they kind of fell apart, I could see why they might be like, all right, time to pull the trigger. You haven't been able to win the big game.
A lot of pressure.
Is this not an example of American politics as well? Because think about it, you are beholden to whoever gives you the money.
Yeah.
So now they're beholden to these jackass fans who think that they run the show.
But the Gator coach, he was like one game over 500. He just wasn't getting the job. Yeah. So
I got a sad story in sports too as well. Cheerleader dies after being shot at high school bonfire. Remembered for having spunk to her step. Adam Sabes of Fox News. What? A high school cheerleader died after she was shot at a party on Sunday, which left her with severe injuries to her brain. Kimber Mills, 18, was shot early Sunday in Pinson, Alabama, in a heavily wooded area referred to as the Pit, according to AL.com. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office said that the suspect, 27-year-old Stephen Tyler Whitehead, showed up at 27-year-old, yeah, right, he shouldn't be around him, showed up at around 12:24 a.m. and fired his gun several times after a verbal and physical fight. WVTM reported that the shooting happened at a bonfire. Whitehead was charged with 3 counts of attempted murder and is being held on a $180,000 bond. Ashley Mills, the victim's sister, told AL.com that no one knew Whitehead, adding that he tried talking to one of Kimber's friends. Ashley said that the girl then told her boyfriend, causing a fight that ended with shots being fired. Kimber was caught in the crossfire. Ashley Mills said Kimber Mills was a senior at Cleveland High School, where she was a cheerleader and also ran track. Kimber Mills' sister said she died Wednesday night, so a little earlier tonight. Man. Yeah, our sweet baby sister went to be with the Lord at 7:08 p.m. last night. She has had the biggest gathering for honor walk the doc has ever seen. She was and is loved by so many. We'll miss you, Kimber. Everyone is free to share this post and feel whoever feels necessary. So really, a very sad story all around. And innocent, it was just she was totally innocent, just an innocent bystander who got killed.
Innocent bystander by a 27-year-old showing up to a high school bonfire.
Right, and he's so tough. He gets to hit on some 18 18-year-old girl, and some kid has to stand up to him, and he's not tough enough to go, man, he's got to, oh my God, this story sucks.
That's the world we live in. Unfortunately, it's so sad. So anyway, that's a wrap in sports, Rick, there. Sorry to close it out with that, but had to get to that story.
And it's only 180,000. That means he needs...
That caught my attention, too.
18,000 to get out, I think, right?
Only 10%.
Yeah, I think
10%
so.
cash. Yeah.
And where'd this happen again?
Alabama.
That's surprising. You would think they'd be a little tougher, especially on innocent kids getting shot by 27-year-olds that show up at high schools.
Terrible.
For a kids-only bonfire. Great. Awesome. Good stuff.
Cheerleader.
Nice. All right, that puts a wrap. That's a fast first hour.
Wow.
That was
Damn. What? It's Wednesday night, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, and 103.9 LI News Radio on a Wednesday night. Taking a quick break. We'll be back. Stay there.
A good one.
Yes. He uses crotch tape.
I really can't believe Lady Boys is a thing.
Yeah, I can't believe you don't.
So sexist.
So you didn't see the movie then?
What movie?
Hangover 2?
I did, but I don't remember. I thought this was just a
remember they're in Thailand. They lose his brother.
By the way, I thought it was great too. I thought it was funny. I thought it was not as good as the first, but it was funny.
But it was funny.
It was a Thriller-Minute fun ride.
There you go.
You ever
Chat
hang out with
live in the chat. Hey, Aaron, why do I see 3:22? So I guess we got an extra minute. They're trying to make up for the time.
Is actually what they want to be called. It doesn't sound like.
If we had licensed music, we could have
I
played
don't know.
it as
What
the
do we
outro.
have to be? Okay, so we'll just do an intro.
So it's Woodrow. Well, hey, Woodrow, what's up, buddy? He's reporting in the chat that it's a 27-year-old shooter is an active service member and married.
Yeah, they didn't have that in there in that story. That's even worse.
Sucks.
We're going to move some things around here, Aaron's.
Slick,
I'd like to move the...
Is Sanchez in serious
Hunter
Trouble?
Biden,
yeah.
Mark
Sanchez?
Okay.
Sure.
I'd much rather get to the Sid and Curtis.
He got a lot of money, but that guy, he really attacked that guy. The guy's going to live, thank God.
Right. Hey, guys, can we get the like out there? Get the like button. We need the like for spite on...
A good gash. I saw that.
Yeah.
There's there hasn't been any... it's been very quiet, that Sanchez, the last couple of days.
Yeah, that's why I asked, because, I know rich people get out of it.
I haven't searched him, per se. I ran a story on him, I want to say Friday. No, not even. It was early, like last week. Was the follow-up story. Maybe Tuesday
what's
or
up,
Wednesday.
Gary S.? Thanks for saying hello.
I made sure.
My man, Les Bull Durham in the house.
Or else I wouldn't have... I would have made the point.
Could the audience hear you?
Yeah, otherwise they're going to hear on 103.9 Lady Nuts or something like that.
Right.
Dowdy, you're fired.
Well, it's like chesticles.
I'm going to plug.
Chesticles.
Can you remind me to plug my X feed with my next story?
No, fuck that.
Could you? Come on, I got 3,400 followers. I had 13,000 on Getter, and I can't log
deal.
in. I want to start going live.
You're live.
I go Lady Boy bashing.
You're live right now. I'm just messing with you, Paul.
This is a
Paul. I'm messing
hologram.
He's a hologram. 10 to radio. Muting the mics. All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, and 103.9 LI News Radio on a Wednesday night. Welcome back to the program. We got lots of stuff to get to. We've got more sports with Slick Rick. I've got this great story. And again, we've been talking a lot about it. New York City mayor's race between Mamdani, Cuomo, and Curtis Sliwa.
Yeah.
Curtis Sliwa went on our buddy Sid Rosenberg show. We'll get to that in just a few moments. We also got stuff from Kevin Downey Jr. He's got more stuff that he's going to be sharing with us. And I also have an update on Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden making his way back into the news. We'll get to that in hour.
Did he get locked up?
No, he didn't get it. He actually
released new art.
Drug possession.
He's got.
Yeah. He actually just admitted something that he should probably do.
TV.
Here we go. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Again, welcome back to the program. We appreciate it. The radio people that are already here with us, we appreciate it. Thank you for joining us on 103.9 LI News Radio. LINewsRadio.com is the website. And again, Kevin Downey Jr. sitting in tonight with us on a Wednesday. You can catch him tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Make sure you do that. Go online. You can listen to it. It's 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern. So no matter where you are, that's the time. You gotta. If you're on the West Coast, you gotta figure in the 3-hour time difference to make sure you catch his show. Slick Rick has got sports. Paul Nolan has got some news, and of course we've got you guys there in the chat. So make sure you follow us along in the Rumble chat, the Getter chat, the original chat for the show, the Getter chat, the Chatterbaiters over there, Twix, YouTube, Facebook, you name it. Everybody in those chats, we appreciate you tuning in, and of course like and share the show. I was talking about this a little bit earlier, and again, we've been talking about it a lot as we've got. I guess we're about 2 weeks out from the New York City mayor's race.
Oh boy!
The election coming up, and right now it's between three people. We know Mamdani, which we've been talking about, the communist, the little, the Manchurian communist. Yeah. Then we've got Andrew Cuomo, the guy who just can't walk away because he's got nothing else to do in his life. Yes, grandma killer, Andrew Cuomo. Two great picks from the Democrats. And then, of course, you follow it up with Curtis Sliwa. He started the Guardian Angels back in the late 70s, early 80s. Throughout he's a New York City staple, running on the Republican ticket. The problem is Curtis. He's not going to win, and it's unfortunate because he just doesn't have the support. He doesn't have what it takes to get over the hump and to win the election to become the city's New York City's mayor and save the city from either Andrew Cuomo or the communist known as Zoran Mamdani. But that hasn't stopped Curtis. He doesn't listen to anybody else. He's determined. He's going to stay in the race to the end. He's going to try to do what he can. And unfortunately, things are starting to look pretty bad. As a matter of fact, he went on to our buddy, my pal from the old WNEW days, Sid Rosenberg, who was on in New York City on 77 WABC. Of course, trying to plug himself to get people to vote for him, blah, blah, blah. And unfortunately for him, for Curtis, he had a little come to Jesus moment with our buddy Sid. It got a little tense. It got a little heated. According to this from the New York Post, I'll read a little bit for you guys. Republican mayoral candidate Curtis Sliwa quite angrily quit the radio gig at 77 WABC earlier today in a fiery exchange on-air showdown with its owner and one of the station's most recognizable hosts, Sid Rosenberg, who called for him to drop out of the race. He raged on the station's airwaves. "You will never see me at the studios at ABC again." He accused his colleagues of betraying him, complained to host Sid Rosenberg that the station was giving preferential treatment to candidate Andrew Cuomo, and basically stormed off. I guess he was on the phone. But station owner Republican John Catsimatidis also urged the defiant Sliwa to raise a white flag this week and appeared to back off his plea in an interview with the Post. But regardless, Curtis Sliwa is not deterred. He's going to stay in the race. But we only have a part of the radio part that went down. But here's where it gets testy. And you know what? Sid brings up some great points, and I don't think Curtis was none too happy with the truth kind of thrown in his face. Here it is, cut number 14. Here's the first part of Sid and Curtis Sliwa going at it. Cut 14. Check this out.
So far, you've been on this show for 8 minutes, and all you've talked about is Cuomo. And I know you hate him. And I'm going to be honest with you, Curtis, because we've been friends for a long time. I don't feel like you're running against Mamdani anymore. I really don't. This hatred for Cuomo, which you've got 100 times over, like Janice Dean has enveloped you to the point where I think you're losing sight of who you're running against. Cuomo's not in first. He's not in first. You have to leapfrog Cuomo to beat the guy in first. I go to your page, I got to go 12 tweets before I see Mamdani's name. This obsession with Cuomo has to stop. He's not winning. You can beat Cuomo and still lose the election. 8 minutes in, you haven't mentioned Mamdani once. Why?
Listen.
Let me tell you, I'm talking to WABC now. I'm hurt. I have armed security guards now protecting my life and Nancy's life.
But that has nothing to do with what he was just asked.
No.
He was asked, why aren't you talking about Mamdani? Right. That's who everybody doesn't want to win.
I mean, this whole race in New York City is what you call a proverbial SH show.
Yep. Sure is.
It's a cluster fungal.
I want to ask KDJ a question. Do you think there's any validity to say, all right, Mamdani, get in there, watch the city really collapse, watch him fail on his grocery store dream, watch him fail on free busing dream. Do you think there's any truth to they're almost setting him up to win to fail? Or do you think that this is going to be Europe all over again?
I see the UK all over this. Because one of these, I don't know the guy's name, but he's captain now. One of those guys is running in Minnesota, Omar Fateh or something like that. Yeah. And some other communist is running in Seattle or Portland. When one gets in, look what happened to England. England is a train wreck, and they kept electing Muslims, the religion of pieces, to every mayoral race they could. Look at us, we're so not racist. Oh, look, there goes another one. Yeah, and keep in mind. One of these replacements just raped a 10-year-old girl, special needs girl, I believe, in Ireland, because they wouldn't throw him out because that'd be racist. Yeah, I see the potential here for some serious damage, because once one of those commie animals gets in, that could be it. Yeah. And this isn't Flint, Michigan. This isn't Toledo. This is New York City. All right? This is not the place to experiment with communism. I'm afraid that he's going to do so much damage and cause so much trouble, but ignite a fire under the cushy bottom of every communist out there. Go, well, if you can take New York City, the rest is easy. Right. Remember, if you can make it there, well, you can make it anywhere.
Yeah, dude.
You know what?
What a great point. Hold on.
You know what?
Honestly, chew on that for 1 second. Think about how absolutely poignant that statement is. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. And
you do it there, you can do it anywhere.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, they're doing it in London. They've done it in London. And, you know,
Island,
speaking of Michigan boy over here, he knows all too well about Dearborn, what that guy has been doing over there. And one of the things that people don't realize is when somebody becomes mayor, and this is what Abdullah Hussein Hamad, he's the mayor. That's not even a good name. He's the mayor of Dearborn, Michigan. What happened when he took office? He got rid of the police chief. Yep. He put in all his own people. What do? They automatically start making all these Muslim things holidays, paid holidays. They move all their people
Muslim
in.
Words on their police patch.
Yes. That's part of the takeover, right?
Absolutely. You look at Hamtramck. It was Polish for 100 years. Now, everyone, the mayor, the entire city council, are all Muslims. By the way, the chief of police and 3 of the 6 members of the city council are under investigation. Go figure. Yeah. But look, they put their people in. They're not fools. They know this is how they take over.
Yes.
All right? And if you look at a map, Hamtramck is surrounded by Detroit. But you go to Dearborn Heights, follow that all the way out on Ford Road, we'll say, folks, for those of you who live in the neighborhood, look at what's falling down. Inkster, Garden City, Westland, they all belong to the religion of pieces now. They know what they're doing. There's a great video. A guy talks about Detroit. So you take over a block, and this Muslim guy, has got 5 wives, and he puts them all in different houses. The next guy takes over another block. Then they take over the school district. Then they take over the city, and there's nothing we're doing about it.
Yeah, exactly. Here's a second cut.
Council, get it all.
Yeah, here's the second cut between Sid and Curtis. And again, pointing out that Curtis is not getting the job done. Cut 15. Take a listen.
Put up all the sexual harassment charges of Andrew Cuomo. No. He's running a horrible campaign, Sid. Can you at least acknowledge that?
No, I don't know, because I want you or him to win. Now we're 10 minutes in, and you're still talking about Cuomo. I mean, what's wrong with you? You got to beat Mamdani. Listen, you got to get over whatever your friends are in Middle Village or Staten Island or Brooklyn, F. Cuomo, F. Sid. You got to get over it. You're going to lose, and you're going to lose badly. Embarrassingly.
You know this.
The way you're running your campaign right now, you're going to lose and lose badly. You two guys need to figure something out. You mentioned Cuomo for 12 minutes. You're still not talking about Mamdani. You're talking about WABC and Cuomo. That's not going to win you this race.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's as raw and as real as you can.
Hats off to
get.
Sid for calling him out like that. You know what? He's doing the work. He's doing the political work, boy. The
hard conversations sucking. He's having it.
Yeah.
You know what, though?
Fantastic.
Here's what really seams my clams. Why is it a communist and a mass murderer are both beating Curtis Sliwa? I don't get it. And when people say, he can't win, he wears that hat. As Jimmy Fallon said, the last guy wore a red hat, and he's the president. People have to stop poo-pooing him. There's no time.
I got to be honest with you. I think Cuomo should bail out.
I do too.
I do too.
Oh,
but
he would never.
Unfortunately, Curtis Sliwa is a Trump hater, so he's never going to get. The people who would support Trump would come to him anyway.
Wow.
So that's the problem with Sliwa. And again, going back to what Kevin was talking about and the replacement of people, we saw what happened with Eric Adams in New York. He replaced his entire administration with all his people who are now been fired, under investigation. They all turned out to be criminals. You don't think that Mamdani's going to do the same exact thing? But his prosecutors are all going to be Muslims, so they're not going to be prosecuting any of their own.
Oh, no.
God. Simple as that. It's a scary, scary situation.
Forget about it.
Again, hats off to Sid Rosenberg.
Home prices through the roof.
Yeah, hats off to Sid Rosenberg for the job he did today. You know, raw and as ugly as it sounded, he needed the truth.
I'm on Team Nolan here. I think Cuomo needs to drop out. I mean, the stone's on that guy. I only killed 15,000. I got more voters there.
Ego.
Bingo.
Yep.
Let go my ego.
All right, we'll take a quick break. More with Slick Rick coming up with some sports. Paul Nolan and Kevin Downey Jr. as well on a Wednesday night. Stay there.
Him with that hat.
Thank you.
That's Patriot Bob. That's Patriot Bob.
The hats. I have a lot of hats, but I don't.
Did you say
wear.
Patriot Bob?
It's Patriot Bob. I'm kidding. Right. It's Patriot Maria. I'm kidding.
That's okay. We love
Patriot Rex.
We love them all.
Yeah, well, look, there's nothing wrong with...
Patriot Ladyboy thinks you look great in that hat.
Well, look, I'm not a Sid.
Brilliant.
That's where I draw the line. I'm welcoming.
Yo,
but,
you guys,
not stupid.
He may look like a pretty boy, but he smells like the Marlboro Man over here. Like Stetson or something.
Why, you smoke?
No, I meant like machismo. He's
machismo.
Cologne on too.
No cologne.
Like Dracar, was that Dracar?
I might have hugged somebody. No, I think I hugged somebody that was wearing something tonight. You know when you meet people and you need to absorb their fragrance. I can't stand that.
No, I'm only kidding.
I was at a political meeting tonight.
Usually I pass gas when that happens.
Well, anyway, Child of the King coming in hot. $37. Thank you, dear. Never forget, peeps. Prayer works. Seek his face and humble yourself. He will hear us.
Amen.
Amen. We love Child of the King.
Oh, can I say something? Child of the King. I declared my faith last week, and the Real America's Voice did the little clip, and somebody from my men's Bible study saw it, and they and they posted it in the men's group, and I didn't know it, and it was
nice.
Humbling. It was funny, and it's just a trip. It was weird, so.
Well, you've done that a few times.
Yeah, well, I think if I'm on this platform, I just want to proclaim.
No, I understand
the good word. It's the greatest thing that ever happened.
Oh, of course.
And make sure if you are in the X chat, follow Paul Nolan.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much.
Exactly.
There you go.
Lowest score.
Paul.
Like the Islanders, the lowest score.
Right. Paul, no scoring.
UBS. You barely score. Oh, look at this. Come on.
It's Paul underscore eggs.
It's only one, right?
Nolan.
Okay.
You know what? Patriot Lisa here says she grew up in West Virginia, and that clown Senator Byrd was in the KKK, and I think one of, if not the longest serving senator in U.S. history.
Yeah, and he, called him his idol.
Hillary or Biden? Which one?
Hillary.
Oh, there you go.
And he was the exalted. What was he? The exalted
Cyclops.
Yeah, something like that.
Grand Poobah.
I might just go to one of these guys.
Maleficent Ladyboy, I think is.
So I'll do the read.
Where are we at? We're going.
Oh no, I haven't even thought about it.
We're past Sleevel. We're going back. We go back to Rick now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So. Oh, that will be in this. Okay, it's in the F. Okay. F.
Do you think Sleever can pull a Trump-like shock victory?
No, because honestly, Mandami's running on that populist.
Sounds like the blues on a Wednesday night. And you might have the blues if you missed the tax extension deadline because that just passed last week. But for millions of Americans, the trouble is still just beginning. If you missed that October 15th deadline or owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things that much worse. And here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% a month. That's 5% a month up to 25% of your total tax bill just for not filing. So make sure you get that taken care of. That's in addition to what you already owe. So they're just going to keep adding it up. The good news is, though, there's still time for Tax Network USA to give you the help you need. Self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track and getting you back on track fast with all the tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments. The IRS can apply pressure at levels you have never seen. So don't take them on alone. It's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is 100% free. It only takes one short call and a few simple questions for the experts at Tax Network USA to determine how much they can help you save. All you got to do is get it started. Reach out 1-800-905-8000. That's 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. That's tnusa.com/RAV. And let Tax Network USA help you before the IRS makes their next move. That's Tax Network USA. Welcome back to the program as we get started. We've got some more stuff with Kevin Downey Jr. and Paul Nolan coming up. And remember, follow Paul if you're not following him on X at Paul_eggs Nolan.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep. Let's try to get me over the 4,000 mark.
He's trying to get over the 4,000 mark. Give him a helping hand. He'll.
I'm very active and I try to follow back.
Yes, so he'll appreciate it. Make sure you do that. Let's do some sports with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. You'll save a ton of money on some great stuff, including their bath sheets, which I love immensely. It's my favorite thing.
Lavender.
You love the towel.
Yeah, the big bath sheet. It's called a bath sheet.
A bath sheet. I got
huge.
You. Okay.
Really, I need that.
It's awesome, especially in the winter when you get out of the shower and it's cold and you just wrap yourself. Oh, it's so nice. Take advantage of it.
I like that.
Slick.
Good holiday gift.
What do you got in sports?
Well, let's get to the scoreboard. Let's not forget also Friday night, game 1 of the World Series. Los Angeles Dodgers travel to Toronto. Rogers Center. Check your passports, Dodgers. It's going to be a rough little trip for them going all the way from the West Coast. So I think the Dodgers are going to be in for a little challenge. Of course, with Shohei Ohtani, there's no way you're going to lose with that guy throwing 10 strikeouts and 3 homers in one game. I mean, you're not going to be able to beat them. But we'll see what happens. I'm looking forward to the series. So Rogers Center, first pitch, 8 o'clock, and that would be on Friday night. We'll have the show. We'll be live Friday night from the warehouse, and we'll be keeping you up to date, at least for the first 2 hours, on the scores. NHL hockey, to the scoreboard we go. Devils, 5-1 Devils playing real good hockey. Up 3-1 over the Wild, 7:51 to go there in the third. Sabres and Red Wings tied at 2 and Div 2. 6:30 to go in the first. Canadians and Flames, no score. NBA, to the hardwood we go. Knicks were looking good here. 101-89 over to Cleveland.
Nice.
In the Garden. 8:44 to go there in the fourth. Not quite over yet. You know, NBA can get a lot of points in a few minutes, but they're looking good there. The Hornets over the Nets, 119-102. 8 to go there in the fourth. 4:30 to go in the fourth. Heat and Magic in a good one. 112-110. The Heat with that lead there. Hawks right now trailing the Raptors 87-79 down in Atlanta. 5:50 to go there in the third. Up in the TD Garden in Boston, the Celtics and the Sixers. 81-75 right now. Celtics on top. Bulls taking care of the Pistons. Sorry, Kevin. Detroit losing now 64-49 at the half. Also at the half, Pelicans 67-56 over the Grizzlies. The Bucks 72-53 over the Wizards. And 8:37 to go in the first. Jazz and Clippers just underway. Spurs and Mavericks coming up at 9:47. Kings and Suns 10 o'clock. And Timberwolves and Trailblazers also out in Portland 10 p.m. tip-off. Big second night actually, but opening night slate is very, very large there. I want to get to, we'll get to Mike Trout here. So Mike Trout, I don't know if you guys saw this story, he testified in the case of former teammate Tyler Skaggs' death from drug overdose. Ryan Morick of Fox News. Mike Trout took the stand Tuesday in Santa Ana, California courtroom to testify in a trial over whether his Los Angeles Angels should be held responsible for the drug overdose death of pitcher Tyler Skaggs. Skaggs died back in 2019 after taking fentanyl-laced oxycodone mixed with alcohol supplied by the team's former communications director, Eric Kay, who is serving 22 years in prison. Skaggs' family has since filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the Angels, saying the team knew about Kay's past drug history posing dangers. Trout testified that players would pay Kay for bizarre stunts, leaving Trout to raise an eyebrow. At one point, a clubhouse attendant suggested the players should stop. Trout said because Kay might be using the money for a bad purpose, which Trout said he immediately assumed was drugs. So obviously he was supplying drugs. The family is seeking $118 million for Skaggs' lost earnings, which, well, it's lost earnings, right, for a player who died pretty much in the prime of his career there. So we will see how that plays out. Also, a little more on a local level, former New York Mets ace Matt Harvey admitted during Kay's trial that he had supplied drugs to Skaggs. The two were teammates with Angels in the years of Skaggs' death. Harvey, C.J. Crone, Mike Marin, and Cam Bedrosian also said in court that they had been provided drugs by Kay. So sorry to hear this. Just terrible, terrible news. And, well, we're going to see where that goes. We're definitely going to want to keep an eye on how that plays out. And, of course, the NFL, they can't grow a set and get rid of Bad Bunny, even with all the opposition they're getting. Roger Goodell, who you know Slick Rick is not a big fan of, sorry. NFL won't reconsider Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show. I repeat, they won't reconsider. This is an AP report out of New York. Obviously, they have the owners' meetings going on right now. The NFL is not considering dropping Bad Bunny as a Super Bowl halftime headline performer. Commissioner Roger Goodell said Wednesday, reaffirming a decision to put the Grammy-winning Puerto Rican artist on the league's biggest stage.
That's what he looks like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's
doesn't look like
him in a dress.
That's
doesn't
some
look like a
sombrero.
bunny at all.
Yeah.
Looks like an it.
Yeah, Goodell addressed the Bad Bunny controversy at his news conference following the NFL's fall meeting. It is the first time he has commented on the move announced in late September that garnered worldwide attention, including an increase in streams of Bad Bunny's music, along with the backlash. As Big D said, Bad Bunny, I think, is the highest streamed artist in the world today. So, the guy's obviously got a following. Doesn't mean we have to have him at the Super Bowl, though. The 31-year-old Bad Bunny, born Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio. Oh, I wonder if there's a relationship. Has been vocal in his opposition to Trump and his policies. He decided to do a 31-day residency in Puerto Rico, avoiding stops in the mainland U.S., citing concerns about the mass deportation of Latinos. Of course, it goes on to talk about, possibly that ICE is going to show up, which I don't think is a bad idea. And we'll see what happens. But they're doubling down, more or less. That's really pretty much the purpose of the story here. So there is Big Bad Bunny at the Yankee game. He was on Saturday Night Live. By the way, the Saturday Night Live ratings, I think we have better ratings on a Tuesday night than they had on Saturday night when he was on that night. They were like 700,000. That's all they had. So
what's amazing too is this guy. I guess he's not that smart because being that he's Puerto Rican, Puerto Rico is a commonwealth of the United States, which means he can't get deported.
He can't.
Yeah, he can't get deported. And then of course you couple that with his stupidity, the way he dresses, the way he talks, and the fact that before he signed, I guess, a big deal with, I think it was Jay-Z. It could be. I'm not sure if I'm right, but if you think
he was a normal kid,
he was a normal kid. He wore his crucifix. He looked like a normal kid. He praised God. He was very into his family.
He turned his crucifix upside down.
Right. As soon as he signed that deal, whomp.
He sold his soul to the devil. There's no doubt about it.
Well, I can tell you,
KDJ.
My money is on KDJ. Yeah, my money is definitely on Charlie Kirk. I'll be watching that halftime performance.
Me too.
Charlie Kirk. They're going to bury this Bad Bunny. You know what? And he can say, "Well, I hate America." Blah, blah, blah. Well, how come he called himself Bad Bunny and not? This is mostly for you, Mr. Delgado. Cañejeto Malo, which, as we all know, is Spanish for Bad Bunny.
Oh.
I didn't know that. I looked it up while you were talking.
I guess it doesn't resonate. That's a wrap there, Rick. Back to you,
All right.
pal.
Well, thank you, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout and save yourself some great money on some great stuff. Jay Jones on PJ Media is now under criminal investigation by Kevin Downey Jr.'s pal, Matt Margolis. We'll talk about that. We'll also talk about Kevin's got a story on Canada we'll get to next coming out of the break.
Ranking number 1. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, we need to make sure you guys stick around. We also got Paul Nolan. He's got some more news, and we just need you guys to hang with us on a Wednesday night, live from Studio 6B. Real America's Voice. Stay there.
Lady boy.
Lady boy.
Lady.
Oh, man.
Lady boy with little lady nuts. Lady nuts.
So out of touch.
All right, Aaron, so we're going to do the Canadian city
Don't
thing?
worry, buddy. You're just saving a lot of money that I'm not.
We'll do Kevin here.
What?
And then we'll...
I got a good clip if we can
right,
skip
after
a story.
It's not on the thing. That's why. I'll see it.
Oh, I see you moved H1 back to the top with the lady boys.
I know that part is there. But I didn't see it on the rundown, so I wasn't sure if the guy was...
This ain't funny.
Hey, did you do that story last night?
No.
You couldn't find the good clip of it?
No. Yeah.
I meant to find it for you today, but I had a crazy day.
I am so lost.
It's hard. It's hard, too, with the...
What are you looking for?
Stuff
Yeah.
like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
I drove 2-inch nails into my calf.
Not 9-inch?
I definitely want to get the Canadian.
You have your tetanus shot. You're updated.
So we'll do Canada with Kevin, and then we'll do the Catherine Clark after the interview.
I'm probably
good.
Because you always
don't trust
We'll do Canada first.
I trust a rusty nail in my leg more than I trust a tetanus shot.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about that. You're probably right. Yeah, I can't argue with that one. I don't have that kind of argument there. Great Paul Nolan.
I can't follow this thing. So Robert Charles, is he ready?
I want to thank Ollie Lane for keeping up on the trolls and the YouTube. Oh, that's right. We don't have trolls there because our fans crushed them. By the way, we only have 302 likes. We got to beat what we get when Damon's here.
Hey, Paul, look at the screen. I made something for you.
Uh-oh. Oh, dude, you're the man. Thank you.
That was Aaron.
Brant, thank you, man.
Welcome.
Good Bad Bunny clips there.
When I get fired, I can live stream to 11 people.
They were very good. Good shots. I was able to catch them as I was reading. Good job with that.
Gary, yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right, cool.
Schnikey.
Which is worse, nails or Damon's stare?
I'll filibuster.
Hands down, Big D stare.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Kevin Downey Jr.'s got some news. We'll do that in just a little bit. We've also got more news with Paul Nolan, as well as sports with Slick Rick. And again, breaking news. This is published just during the show on pjmedia.com. Jay Jones, the guy who wants to put bullets in the heads of little kids that belong to people that don't think the way he does.
From Virginia.
The guy from Virginia running for the Attorney General position is now under criminal investigation. It's about time.
Good.
Because who knows what else this guy has been up to. Again, you can catch that story on Kevin Downey Jr.'s pjmedia.com. That's where he writes his stories. You can go to check that out. And again, it's just breaking news that happened a little bit earlier today. So check that out when you get a chance. Right now, are you gonna? You should probably share that too for people so they can find your story too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, folks, thank you, Rick. If you go to pjmedia.com right now, you'll see there's a ranking of articles. I don't know anything about this.
Yeah, so we'll do that in just a few moments. But right now, Robert Charles is joining us from AMAC. Robert Charles, welcome back to the program, and how are you, sir?
I'm great. It's a great evening. Love it.
Well, thank you for taking the time to join us. Before we get started here, Robert, for anybody who doesn't know what AMAC is, give them a little background before we get started.
AMAC is the conservative alternative to AARP. It has been around for 17 years. I've been there almost since the beginning. It is the most inspired group of conservatives over the age of 50 you could ever want to be a part of. Tremendous economic benefits, but more importantly, a family of conservatives who are helping state by state and nationally to get our policies back on track.
Yeah, and our policies are things that President Trump has kind of been running on since he rolled down that escalator. What was it, about 10 years ago at this point? Let me ask you this question, because let's face it, with all the stuff that we've seen with the Israel-Hamas deal in the Middle East, and now he's pushing Russia and Ukraine to end that. He's also ended 7 other wars. Is President Trump becoming the next president of peace?
I think he really is. My life history is 10 years as a Navy intelligence officer, and I was Assistant Secretary of State and worked in the Reagan White House. I've never seen anybody in my lifetime except Ronald Reagan who was so determined to change the face of the world in a positive way. And I would tell you that Donald Trump is becoming the president of peace. I think Ronald Reagan should have gotten a Nobel Prize for bringing down the Soviet Union. I think Theodore Roosevelt, in some ways, did what at the very beginning, what Trump is trying to do now, and he did win the Nobel Peace Prize. So I think President Trump is just doing miraculous things in the Middle East by pushing Iran back and allowing Israel to end Hamas. He's changed the whole face. It could be the most significant peace deal in 60, 70 years. And then on the other side of it, he's bringing Russia and Ukraine to the table. And here's a guy that on the one hand is an idealist, but is also exceedingly practical. He decides that he's going to go after it, and he goes after it and gets it.
Yeah, exactly. And again, you look at the success that he's having, and people are talking about the differences between the first administration and this administration, where he seems to be not taking any prisoners this time around, right?
Very much true. I mean, look, there's a difference between ground school and learning how it all works on one hand, and then becoming the fighter pilot in the cockpit and making it all happen. This guy has learned. He is an incredibly fast learner. People forget this guy went to Wharton. This guy is an extremely successful businessman. He is a very fast learner. And what he's figured out is how to stop the bureaucracy from tricking us, and how to stop our frankly, a lot of folks on foreign soil from stopping us, including those that try to get into the country. So, hats off to Donald Trump. This is a guy who is demonstrating operationally what leadership really means. You can read it in a book, or you can just see what Donald Trump does every day.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this. Am I correct to say that you're running for governor of Maine?
I am the leading candidate on the GOP side, up by double digits to become the next governor of Maine.
And that you are doing a very good campaign. Let me ask you this. Because it seems that you align pretty well with the president. How is your message when you're on the ground there talking to the people of Maine? And we know Maine's kind of a wacky state. But how are you being received, and what are some of the things that people are talking to you about?
it's hard to look away from the truth. And what Donald Trump represents is what really good policy looks like. So I am trying to stabilize this state. We had 10,000 overdoses. We have drug traffickers everywhere. Democrats have absolutely let public safety go to hell in a rocket ship. So I'm trying to get back to public safety. On the side of taxes, we are the number one highest tax property taxes in the country, with very high income taxes. We are being taxed out of existence. We young people can't afford homes, and seniors like those I represent with AMAC cannot afford to stay in their homes. So that's a huge resonant message. Again, and the last one is education. We have become the 50th state out of 50 in education. So if you add that to public corruption, and Donald Trump has called out the current Democrat Governor Mills on her public corruption, frankly, corrupting Title IX on top of everything else, I think people in Maine are just ready for a change. And a lot of us are seniors. And honest to God, we're going to turn this state red.
Yeah, well, that's great to hear. And again, when you think about what's going on in Virginia, where you see the tide turn down there, hopefully for Winsome Sears and Jack Ciattarelli over in New Jersey, we're seeing a lot of red starting to show up around the country in some of these governor's races. I know Paul Nolan has a question for you real quick as well. Sure. Here, Bobby. Paul.
Well, first things first, that guy's mustache is tougher than me. It can beat me in a fight. God bless you for your service. You're a real warrior, a patriot, and there's really no words I could use to describe the respect I have for you. Men like you are a dying breed, so thank you for that. I have been following the politics of Maine. I've been following the story about the Chinese gangs that are like using slave trades to grow a lot of cannabis, a lot of dope. And they're really getting away with murder, and the leftists have been running cover for them. I've also seen the Democrats are running out of money there, and what they're doing is they keep trying to raise more taxes to steal from the working men to keep their scams going. Can you elaborate on that?
Boy, you honestly just nailed it. That is exactly what's happening. They are allowing, so within 6 months of becoming the governor, I will bring down all the 300 Chinese grow houses. We will deport all the illegals. We have more than 8,000 illegals in this state. We will get them out of here. And secondly, we will get property taxes down by rolling back 300 or 400 mandates the Democrats put on in the last 7 years. And I'm going to eliminate the income tax. A little news blast there.
Nice.
And at the end of this, listen, this is all CPAs tell me it is all doable. Historically, I ran a $2 billion operation. I've managed a lot of complex stuff. This is actually not that complex. You know what they say, in an age of total mediocrity, it takes nothing to be great. And in this instance, Maine is in deep trouble. So what we just need is to stand up, do the right thing, and fix it.
Yeah, that's great. And again, you do have, Paul brings up the drug problem up there. According to this, you're the Assistant Secretary of State of the U.S. State Department's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs. So you kind of have a background on how to take this stuff down, don't you?
I do. My group worked very hard to help take down the Cali cartel. We ran programs all over the world. I set up all the police training in Iraq and Afghanistan. General Petraeus set up the Army. I set up the police. And then actually we ran a 250 airframe armed. People don't know that the State Department has an armed air wing. We do. Oh, wow. And I ran that around the world. So, this is so much easier, honestly.
Wow, that's great. And again, not only is he running for governor of Maine, but he's also representing AMAC. Make sure you take advantage of the great deal on AMAC, amac.us/Studio 6B if you want to go and find out more about what AMAC can do for you, what they offer you. And follow Bobby Charles. He's running for governor of Maine. Give out your social media so people can follow up and see what you're up to.
Every single dollar counts. If you can go to bobbyformaine.com, just bobbyformaine.com, we literally are going to turn this state red. And whether you give $5, $250, you can give up to $2,000. Bottom line is we are going to turn this state red, and people are going to look around and say, wow. So that's how it's done. That's how you take a dark blue state and turn it dark red.
All right. Well, thank you, Bobby. And thank you for joining us tonight. That was great stuff, and we appreciate it. We're going to follow your race and wish you the best of luck.
Well, what a man's
Really
man. Thank
appreciate
you,
it, guys.
Good
Good
luck.
luck.
You got it. Have a great night. And again, Robert Charles from AMAC.
That was an impressive guest.
Yeah, follow him. Go find his webpage, find his social media, and give him some support if you can in the state of Maine, as he's the leading Republican candidate for governor of Maine in the election that's coming up. So
and support
good on
AMAC
him.
for sure, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody like that on their roster.
We need guys like that. We just, because the truth of the matter is, we so many soy boys have ruined in so many states. To see an old school patriot guy like that with not just brass balls, but he's got wisdom. He's got
experience,
an incredible amount of experience. The pedigree kicks. It's guys like that we need to run. That was fantastic. So
amazing.
Anybody in the chat who's poo-pooing a guy like this, you're the problem. You're not even real.
Right. And you're talking about a pretty big state up there in Maine, maybe not population-wise, but it's bad up there. And Paul, you said you've done some research. Speaking of up there, right next to Maine is Canada, right? Kevin Downey Jr. And I saw the headline for your latest story on PJmedia.com. Tell us what's going on in Canada.
Thank you. So, folks, if you go to PJmedia.com right now, you'll see the number one trending story happens to be written by what's the guy's name? KDJ. What? That's me. The more you read, the more bourbon I get to buy. Here's what's going on. Let me just put this in a nutshell. Before Princess Trudeau left, he took away almost every gun you can think of from the Canadians. Took them all. He took over 2,500 versions of guns. Said, you can't use these. What could happen? Well, what's happening now? They're taking homes. I'm not kidding. Outside of Vancouver, in a town called Richmond, a judge, a lefty judge, probably a couple of them, decided that 800 acres now belongs back to the Cowichan tribe, because they proved in court that they were using that land up until 1846. They somehow managed to prove that. They didn't live there. This was their summer fishing spot. I'm not kidding you. This is where the Cowichan tribe used to go to catch fish in the summer. How'd they keep the others away? Well, they killed anyone who came near them. And then here comes the Canadians, well, actually the British at the time, said, we're going to take this, otherwise we're going to kill you. So they're giving it back. The problem is 125 homeowners own property and or a house in this 800-acre slot where the Cowichan tribe used to summer. They used to summer there back up until 1846. They would summer there and catch fish. So now they're getting it back. And the Cowichan tribe, they're very kind. They said, well, we're not going to take the land or anything for 18 months. Then we don't know what we're going to do. So they're trying to appeal it. There's nothing they can do. What are they going to do? Fight back? No guns. Oh, you want to protest? Ask the truckers in Ottawa what happens when you protest in Canada.
Yeah.
They take your truck, they take your bank account, and then they put you in jail. All the whole time saying,
bankrupt
you have the right to protest, and we're going to make sure you never do again. Folks, this is, of course, Canadians are filthy colonizers like all of us. This was the plan the whole time. This was the plan, and this is just a piece of it. Catch Canada in 5 years. Folks, never give up your guns and never vote for those diarrhea people we call Democrats, because they're going to make that happen here. I promise you, I can see it.
All right, very good. Disturbing story coming out of Canada. Man, oh man.
What a surprise.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't lose those guns on a boat trip.
No. I got mine back. Whoa.
All right, good. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. We'll come back. We'll go around the room one more time. And we'll do some sports with Slick Rick as well. Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Stay there.
Toronto travels all year, to the United States.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Could be something to it. Rogers Center is an interesting stadium, weird angles, and I think the Dodgers win that series, no question, probably in 5 or 6. But I think Toronto might take one or two of the first games to make it interesting. But Schnell's going for L.A. He's a hell of a pitcher. I mean, he's got a breaking ball.
I put 100 on the Expos, but I don't think I'm going to win.
What's that?
Yeah, you might miss out on that one.
See.
Yes.
I am not kidding. It was like I was. That board was so thick and it came down so fast. It was something out of like Game of Thrones torture. There was like.
Are you still talking about the board?
Well, Chris Allen just asked, man, and I thought it was going to just go away, but it's getting worse.
It's getting worse. Come
let's
to me.
see.
Come to me last. This way, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't have anything I have.
Paul, do you want to do the
my suggestion.
TPUSA story?
No, we can skip that. But I thought
you want to do Catherine Clark?
Yeah, I just thought maybe Catching Them Lying was a good one, and
all right, so we'll do Catherine Clark.
I have a great story that there's two. I wish we had more time. Maybe Monday on your show, KDJ. I can talk about the because it's a New York show. There's
and then
New York State is doing with these wind farms.
Kevin with the middle school
Terrible.
teacher.
Half the birds.
What do I got? Middle school teacher?
Yeah, the California middle school teacher celebrating Charlie.
Oh, it's a video. This is sick.
Yeah, you got to run that.
Yeah.
So I got the Catherine Clark clips. We can keep those. It's 30 seconds. You edited that down to 30, right? The first one, and then 15 on the other. Okay. Okay.
Did you hear about the Supreme Court justice?
And then I wanted the wackos at the No Kings.
Where is the? Did you? I can't.
Yeah, that's 14. So if I can get to those two clips, they're both.
Come to me last, Rick, and I can just fill in whatever you need. I would like to get to the UConn story.
Yeah, get to the UConn story.
Come
at
to
the
you end.
first.
But go do me last.
No, I'm going to come to you first.
Okay.
We've been cranking on sports.
I'm going to come to him first.
You coming to me first, then? Okay.
We've had a good sports night. We had a great dialogue on sports night.
Yes. Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate it.
There it is.
Aaron, should I do both stories or just the one?
Oh, and then I want to do the No Kings clip.
I'm going to do definitely do the UConn. You spent time on the graphics and all.
So do I.
Yeah, the chess girl. I can do her tomorrow night, actually. Right?
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Also on 103.9 LI News Radio, linewsradio.com. Welcome back to the program. Slick Rick has got some sports. Paul Nolan's got some news. Kevin Downey Jr.'s got more news. And I've got what I'm calling the best clip you'll see today coming up a little bit later on as well. Paul, you'll enjoy this one as well. I think all of you fine gentlemen. We're
going to have a bet.
Okay.
One is going to be my clip. Two will be your clip. Let's go, Slick.
All right. Very good. So we'll do that. And then, what?
I got a clip.
You got a clip too? All right.
3 will be KDJ.
Right. 3 will be KDJ. So it'll be the best clips you've seen all day coming up. But first, let's do some sports with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code at checkout, LFS6B. Slick, take it away.
One last sweep of the scoreboard here. To the NHL we go. Sabres 4-2 over the Red Wings. 11 to go there in the third. Canadians 1-0 over the Flames up in Calgary. End of 1. And final, the Devils have won their 6th game of the season. 6 out of 7.
Already?
4-1 over the Wild. Yeah, Frank the Tank must be in his glory because they right now they're probably the hottest team in hockey, right? Oh, yeah. No pun intended. NBA action to the hardwood we go. Raptors 120-93 over the Hawks. 8 to go there in the fourth. Oh, my Sixers. The Celtics lead 101-96. 5-18. Tyrese Maxey's having a night though. He's like 40. The Bulls 77-61 over the Pistons. 5 to go there in the third. 6:45 to go in the third as well. The Pelicans over the Grizzlies 78-71. And all finals. Magic over the Heat 125-121. Hornets over the Nets 136-117. The Knicks 119-111 over Cleveland. Yes. The Knicks will win their first win of the season. And Jazz 43-19 over the Clippers. Bucks 90-82 over the Wizards. That game's still in action in the third. So there we go. Let me get to one quick story, if I may.
Yes,
we got
Slick.
NCAA. Here you go. The rankings are out for men's college basketball, ladies as well. Defending national champion UConn, unanimously number 1 in Big East preseason poll. Gino Auriemma and UConn are in a familiar place atop the Big East preseason poll. The Huskies were a unanimous choice by the coaches Tuesday to win the conference again. The Huskies are coming off a 12th national championship led by preseason player of the year, Sarah Strong. Auriemma's squad has won 24 season titles and 23 Big East tournament tournaments. UConn has won both titles in every year since re-entering the conference in 2020, despite losing number 1 pick and WNBA Rookie of the Year Paige Beckers to the Dallas Wings and Caitlin Chen to the Golden State Valkyries. Last year's champions still had enough talent for the top spot in the Big East. So the ladies are looking really good there. You can see the rankings here. So, UConn, they're a tough team to beat. So we'll be doing a little March Madness with the ladies. Wanted to get that in there, Rick, and that's a wrap in sports for me for tonight.
All right, very good. And sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to MyPillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. And, of course, save yourself a lot of money and some great stuff from Mike and the people at MyPillow. Paul Nolan, let's get it started with you, my friend. You say you have the best clip of the night. Let's
Cut
hear what you got to.
Cut 14.
What? Well, you're going to set it up first?
14.
You're just going to play.
Human rights. What do you think about them?
We're in favor of them.
For everybody?
Yes.
How about the unborn? Do you support human rights?
Yes, of course.
For everybody?
Yes, of course.
Even people in the womb?
Well, it all depends on if they're actually a baby or not.
Science says they are.
Well, it depends on what science you're talking about.
96% of all biologists, according to the NIH. Thoughts on human rights?
I'm all for them.
Yeah, me too.
Especially now, right?
Yeah. For everybody, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even the unborn?
An unborn what?
Unborn in the womb. Yeah, no rights for them. Thoughts on human rights?
That's what we're here for.
For everybody, right?
Yes.
Including the unborn?
No.
Everyone has autonomy to not be killed, I think.
Freedom means choice. Yeah, there you go. A little hypocrisy, huh?
Freedom means choice. Can I throw in? I did the math. 97.2% of abortions are nothing more than birth control.
That's exactly right.
That's the scariest
That's
part.
100% correct.
Two people did not behave responsibly, and they said, well, there's an easy way to fix this. And you know what? Well, what if we just behave a little more responsibly?
Yeah. I mean, don't kill a kid.
And you know what? I forget where I heard this, and I heard it today, as a matter of fact. And it's interesting that you brought that clip up because I think, and I could be wrong here. Was it Bill Maher who said this? No, I don't think it was. So I won't give him the credit. But somebody was saying, and I saw the clip on X, that no, I think it was Tucker from last night. That's what it was. He was talking about the abortion issue, and he says all it is human sacrifice.
Yeah.
And he made some great points about, the barbarity or the barbarism that is
you saw a packed house. Over 2,000 people turned away a Turning Point last night to get in to see Tucker.
Right. Just amazing. Well, that was a great clip, Paul. You are correct. So right now, Paul is in the lead.
What does KDJ got?
KDJ is up next. Kevin
I think
Downey
people
Jr.
should vote.
Yeah, vote in the chats.
Polls are open. 1 for me, 2 for KDJ. And,
right.
Or you can just put Paulie.
Oh, there you go.
KDJ.
Well, let's see.
Because I'm going to forget who's.
What's your clip there, Paul?
So I've got a videotape of this woman. I think it's a woman. I'm not sure. It could be a trans bob. It's a toilet person, is what it is. And you've got young kids chanting Charlie Kirk. And you've got this animal chanting something back. Remember, Charlie Kirk's a hero to a lot of people, including me.
Yep.
All right? And especially these kids. I did a show tonight at the America First Warehouse. I did my podcast there. All TPUSA kids, they couldn't have been nicer. Watch what this animal is yelling at these children who chant Charlie Kirk. Is dead. Charlie Kirk is dead. That's a teacher.
That's an animal.
Disgusting.
It's an animal.
That's an animal. That's not
a fire.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of these teachers out there denouncing or celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination and murder, and it's amazing. I'm glad they're all getting fired. Usually you don't like to see people lose jobs, but these are disgusting.
They're not safe in the workplace. They gotta go.
Especially.
This is a psychotic bastard.
Yeah, and can I just say something? I was always that guy. I don't want to see anyone lose their jobs. These animals have made me so cranky, I want them all fired.
Yeah.
I want them all gone. I don't like them, I don't trust them, and I don't want them around kids. I don't even have
exactly.
kids.
Yeah, and like Paul, you're allowed to say what you want, and we'll defend that.
Right.
But there are consequences.
Yeah,
correct.
Not everybody has to like it, and not everybody has to tolerate
the death for your right to say it.
Yep.
And the best part about unlimited free speech is we know exactly who you are.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to be the silken diamond for this. When you guys make a great point, I'm just going to go, yeah, that's right.
All right.
Yeah.
So now Kevin Downey Jr. with his clip is just put his name or number 2 in the chats. Here is what I think could be the best clip you will see all day. That's just me because I love me. Posted by Mr. Star Spangled MAGA on X. Check out this No Kings clip. Check it out.
Look, this one's got to catch up to the rest of them. Got his sign ready already. Look. Another privileged white man. Look, another privileged white man who wants illegals, especially illegal criminals.
Somebody
in the
got
country. Oh, look at the ponytail. What, no man bun? Didn't have time to put your hair up, sweetie? Loser!
She sounds black, right?
Yes.
Yeah, she
does.
She sounds that thing.
So that is my clip. I think that was the funniest thing I saw all day because she just called him out to his face and said, "What? You didn't have time to put your hair up into a man bun?"
He put up his
honey?
card like, "No, I'm on your side.
Yeah, right.
I have white savior privilege.
Right.
I'm so much more superior than you. So my whiteness has to save your blackness because you're inferior, and I'm so superior. So I have to make you feel better about yourself because you're a loser, and I'm white and great. So I got to save you."
Yep.
Thank you for the Rumble
They have
rant.
no idea how racist they are.
Trump Country USA, thank you for the $10 Rumble rant.
Right.
Say hello. Thank you
All
for
right,
nice
very
words.
good. That just about does it for us on a Wednesday night. Thank you so much for watching and joining, and follow us all on social media. As always, we salute our military, active and retired, our first responders, EMTs, firefighters, police, ICE agents, Border Patrol, everybody working hard on the front lines, including our very own Ben Berquam, who's always out there putting his life out there. Thank you to everyone on the show. Of course, Kevin Downey Jr., check him out tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on linewsradio.com. You can also check out Paul. He'll be back Friday. Paul Nolan, thank you for joining. Slick Rick, doing sports. Fran and Aaron in the booth. Everybody in the chats, thank you so much for watching. As always, we appreciate it. Like and share. Like and share the show. We will see you tomorrow night. And don't forget to join us Friday, live at the America First Warehouse. Live from Studio 6B. We bid you good night. Peace.
...0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it. We bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the Garment and Upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right
The next phase of fascism is apparently construction. Also, Senator Bernie Sanders has a brand new book out. How much does that book cost? Because I assume if it follows the way that he thinks, it should be free. Congressman Brandon Gill joins us to talk about being super sarcastic and snarky in his committee hearings, which is hilarious. You're going to want to see fascinating clips from that and hear his explanation as to why he's able to become such an internet sensation. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through the mockery of terrible lib ideas, among many other things. You can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. Love seeing each and every one of your emails. You should also subscribe to our YouTube channel as well as our Rumble channel, anywhere on social media, because there are exclusive clips that we just can't fit into this show because the show is only a limited amount of time, but there's so much to say, there's so much going on that we have to add more internet exclusive clips. You can find those at our YouTube channel as well as my Facebook page and all the places that you see clips on social media. Go follow our Turning Point YouTube, Turning Point Tonight. As much as we like to joke around, some things are just no joking matter. And that, of course, is the next stage of fascism by the dictatorial king of the United States, Donald Trump. I'm sorry. Because the next phase is construction. Building things or making things better is the worst thing that anyone has done in the United States of America. And of course, I say this judging entirely by the way the libs have posted on social media because, well, everything they say is true and nothing is just a political gambit to try and gain attention, but we'll get to that in a little bit later. I want to bring this tweet up from Hillary Clinton, former presidential candidate and Secretary of State, among many other things. She says this about the horrific and terrible construction happening at the White House. It's not his house. It's your house. And he's destroying it. Obviously, President Trump has leveled the White House. It no longer exists. It's entirely just a pile of rubble. That is what he is doing intentionally. But it's not just her. It's several libs from around the spectrum. And there's so many of these horrifying posts from libs that it's hard to get to all of them. So I wanted to play this clip from this dude named Phil. I'm not sure who this person is, but apparently he's prominent enough to garner several thousand views. This is clip 1 talking about how bad the construction at the White House apparently is. Watch this.
Time here at the White House, witnessing some of the destruction of the East Wing of the White House, just like the destruction of our Constitution. Over in the protest area, someone's reading the Constitution, Article 1, Congress, powers of the Congress. They need to step up and save our country from this abuse of power that's happening every day.
And the abuse of power is so bad that he had to accompany that video with, "I can barely find the words," after watching the East Wing of the People's House come down. Again, like I said, President Trump has completely destroyed the White House. It is unrecognizable to anyone because, again, he's doing some upgrades and some renovations. But the list of crazy things that libs have been posting goes on and on and on and on. But I do want to show you what he is actually doing. Go ahead and show graphic 2, Glenn. As you can see here, almost all of the White House is destroyed. It's just a bunch of rubble. Glenn, I think that's actually a photo from 1934 when they were adding more. There is actually that's actually more than what they're doing now. This is a construction of the entire West Wing. So shoot, was that fascism then too? Or is it just fascism now that Donald Trump is destroying the White House? Actually, I want to bring you a photo of what is actually happening relative to the rest of the White House. This is in graphics 12, I believe, Glenn. If you can pull this up, this just shows a map of the terrible destruction here. Now, here's where you can get a picture of what is actually happening. Again, libs have been losing their minds over this, pretending that like the entire White House is now a demolition zone. This small little cutout right here, the yellow part, is the only thing that's being changed, and it's used to make way for a ballroom, which, by the way, President Obama also wanted in his White House and didn't actually get. President Trump is actually doing it now. Even more than that, I want to show this picture of the White House from 1846. I believe this is graphic 3. Wow, none of the wings are available. So all of the construction there that was done at the White House after this photo in 1846, clear dictatorial fascism of whatever president decided to, again, make renovations to the people's house. It is awful and it is disgusting what we're seeing, which is, again, blowing my mind that the libs are having such a meltdown over this. The last one I want to show here is another tweet. Now that you have the full scope of what's happening, this is effectively what has been taking over the internet space on the lib media sites. This is graphic 1, I believe, that shows a tweet from Representative Jamie Raskin, where he shows the terrible destruction, not showing the full context, by the way, just showing the small part that, yeah, there is construction going on, which is the next wave of fascism. He says during the War of 1812, holy cow, dude, British troops set the White House ablaze. Yeah, that was not good. And if you're going to assume that that's what's happening here, dude, get a grip. Now Trump, who fashions himself as a king, again, it's such a shame that the king has to go through Congress and the courts for everything he does ever, is doing the dirty work himself. We don't need to read the rest of that, but this gives you an idea of what libs are trying to do in order to get attention, because at the end of the day, that's what all of this is. It is an attempt to get attention for what it is they're doing. Because if it wasn't attention, then they would actually seriously have to believe that doing any sort of construction on a government-owned facility is fascism. And if that's the case, we'll explain what is going on in the state of California. If you're not aware of this, California Capitol is undergoing $1 billion of construction, which, by the way, is about what a football stadium costs, which seems to be a little bit high. But I want to play you this cut from the state of California, where they're undergoing fascist construction as well. But interestingly enough, unlike President Trump's ballroom, which is entirely funded privately, and because Trump's a construction guy, will actually probably get finished, this is what the fascism looks like when they're expanding the Capitol in the state of California and where the money is actually going. Play cut 2.
But information has been tough to get. As we reported last year, more than 2,000 people involved in the project signed non-disclosure agreements, legally requiring some lawmakers, government officials, and others to keep quiet about what's going on. The cost estimate has more than doubled since 2018, and the NDAs are still in place.
In other words, in the state of California, where they are expanding the Capitol through fascism, the budget, like she just said, has doubled. And where is the outrage there from the libs? Destroying the people of California's house by making it better. Let me ask you this, libs. If President Trump privately funding an improvement to the White House is just the worst thing you've ever seen, what do you call it when the capital of California gets an expansion that costs twice as much as it originally expected, and all of the contractors have to sign NDAs to say, hey, we're not going to talk about where this money is going? If President Trump's addition to the White House is the most evil thing anyone has ever done, what the heck do you call that in the state of California? Well, what we actually call it, if we're being realistic about it, is an attention grab. That's the only thing that is happening here. We need attention. You know why? Because the only thing the libs won't do is try to push good ideas. When you only have bad ideas, when you only have bad ideology, and when you only have bad policy, you have to try and garner attention any way you possibly can. And it doesn't stop at the next wave of fascism, which is construction. It actually continues on the floor of both the Senate and the House. We also have another stunt going on in the Senate, where Senator Jeff Merkley from Oregon, who I've never heard of, has been speaking consistently. Now, he may be done by the time this program airs, but it is just another attempt to grab attention. And because he's been speaking for so long, well, I have to pose this question. Is he also wearing a diaper? This is the third time a lib has attempted to take over the people's legislative bodies by speaking for an exorbitant amount of time. Congressman Hakeem Jeffries did it earlier this year, and famously, Senator Cory Booker was on the floor for 25 hours. And the question that I have is, are these people wearing diapers? Now, we'll revisit this clip from Cory Booker because his answer to me is not necessarily what I would call convincing. Play cut 8.
Senator, to follow up on Manu's question, and I'm sorry to be crude here, but there's been a lot of speculation about whether or not you're wearing some kind of device, like a catheter or a diaper, and I'm sorry for even asking you this question. I feel weird about it. But were you wearing anything that allowed you to not have to go to the bathroom for 25 hours?
I don't want the Senate doctor to get mad at me. I don't want my doctor to get mad at me. But I really spent time dehydrating myself beforehand, so I did not have to go to the bathroom.
You didn't have to go to the bathroom at all for 25 hours?
It's not a good answer, Senator. I'm not convinced that you weren't wearing a diaper, because if you weren't, the answer would be no. Do we have another diaper gate on our hands with the long-running speech from Senator Merkley? I think those questions deserve answers. I think the American people deserve to know, are lib senators wearing diapers on the floor? Now, all of this is just to make the broader point that when you have terrible ideas, as libs do, the only thing you can do is try anything you possibly can to gain attention. And they're doing it in ways that are just so hilarious. The construction at the White House is the worst thing we've ever seen. I have to speak for 22 hours on the Senate floor, which, by the way, too, slight tangent. I don't know if Senator Merkley's counts, because he's paused several times for people to ask super lengthy questions, which, not to give any credit to Senator Booker, but I think that's a technicality there that I don't know if counts entirely. But again, bringing back to the main point, are these senators wearing diapers? And an even broader point is, we all know you guys are just trying to do this to get as much attention as you can because your ideas are bad. Note to libs, here's a suggestion. Maybe, possibly, consider having better ideas. And then you won't have to resort to publicity stunts to try and get people on your side, because as we've seen, it just isn't working. Saying that the construction at the White House is the worst thing that's ever happened in this country is insane. Speaking for hours and hours and hours upon end does not change anybody's mind. The only thing we're going to do is to continue mocking you, which, given the, mission statement of this show, maybe I actually encourage that, because that makes our job very easy and much more fun. We got a lot to catch you up on today. We're going to talk with Congressman Brandon Gill, who, in my opinion, is one of the funniest congresspeople currently serving, especially in those committee hearings. And I also love the fact that he's a younger guy who I think is communicating through sarcasm. It's not really even sarcasm. He'll say himself, it's like, I'm just asking very, very simple questions, which make it seem like I'm trying to be funny, but really he's just asking questions. Anyways, we're going to talk to him. We're also going to talk about the release of Senator Bernie Sanders, the Socialist's new book. Interestingly enough, it's not free on Amazon. I guess I assumed that it would be. And also a crazy, weird story coming out of a selfie, which kind of, again, shows how libs are just unhinged and detached from reality. You're not going to want to miss any of that. Congressman Brandon Gill is up next. Turning Point tonight, tpt@tpusa.com is the email. Love seeing each and every one of your emails. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel. We will be right back after the break. Don't go away.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. You can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We love seeing each and every one of your emails. It doesn't matter if you agree with everything we've ever said on the show or you're wrong. We love seeing your emails regardless, tpt@tpusa.com. Joining me now, I'm super excited about this, Congressman Brandon Gill is one of my favorites who, if you watch the show frequently, you know we like to dabble a little bit in snark and sarcasm. I think we've got a master here in our midst. Congressman, thanks for joining us.
Joe Bob, thanks for having me.
I appreciate it. So, okay, just broad strokes. There's other things that I'd like to talk to you about specifically, like booting criminal illegals out of the country, which is a very, very, very contentious topic that people can't decide how to make up their mind on. But broadly speaking, I think you've come to the forefront in so many different ways by the way that you handle yourself in committee and while you're grilling some of these folks in a very deadpan, but I think you're trying to be funny in a way that conservatives haven't done really ever. Explain that to me a little bit, or talk me through your kind of process as you're preparing for these committee meetings, because I think they are hilarious.
Sure, and I appreciate that. So I serve on the House DOJ subcommittee, for instance. That's a subcommittee of the Oversight Committee. So we've had a variety of hearings on pretty hot button issues, from illegal immigration in sanctuary states and sanctuary cities to funding NPR and PBS to funding all kinds of other woke programs. You know, whenever you do these committee hearings, both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, get to ask questions to the witnesses who come before us. Mm-hmm. And the witnesses are under oath, right? They testify that they're not going to lie. If they lied, they perjured themselves. They can be held in contempt of Congress, potentially. So they have to tell the truth. One of the things that I found in these hearings is that the order that you do your questioning in is based on seniority. And I'm a freshman. I've only been in office for about 10 months now. So I realize I'm going to go at the very, very end. So I've got to come up with something that every other Republican hasn't also asked during the committee hearing. Are you a racist?
With all due respect, sir, I'm here to talk about the essential work that nonprofits do.
Excuse me, that's a very simple question. Yes or no question. Are you a racist?
I'm not a racist.
You're not a racist. Particularly interesting because according to one of your affiliate charities under your nonprofit umbrella, denial of racism constitutes covert white supremacy. Are you a covert white supremacist?
Sir, I'm here to talk about the essential work that nonprofits do.
Are you a covert white supremacist?
Can I talk about the work that nonprofits do?
No, I'm asking you if you're a covert white supremacist, which according to one of your own organizations, again, denial of racism constitutes covert white supremacy. One of the things that I found is that we're questioning leftists typically, people who during the Biden administration and before have promoted some of the most wild and outrageous ideologies, things that most Americans vehemently disagree with and find repulsive. You know, boys should go in girls' sports. They should compete in girls' go to girls' locker rooms, things like that. And all you have to do is just ask them, you said this, do you believe this? You said that America is addicted to white supremacy. Do you really believe that? And I asked that to the CEO of NPR. Do you believe that America is addicted to white supremacy?
I believe that I tweeted that, and as I've said earlier, I believe much of my thinking has evolved over the last half decade.
It has evolved. Why did you tweet that?
I don't recall the exact context, sir, so I wouldn't be able to say.
Okay. Do you believe that America believes in black plunder and white democracy?
I don't believe that, sir.
You tweeted that in reference to a book you were reading at the time, apparently, The Case for Reparations.
I don't think I've ever read that book, sir.
You tweeted about it. You said you took a day off to fully read The Case for Reparations. You put that on Twitter in January of 2020.
Apologies, I don't recall that I did.
Okay.
I no doubt that your tweet there is correct, but I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you believe that white people inherently feel superior to other races?
I do not.
You don't? You tweeted something to that effect. You said, I grew up feeling superior. How white of me. Why did you tweet that?
I think I was probably reflecting on what it was to grow up in an environment where I had lots of advantages.
It sounds like you're saying that white people feel superior.
She had tweeted that. She put it online for the whole world to see. And you just ask them, and I think the left is in a position right now where they know, they do in fact believe these things, but they know that they're so unpalatable for most Americans that they don't want to be straightforward about it. And this is a great opportunity to call them on it.
We ask consistently on this show, are they stupid or lying? That particular interview you did with, I think Catherine Maher is her name, the NPR CEO, who I thought it was great. Just reading the tweets out loud. What was your gauge? Is she either so dumb she's forgotten everything she's ever done up until that point, or is she just lying about it?
Well, I think that it's a little bit of both, but the way I would put it is that this is somebody who has lived in a left-wing bubble. She rises through the ranks of left-wing institutions, left-wing circles. She serves on left-wing boards. So everybody that she's around believes this stuff. And we asked her about, again, is America addicted to white supremacy? Do you believe in race-based reparations? I mean, we had a variety of tweets that she put out for the whole world to see. And, I think that she put these things out there because it was a form of virtue signaling. It was telling everybody that she worked for, that she worked with, that her political views were orthodox, that she was good to go. And I think in some instances, she just simply didn't remember. Whether she believed it or not, I don't know. I tend to think that she did. But she also, the politics have changed since 2022 and 2021. The American people have woken up to what wokeness means, and nobody's ever asked her about this stuff. So all you have to do is just ask her in a black and white way, do you really believe this? Because you did say that. You did put it on social media for everyone to see. And I think she does believe these things, but she knows she either forgets that she explicitly stated some of the things that she believes, or she knows that it's not politically a good idea to tell the world some of these crazy things.
That is such a good point. People existing in a bubble and they've never faced adversarial questioning. It reminds me of Katie Porter, the gal who's running for governor in California, saying, "I've never had to do this before." The reporter's like, "You've never had a contentious interview? This is odd." But really, I think to your point, they probably haven't ever been questioned on this, and now all of a sudden, holy cow! I am responsible for all the things that I've said. That feels a little absurd. We were chatting a little bit beforehand about kind of the line of questioning you take, and a lot of it's just so obvious that it's kind of, this is of course what we should say on this. One of those is expedited deportations of criminal illegals. You are a force behind that. Tell us about what you're trying to do regarding what I think is probably a pretty obvious no-brainer.
Yep. So I introduced a bill a couple weeks ago that would force the expedited removal of criminal illegal aliens. And remember, we have expedited removal right now, but it only happens within about 100 miles from the border. Meaning if Border Patrol or ICE apprehends somebody within that territory, they can do what's called expedited removal. They basically take them and they deport them pretty quickly. There's a process involved. They're given a notice of intent for a removal order. They can then challenge that So there is due process there, but it's a much faster process than, for instance, giving an illegal alien a court date that could be 5, 6, 7, 8 years in advance, where they're living in the United States and doing whatever they're doing, whether that's running drugs or working with criminal gangs. So I introduced this bill to allow for expedited removal for illegal aliens who are involved in criminal drug gangs and are involved in terrorist activities in the interior, so that we don't have to wait for years to remove these people. I think that is basic common sense. I think that's something most Americans would absolutely agree with, no matter what you think about immigration or border security or what deportation should look like. Nobody wants criminal, terrorist, or gang member illegal aliens in their communities.
That's again, I think you're on 90% of the American side on that. Why that's not already a thing and even has to have a bill be introduced is beyond me, but glad you're on fighting that front where it is. You tweeted a couple things about the No Kings protest, which, by the way, it worked again. The No Kings protest, it was successful for a second time. They've decided to try to recreate that one-trick pony, and, they found themselves in the middle of the longest current No King protest in the United States of America. But you also tweeted something about all of these sponsors of these quote-unquote No Kings protests, which really is just a I hate America. I'm an overweight, blue-haired sociology major, and I need something to do on a Saturday. Can you kind of tell us about that? And what are your kind of thoughts overall, broadly, of like who the heck is funding these things? What should be done about it? How do we stop it going forward?
Yeah, so the No Kings protest, otherwise known as you said, the I Hate America protest, is this left-wing political movement. And really, the only goal of it is just to show that there's an opposition to President Trump. Remember, look at all of the great things the president has done since being in office. He secured the border almost immediately. He's been deporting criminal illegal aliens. He's getting peace deals around the world. We got in Congress, we got the biggest tax cut extension in American history passed, the biggest welfare reform in American history passed. And what do Democrats have to show? They've got nothing to show. They've accomplished nothing over the past 10 months or so. So what they're doing is rallying in cities across the country to show opposition to all the great things that the president is doing. But one of the interesting things about these rallies is who is paying for it and who's sponsoring it. And one of the things that we saw that was advertised for one of the No Kings rallies in New York was that it was literally sponsored by the Communist Party of the United States. That's not a talking point. That's not me trying to be provocative. That is on their flyer, that it is sponsored by the communists. But whenever you trace the money, and this is something that is coming out more and more every day, it seems, you're finding that these rallies have been funded by Soros, by George Soros and his network of nonprofits, which is absolutely illegal for nonprofits to engage in political activity like this. But there are deep pockets funding these No Kings, I Hate America protests, and I think that's something we've got to dig in a lot deeper on.
I love the bluntness of it. It's on their flyer. These are the people who are paying for this thing. They literally are the presenting sponsor. Congressman, first of all, we kind of are sarcastic and snarky on the show, which again I mentioned at the beginning, and I appreciate that. Do you think you have a career in stand-up comedy at any point? Would you ever like to try? And you don't have to answer that. I'm just saying, if you do, go ahead and let us know, and we'll bring you on the road to give it a whirl.
Well, I'd love to hear what Catherine Marr thinks about that, because I didn't think she thought that was too funny. But she's in a position where she's gone so far to the left, and most people disagree with her, and they find all of these views crazy. This was a hearing where we were talking about defunding NPR and PBS. They've historically received about $535 million of our tax dollars every single year. So this was a high-stakes hearing for her. She clearly prepared for it. She had an army of lawyers sitting right behind her during that entire hearing, and yet didn't have the thought to go back and refresh on some of the crazy things that she said. So they make it too easy for us. But it's important that we call out the left for what they put the American people through over the past several years.
Well, so on the stand-up comedy front, I'll take that as a maybe. Congressman Brandon Gill, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we've got a sneak peek into Bernie Sanders' new book. Senator Sanders has released a new book, and there's so many funny aspects about this. Also, should you be posting selfies with people that you disagree with politically? The internet left says absolutely not, and is issuing scathing rebukes of one of their own after she did that very thing. TBT@TPUSA.com is the email. You can also go to our YouTube page where you get an extra segment each and every day, unless we're on the road or on tour or something like that, where it just can't happen. But exclusive content on our YouTube channel, YouTube, TBT Turning Point tonight on YouTube, TBT@TPUSA.com. We will be right back after the break. Don't go away.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
Welcome back to Turning Point tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through the mockery of terrible lib ideas, many of them by Senator Sanders. You can email the show anytime you want, tbt@tpusa.com. Also, go subscribe to our YouTube channel where there's exclusive content that we just can't squeeze into the show every single day. YouTube, Turning Point tonight. You're going to not regret that choice at all. Senator Bernie Sanders has released a new book, and this book is unlike any book that he has ever written or unlike anything he's ever said. As we know, the senator has been on the road, spending lavishly at nice hotels with his fellow comrade, Congresswoman AOC, as they fight oligarchy, the very oligarchy that, if existed, he would be a part of. Notice how Bernie Sanders had used to say, the millionaires and the billionaires. And then over time, he dropped the whole millionaires thing because he himself is actually a millionaire. He owns 3 different houses. He owns his house in Vermont. He owns a house in Washington, D.C., and then he has a summer house, like everyday average Americans with 3 homes. I know most average Americans are struggling to buy 1 home, but the communist socialist Senator Sanders has 3 of them as he complains about the oligarchy. Well, his oligarchy book is now out and available for free because he's a socialist. He's giving the book away for free, which at least Sorry, what is that, Glenn? Oh, it's not free. Okay. Well, actually, I'm getting word that Amazon has the book for $15. So interesting. I guess I assumed that maybe even the audiobook or like a PDF you could download for free because the whole socialism, that whole idea is we're working for each other and we're just supporting our own causes. But I guess Bernie wants a 4th house. Maybe that's what is happening here, is fighting oligarchy at $15 a pop. Geez, that's odd. I guess I assumed that it would be free, but apparently Amazon has it listed for $14, and nothing is free. Interesting. Wow, even if you have an audiobook membership, it still costs $1. So you have to pay for the membership, and then it's still more money? God, I've never seen a more money-hungry socialist in my entire life, but I guess Senator Sanders is trying to take that cake. It's such a shame. It's such a shame to see politicians, especially lib politicians, not actually practice what they preach. I remember Senator Sanders also was questioned, hey, since you want everybody else to pay a ton of money in taxes, will you step up and set the example? And he said, no. But whether or not oligarchy exists, I think, let me rephrase it like this. We all know Senator Sanders has been saying this for literally decades, because when he was announced that his book had come out, I immediately thought of this clip that I had to share with you of Senator Sanders throughout the last couple decades, saying the same exact dang thing. Watch this, cut 3.
This great country of ours is moving very rapidly in the direction of oligarchy. The United States of America today is increasingly becoming an oligarchy. More and more moving toward an oligarchy. We are moving in the direction of oligarchy. We will move even more rapidly in the direction of an oligarchy. This great country is evolving into an oligarchic society. It is called oligarchy, and that is the system we are rapidly moving toward. This is a budget that moves our country rapidly into the direction of oligarchy. A handful of billionaires are moving this entire planet toward an oligarchic society.
Start off with the bad news, which is pretty bad, and that is that under Donald Trump, this country is hurtling rapidly toward oligarchy.
Since 1993, for over 30 years, we have been rapidly moving towards oligarchy. I'm not sure what rapidly means, because I would imagine in 3 decades it would have already been here. But if you want to know how you stop it, you just have to give Bernie Sanders $14, $15 in order to read his book. Moving on quickly, because I don't have a ton of time to cover this, because it is worth mentioning. Entirely different scenario. Gayle King, who you know from early morning talk show fame, was interestingly enough seated on a plane next to Jesse Waters, the host from Fox News. Now, Gayle King is Oprah's best friend, and remember, she went into space. She's an astronaut now. What an achievement. She posted a picture with her and Jesse Waters. Can we show that picture? This is them on a flight cross country. She's smiling with Jesse Waters. Fine, sure. I don't agree with her politically, but she's allowed to take pictures with whoever she wants. But she posted that on social media, and the libs had a total and utter meltdown, which is something that they do often. We'll bring a couple of these comments on her photos. What is this in 7? Gross. No principles. Not that I ever expected anything else of her. I wonder if they were talking about the Golden Bachelor new season. That's actually not a bad comment. I don't actually care. Gayle never passes up an opportunity to not make sense. And then there's even more comments that people. That's a bit S. I don't even know what that means. But basically saying, what is wrong with these people? She posted a picture with a guy that she doesn't agree with. She didn't I don't even need to defend this. Basically, further examples that the libs are outside of their freaking minds. If you can't post a photo with somebody who you're sitting next to on a plane who happens to be in the same industry, the talking space. But what else is new from the libs? I got to take a break. Monica Page is up next talking about a very, very exciting announcement coming to Frontlines, Turning Point's Frontlines division. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/RAV and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/RAV today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through the mockery of terrible lib ideas and the mockery of many other things that the libs are doing nowadays, which seem to be hilarious. Email us, tbt@tpusa.com. Love seeing each and every one of your emails. Also, go subscribe to our YouTube channel where you get extra segments that we just can't find the time to squeeze into this show. You're going to want to see those exclusively on social media platforms, specifically our YouTube account and also Rumble and all of the other social media platforms where you watch videos on your phone. It's been a very rough day. Monica Page, our Turning Point White House correspondent, has to be reporting from home because, as you all know, and Monica clearly knows, the White House has been leveled to the ground. It does not exist anymore because the evil king, who needs the majority of both houses to get anything done and also the courts to be on his side, decided to tear the entire White House down. Monica, we talked about it at length at the beginning of the show, but just your reaction as somebody who's at the White House every single day, except for today, because of course it's been leveled to the ground.
Truly, it's a pure act of evil from this administration. The king reigns again, Joe Bob. Unfortunately, nobody can win. The outrage has been overwhelming when we see what we've been hearing and seeing on social media. The mainstream media just can't get enough of these renovations. And what's funny is that, you know, these renovations, they've been happening for decades. I mean, kind of like, I guess you could say one of the first real renovations that we saw at the White House was in the early 1900s. President Theodore Roosevelt built the West Wing in 1902, 5 years or 5-6 years later, you had President Taft actually add the first Oval Office. So like these renovations have been happening for a long time. We saw 1970 President Nixon converted FDR's pool into the press briefing room, which we heard from the president himself just this past week. What a mistake that was, which is actually pretty funny. And then you had President Obama upgrade the tennis court into a full-blown basketball court. So, I mean, renovations like these have been happening for years, for decades. And, you know, forgive the president for actually wanting to improve the White House, be able to hold events. Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, just said this past week that Obama actually wanted a space to hold events. He was actually very upset that he had to hold, one of the state dining events in a tent on the South Lawn. We've seen Joe Biden hold massive events in a tent on the South Lawn. You shouldn't have to use a tent if you're going to host some of like the biggest names in politics or figures in the grass, you know, and weather forgiving, you just never know. But the president's looking to make these improvements. And, you know, I think it's funny seeing accounts like Hillary Clinton, you know, saying shame on the president for wanting these renovations, when meanwhile your husband was treating it like his own home and you stole thousands of dollars worth of silverware from the White House before returning it. So it's pretty interesting, the hypocrisy coming from the left regarding this situation.
Well, of course, all of those renovations that you mentioned were done through dictatorial fascism by the King of the United States. And that's the only reason anyone does any sort of upgrades to government facilities, which, by the way, that's a whole thing in and of itself. President Trump, being a real estate guy we mentioned, might actually get the job done in a reasonable amount of time, as opposed to if this were happening under Obama, I guarantee you it would still not be finished, because that's the way that governments work. But speaking of kings, and I don't want to make light about this because this is a serious thing that we should take seriously, had another car ramming into the White House the other day. You had mentioned some interesting tidbits about that in the prior administration, where, you know, what do we know about any of this sort of stuff? What do you know about this, if anything, and do you think we will know anything about it?
Well, when we hear things like this happen, because this is not an out of the ordinary, out of the blue incident here. I mean, we've seen it maybe 2 or 3 times under the Biden administration. When I was covering the Biden White House, these sorts of things would just happen at night. And then the Secret Service police and those local police who are involved in the situation say, oh, you know, the investigation is ongoing. And then we'll never actually get any sort of like conclusion from these incidents. I mean, this is maybe the first of this year that I'm hearing that this happened, but you go over the last 4 years and this maybe happened about 2 or 3 times with different minivans. I know a U-Haul van crashed into, I don't know how this happens, because you can clearly see the barricades, there's street lamps, it's not like it's pitch black. So it's kind of suspicious to me. I don't want to like put on my aluminum foil cap here, but I don't know. I feel like it's very odd that these instances happen and we never get answers to them, Joe Bob.
Well, you know what's interesting? As you're talking about it, I'm like remembering a thing that happened at the inauguration. So, day of inauguration, the Daily Wire guys were having a cigar night that I ended up going to, which was very, very fun. Really like those guys over there. And the Uber driver that I was in didn't speak a lick of English, because that's, you know, what you get in Washington, D.C. He's driving down the National Mall Road. I'm not sure what the road is actually called. And then like makes a signal like he's going to turn left. And I look up and he's about to turn left into the barricaded White House. And I'm like, dude, I don't know why your maps is telling you to go this way, but we clearly can't go this way. He said, oh, yes, see, okay. And he just went around. But I genuinely wonder, and I'm not trying to like diminish the fact that this could be a deranged person with deranged intentions, but also like, this is the kind of thing that happens when you have people who have driver's licenses who are operating machinery in a country where they don't know the language, they don't know what you can and can't do on the road. Anyways, I just thought of that while you were talking about it. Like, yeah, I could have been in that car if that dude had actually turned in to the White House driveway.
And I will say, like, the roads in DC are not easy to navigate. Like, as an American living here, like, and when I'm sitting in the backseat of an Uber or whatever, I'm like, I don't even know what road is a one-way, which is the turning lane, which one I could. And so even as an American, it's difficult. And during inauguration, like you said, there were so many roads closed down, so many detours, Joe Bob. Like, it was a mess, on top of the weather being a mess too. So, but I mean, on a clear night like it was last night, it's definitely a little suspicious.
Yeah, again, and I don't want to like diminish anything that it could actually be a threat, and that's not good, and we want to get to the bottom of that, hopefully. But at the same time, you know, this is a testament to the way that the seat of the federal government is designed. Maybe you should have less government, and maybe have more clear directions on your roads as a whole. Sorry, that was a little bit of a rant that I wasn't expecting to go on, because I do want to get to this fantastic news. The heads of all of the collective mainstream media exploded last week when the Pentagon just totally corruptly set some rules and guidelines, which is a thing that people do all the time. There's a big announcement out of those rules and guidelines. What do you got for us, Monica?
Huge news today coming out of the Pentagon. There's over 60 journalists representing this broad spectrum of new media, whether it's, you know, the new generation of media at the Pentagon, and also about 26 independent journalists are going to have access to the Pentagon, which is something that we've never seen before. And this is huge because here at Frontlines, Turning Point USA, we will be inside the Pentagon. We are one of those 60 journalists that are now allowed into the Pentagon to report on the Pentagon, get exclusive scoops and conduct exclusive interviews. So we're really excited to be part of this. It's truly an honor, and we say a huge thank you to those that are working at the Department of War for allowing us access and allowing us like really this exclusive space to report on something that was never really our niche. We're really growing at exponential lengths here to new heights, and it's really exciting to see where else we can even go. So we're really excited to say that Frontlines will be part of the Department of War press corps, and so excited to bring you any sort of exclusives we can get. Maybe we can do the show from the Department of War, from the Pentagon, which I think would be pretty cool.
That would be interesting. Now, correct me, yes or no answer on this. You are or are not allowed to waltz into the Secretary of War's office in a banana suit, which I think is against the rules. Is that correct, those new rules?
I believe it's not a banana suit. You can't wear like a chicken suit. So you have to be careful what you're wearing. Yeah. So, I mean, you can go into Raising Cane's with like Raising Cane's, like fast food. That would probably be allowed. But you can't walk in with a banana suit. No, not.
That's it's just unfortunate that there are, you know, any rules whatsoever to covering a place that has the most secrets on the planet. But again, watching the libs' minds explode has been very fun to watch over the last couple of weeks.
They will be exploding this week, Joe Bob. They will be exploding. I know a couple people who are already very upset with this. So more to come. That's for sure.
Well, congratulations on securing that coveted spot. And we're actually looking forward to doing some White House, doing some Pentagon. Monica Page, Turning Point's Washington, D.C. woman is what you're going to end up, the new title you'll end up encompassing. Monica, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we've got some fascinating clips from the internet that you're not going to want to miss. And I realize that that's vague, but the internet is broad and the internet is big, and it just it's a gift that keeps on giving. tpt@tpusa.com is the email, as well as go subscribe to our YouTube channel because there's exclusive content you're not going to see anywhere else. YouTube, Turning Point tonight, tpt@tpusa.com is the email. We'll be right back after this.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. TPT@tpusa.com is the email. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel, where you get an extra segment of the show, because we can't squeeze all of the fun things we want to talk about into the standard TV format. Our YouTube channel is where you're going to find all of that. Turning Point Tonight on YouTube or Rumble or wherever it is that you take in media on the social networks, social media. So this is, I think, fascinating to me, and I realize I use that term a lot, but this genuinely is. I want to build a little bit of a case here and then show you a rather longish but very, very important video, especially regarding Turning Point. Obviously, Turning Point has come under fire from the deranged radical libs. This is one example of our chapter people on campuses in which somebody, this sort of thing happens all the time, unfortunately. But this is just somebody walking by, just shouting hate at the peaceful, loving group, which the libs try and twist in the other way around. Watch this cut 4.
Hey, Nazis, can you set up somewhere where I can avoid you easily?
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day.
Nah, you, Nazi. Watch your neck.
Thanks.
It's hard not to get seething with anger over there. Hey, Nazis, F you, watch your neck. Okay, cool, great. Thank you, loving, tolerant, peaceful side of the political aisle, except for the fact that you are not entirely. And then there's this stuff like this. Again, this happens all the time, but I think it's just fascinating to highlight this stuff. This was outside of our event last night. I was in Indiana with Tucker Carlson at the Turning Point USA tour that is continuing on in Charlie's legacy and honor. TPUSA is a hate group. Okay, cool. Good luck with your sociology degree. Probably can't find a job, which is why you're free on a Tuesday afternoon to go sit outside and waste your time by spouting nonsense. But I show you all those stuff now, and I know those are small examples, but I want to play you this clip. This has been floating around the internet, and I thought this was such an interesting take by a person who wouldn't agree with us a lot of the time, however, took the time out of her day to talk with some of the Turning Point students and had some pretty interesting takeaways from it. Watch this clip, and we will discuss briefly.
Going to a TPUSA event as a lesbian atheist. Yesterday, I had actually approached the TPUSA recruitment table. I had conversations with these people for 4 hours. I talked with the president. I'm not sure all the leadership terms, but some other higher up. I learned that TPUSA, it is nonpartisan. It is centered around 3 things, which are the Constitution, free market, and limited government. I'm not gonna lie, they did not really differ in their religious beliefs. When I asked them if me being atheist was going to be a problem, they seemed actually rather excited to have someone with a differing religious belief. I had spoken with one woman. She offered to pay for my dinner. She offered to take me to her service, and I told her I was gay, and she was like, obviously I'm not going to lie to you, you know, like that's not, no, it's not biblical. And like, but despite saying all of this, she still stayed with me for hours, just talking to me. I remain unconvinced. I'm still not a Christian after this amazing conversation. She gave me her number. She said, call me anytime. I don't care if it's 6 months from now. And that is just something that it's like overly welcoming environment that these people, you know, they might not support me being gay, but I have never seen someone not support me in such a friendly way. So I've never seen hatred be so kind.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. Yeah, nobody at Turning Point in any capacity hates anyone. There's ideas that we hate, and there are people, let me rephrase that. There are people that have objectively shown themselves to be evil. We're not big fans of them, but overall, generally speaking, to call TPUSA or Turning Point or any faction of our organization hateful in any way, shape, or form is idiotic and honestly ignorant in so many different ways. But par for the course when it comes to the libs. Happy that young lady had a positive interaction and conversation with our very, very friendly chapter people on whatever campus she happened to be on. That's going to do it for us at Turning Point tonight. We will see you tomorrow. I will be on the road with Megyn Kelly in the Houston area. If you happen to be around, come check us out. We'll still see you tomorrow, though. God bless America.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Somebody went up there, they say, you're the third best president in the United States. This was on television, third best. And they said, who are the first two? George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Hey, they didn't put out 8 wars, 9 coming, all right? We put out 8 wars, and the 9th is coming, believe it or not.
So we've launched something tonight called the No Kings Alliance, which is an alliance of all of these groups working together all around the country in an effort to produce that kind of rapid response we need to change the conditions on the ground, because we don't want this to be the Trump era.
So when I see the President of the United States create an AI video of wearing a crown and dumping excrement on the heads of American peaceful protesters and, you know, TikTok stars like Harry, I see him basically painting a bullseye. Wow. Painting a bullseye on somebody like that.
I hadn't thought of it that way, but that's...
Why did he do it? You know why he did it? To show that he can do anything. Anything he wants.
Well, yeah, he was making a point. I mean, why shouldn't the president use a made-up video to respond to a rally that has a made-up reason? I mean, it's a non-existent reason. We don't have a monarchy in this country. We have a presidency won by Donald Trump, who won the popular vote, who won the Electoral College, who won all the swing states. We have a democracy. People voted, and they elected the president, and the only thing they're mad about is that he is lawfully executing the office of the presidency and enforcing laws that have been on the books for a long time. So he made up a video. They made up a reason to have a rally. And I think it was kind of funny, to be honest with you.
Just be honest with me here. When you first saw that meme involving excrement being deposited on you, did you laugh?
No, I don't think the president behaving in this way is funny. I think we have to hold our leaders to a higher standard. He's not serious, and I don't actually think he cares about anybody but himself.
I mean, you managed to say all that with a completely straight face, but your side have done endless, incredibly mocking, humiliating memes about Trump. I mean, you'd accept that.
Like what?
Oh, I mean, I could get literally 1,000 if you gave me half an hour to find them.
A meme is a meme. I don't think a meme hurts anybody. It's like Harry, show us on the doll where the meme hurt you. Donald Trump is going to post memes. He's always been posting memes. He's not going to stop posting memes.
Hard to imagine a president. I mean, I don't know what world these guys are living in. President of the United States dropping feces on an American city.
Right.
$100,000 per year
So the whole idea is no more will these big tech companies or other big companies train foreign workers. They have to pay the government $100,000, then they have to pay the employee. So it's just not economic. If you're going to train somebody, you're going to train one of the recent graduates from one of the great universities across our land. Train Americans, stop bringing in people to take our jobs. That's the policy here, $100,000 a year.
After your pivotal changes to the Senate rules last month, as a result, this is what you did, the unprecedented obstruction by the Democrats. We've confirmed more than 175 public servants, people that are phenomenal, to keep posts, and that's just been over the last couple of weeks. It's an unbelievable thing what you've done, John, all of you together.
July 2016, John Brennan went to Obama and briefed him that Hillary Clinton was going to invent this Russian collusion theory to distract from her email scandal. And so that was back in July. And then we now know, because of recently declassified material, that months later, it was Brennan who intervened, overruled people at CIA, and put the Steele dossier, this infamous debunked report, into the assessment being used by the Obama White House at the very end of Obama's term. That helped seed this whole Russian collusion investigation that the FBI then used.
We've seen almost 1,000% growth across all social media platforms. And get this, we've had over 200,000 people sign up to become a part of TPUSA Faith. So what we're doing in the faith space has more than doubled. And it's again, what a testament to the legacy that Charlie Kirk has left. There's just so much more good than there is bad.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett in here, honored to be behind the microphone with you all. I'm the executive producer of this fine show, joined by Tyler Boyer. Tyler Boyer in the house. Got rocking the 47 hat. I love it. It's iconic now, that hat.
This is the greatest hat.
It's really iconic. I was actually at a church event last night, and I saw like 5 people just randomly wearing it.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
I've seen that just out in public, especially here in Arizona. We've probably given out tens of thousands of these hats.
Yeah, and Charlie, of course, would throw them at the campuses along with the MAGA hat.
Everywhere.
So if you see those images, you'd see the red and the white hat. That was the white hat.
This was Charlie's vision, was the 47 hat. And
in gold.
It's going everywhere. It's everywhere.
In gold. So, Tyler, we've got a packed show today. Let me turn off my computer microphone there. We've got a packed show for you in store. We've got Senator Eric Schmitt joining, and about halfway through this hour, we've got Sheriff Mark Lamb, Arizona native, total all-star, at the top of hour 2.
Big announcement today.
Big announcement. And then we've got Noah Formica. And who else do we have? Is it just Noah?
Our entire Brandon, who is our regional manager that covers Pennsylvania and currently is in New Jersey.
So our whole Turning Point Action team, so Tyler runs Turning Point Action, and we've got our whole Turning Point Action team that has been redeployed, like, paratroopers into New Jersey to help surge the troops there. So we're going to talk to them, get a sense of what's going on the ground. And we also had a big event last night. And so, if you ever hear any naysayers out there about, Turning Point is in trouble or whatever, well, listen, of course, we lost Charlie. He was robbed from us, and that's a terrible, terrible loss. But I'm telling you that Charlie helped. He's taught all of us everything we know. There are lieutenants in each of these positions. Our field team is stronger than ever. It's growing. It's surging. And last night we had the great Tucker Carlson join us at Indiana University. We had over 35, and his 2 dogs. We had over 3,500 people in the biggest indoor venue at that university last night. We turned away thousands, and I've gotten a couple notes on this. We turned away thousands, but let me assure you of a couple of things. We got all the students in.
Yep.
All the students that wanted. So that was basically 90% students in that auditorium. 3,500, largest on campus. We did have to turn away thousands, but what happens is we turn off the ticketing. But if you want to be on standby, because sometimes people don't claim their tickets, right? So they'll register, and then they just won't show up for some reason because they're free tickets. We don't charge for these on-campus events. So sometimes when you don't charge, people don't show up. And so we have a standby line, and there was thousands there. We can't control who shows up for the standby line. We got as many as we could in, and yet, that university just has a venue that's 3,500. Now, at Ole Miss and Auburn, we've got venues that are like 9,000 and 10,000. So we're going to be able to fit a lot more people. So if you want to go to those events coming up, obviously Ole Miss, we're going to have Erica Kirk, the one and only, and we're going to have JD Vance there's the graphic. And JD
we will all
Vance.
Be there.
And then we're going to also have at Auburn, we're going to have Benny Johnson, Eric Trump, Laura Trump, and Coach Tuberville, who's a senator from that state, and he's going to be running for governor, and we're honored to have him join us there. So lots of stuff happening on the Turning Point front, and I will just say, whatever the vertical is, Tyler, we have growth. We have massive growth that we're experiencing. We've talked a lot about the campus tour. We've talked a lot about field team and the program and across campuses, high schools and colleges. But yesterday I broke some news on Fox News talking about how big the TPUSA Faith has grown. We've doubled our church network. Yep. We had 200,000 people sign up to become a part of Turning Point Faith, TPUSA Faith. And we've, you see some of these graphics, and that coincides with a 36% spike in Bible sales in the month of September. So the Charlie effect is real, and it is coursing through the soul and the spirit of this country, and we're so honored to be a part of it. We're humbled to be it's a small role in this, but it's really you guys out in the grassroots, you sharing your faith, bringing your friends to church, encouraging others to do that, buying Bibles for your friends and your family members, restoring your marriages. There is hope. There is faith ascendant in this country, and you see that on the campus, you see that in our churches, and you see it within TPUSA Faith. There's going to be updates on action, I'm sure, that we could share. There's going to be updates when it comes to Turning Point Academy. So massive growth across the board, and we're just so grateful for it. So all that being said, we have some news to get to, and I want to get to MemeGate because it's the silliest thing. MemeGate is very silly. So President Trump shared a meme about No Kings where he's flying in a fighter jet, and excrement, you could say, fell on the head of a one Harry Sisson. So can we play that video for us, please? So Tyler, did you think it was funny?
Yeah, every meme that the White House is posting is hilarious. They've done a tremendous job.
Well, listen, and you could say, oh, we need to be more serious. We need to, and it's like Jack Posobiec, our friend Jack, had this great line, and he said, Harry, show us where the doll hurt you. Okay, let's go ahead and play cut 201.
Meme is a meme. I don't think a meme hurts anybody. It's like Harry, show us on the doll where the meme hurt you. Donald Trump is going to post memes. He's always been posting memes. He's not going to stop posting memes.
So that was on Piers Morgan last night, and it was Jack Posobiec, I think Isabel Brown was there, and then there was also Harry Sisson. He showed up. So show us on the doll, where on the doll the meme hurt you. A great line, and I just think it's one of these wonderful moments where I told Jack, I said, my only note for you is show us where on the bobblehead doll did the meme hurt you, because Harry is getting widely, let's just say, savaged. That's too hard. Is that too hard? He's getting kind of savaged online. His head keeps bobbing. Go ahead and play this. I don't know if we need sound or not, but like cut 200, and you just see Harry's head going up and down the whole time, and I don't know where it's coming from. There it is. Yes. So it just keeps going up, and Harry's making the point that nobody posts memes or Hitler memes about President Trump. That's not happening. And it's like, actually, Harry, it would be harder for us to find somebody who's a Democrat who has not called Trump Hitler, who has not posted a meme about him being a fascist or Hitler or Hitler sympathizing, than it is to show you somebody that hasn't, right? So go ahead, Todd.
Well, that's the difference, too, is that the memes and the jokes that the right makes on the left are just like fun. They're actually funny, normal comedic stuff.
Yeah.
The stuff that the left did to the right, especially during the White House, I remember. I mean, think back, it wasn't that many years ago. Biden got in front of everyone with like dark red Vader vibes, calling everyone else fascist, and basically sending the entire country into a tizzy.
1,000%.
Everybody was getting, I mean, these weren't memes. These were just like, this was just villainous hatred towards Trump and towards conservatives. Trump is actually kind of normalizing and saying, hey, these people who came into the White House 4 years ago and were walking around with a bunch of trannies and walking around with, again, this is, they had nudity in the White House. They had crazy stuff happening in the White House. And Trump just makes fun of them. That's all they did. And that was Harry, too. Harry was just part of that whole
We've got
time.
some of these. This is a Daily News. Trump is Hitler.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty on the nose. Show some more, guys. The new Fuhrer. What is that? That's from the Philadelphia Daily News.
These aren't jokes.
These aren't jokes. This is Trump praised Hitler, shown on the side of a building. This is, what is that? That is the Washington Post with a side-by-side of Trump and Hitler. So my point is this, Harry, you might get upset that the president posted a meme about you with poop falling on your head. I get it. That's not nice. But we've been called Hitler, Nazis, fascists for so long that we're no longer shocked when one of you believes it and picks up a gun and tries to kill us. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumppknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name
name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Fact first. America first. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back. I want to tell you guys about YRefi, the good folks at YRefi who have stood by us in this season like you can't believe. They went out to the medal ceremony at the White House where Charlie received the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Got to spend time with them and just connect with them. Meant the world to me personally because I know what they've meant to Turning Point USA, what they meant to Charlie, and what they mean to the show and will continue to mean to the show. So we honor them. We truly do. So if you find yourself in a position where you have private student loan debt, it's a specific category, private student loan, they have massive tools that are going to help you get unburdened from that and get a payment that you can afford. So if you have defaulted or distressed private student loans others won't touch, they will provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay, based on a customized, tailored approach to your personal situation to help you pay off that loan. So can you imagine being debt-free? Can you imagine getting that stack of statements, unpaid bills off your kitchen table? Well, YRefi is there to help, and they don't care if you have bad credit. You can even miss a payment every 6 months, up to 12 times without penalty. So you don't have to ignore all of those issues anymore. You don't have to tuck your head in the sand and act like it doesn't exist. YRefi can help. So just call 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or log on to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states, but give them a call and find out for yourself. It is really, really critical. So I have to play this just really quick on the Harry system. Go ahead and play it. Cut 227.
Yeah, exactly. Campaign. It was the final campaign pitch.
One more time, just for good effect. One more time.
Exactly. It was the final campaign pitch.
It cracks me up so much because it's like, show me on the doll where the meme hurt you, Harry, and it just happens to be that he impersonated a bobblehead doll. Listen, it's not nice to get pooped on by the president. I get it. My heart goes out to him. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, joined by Tyler Boyer. Glad to have you in the studio, man.
Excited to be here.
It was like you were out doing political stuff, and you're flying all around. You're going visiting candidates, doing the stuff you need to be doing. But I'm glad you could be here right now because
raising some money too.
Which is important, which is critical. Sadly, that is the state of the world that we live in. In order to win these races, you need to have resources to win them. And here we are. So the left, I got to play this. Hold on. I got to find this. Find this clip for me. The clip with Hunter Biden, whichever one that is. I don't have it on my clip sheet right now. Wait, here it is. Okay, so this is the left freak out of it. I can't believe I'm spending this much time on it. Play cut 193.
So when I see the President of the United States create an AI video wearing a crown and dumping excrement on the heads of American peaceful protesters and, TikTok stars like Harry, I see him basically painting a bullseye. Wow.
Painting a bullseye on somebody like that.
I hadn't thought of it that way, but
Why did he do it? You know why he did it? To show that he can do anything. Anything he wants.
This is the richest thing ever, is for Hunter Biden to get on broadcast and tell people Donald Trump believes he can get away with anything.
That's such a good point.
It's Hunter.
No, it's such a good point. Hunter, you are the living embodiment of getting away with anything. Okay, first of all, and then second of all, for him to say he's putting a target on his back. No, and the guy, I love that the guy goes, "Oh, interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Hadn't thought about it like that." It's because it's insane. That's not what he's doing. No, he is making fun. It's a meme. It's a mockery of calling a president that was duly elected by the people of the United States, the citizens of the United States. Hopefully, they were all citizens, and who is a president, not a monarch, who works his tail off every day for us to make good on the promises that we elected him to fulfill, and to call him a king. It's a phony, rigged pretense. I reject the premise.
I'm astounded that the guy who got away with federal gun charges, drug use with his ex-wife, former girlfriend, and sister-in-law. I mean, President Joe Biden issued him a pardon for the gun conviction
for
charge.
10 years, didn't it? Didn't it span 10 years?
Well, it wasn't even Joe Biden. It was the auto pen that did it, right?
No, on Hunter, it was actually his signature.
It was his signature.
Yeah,
it was a white signature.
One he did it
That's
for.
the one he did. So that's the one he was sure that he was.
Which shows, by the way, that he was concerned that if he didn't do it in person, that it might be open to some scrutiny, which is another thing.
False tax returns, tax evasion, China with the investment banker that he met with on behalf of his dad, Ukraine, Burisma. I mean, we're talking all the laptop stuff, all the videos that are out there of every negative thing that he did, and he gets on. This is crazy stuff.
No, it's totally crazy. And by the way, the fact that that I have to listen to this garbage. I have a clip from Hakeem Jeffries, Bernie Sanders. Obviously, you saw the Hunter Biden one. The fact that they are so incensed at this, and we have to sit here and listen to this slop and this fake outrage, when you and I just lost our friend to real violence, to something real. It's deeply offensive on a level that's difficult to put into words. Candidly, I don't think I can. Anyways, let's just hear some more from them. 198.
Well, that video is deeply unserious, deeply unpresidential, and deeply un-American. But unfortunately, it's the type of erratic, extreme behavior that the American people have continued to see from this president.
I mean, okay, whatever. 197. Here's Bernie.
Trump may be crazy, and he may be a liar, and he may do. You describe. I mean, it's hard to imagine a president. I mean, I don't know what world these guys are living in. President of the United States dropping feces on an American city.
Right.
All right.
I mean, it's a meme. And this is why the left can't meme. They are puritanical. They are pearl clutchers. They are cult members, honestly, to some sort of, I don't know what the cult would be called, but it's like secular humanism, far less progressive, one world globalism.
It's all just, they just want to target Trump constantly and just make up anything that they can come up with to attack Trump with. It doesn't matter what he does. He could congratulate leftists with something, they'll attack him,
and they'll say, "Oh, he's insincere with that." It really is very sick stuff. And again. And there's a clip I wanted to get to. I ran out of time here before the break, of a leftist on ASU's campus saying that we're Nazis, our students are Nazis, and then saying, "Watch your necks." And so when they dehumanize us, when they call us Nazis, fascists, and all this stuff, and then they act like it never happened, and they do it for years, and then when we have to listen to this fake outrage about a meme, it's a meme. Senator Eric Schmidt joins us next. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning in.
Free silver just like this right here. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from the Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they're going to send you a free patriotic silver round like the one I'm showing you right here that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year, and the Birch Gold Group can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. If you're current or former military, the Birch Gold Group has a special offer just for you. Get this, they are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, many of whom are RAV listeners, we really want to encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. It's as simple as texting the word America to the number 989898 for a free information kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver like this gold round right here with qualifying purchases. You have to purchase so before the end of this month. Again, simply text the word America to the number 989898. Do so today. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice headlines. President Trump drawing a line in the sand, saying he is open to meet with Democrat leaders from the House and Senate to discuss the ongoing government shutdown, but only under one condition.
I'd love to meet with them. I just want them to open up the country first. You know, the country is so hot right now, and they've never voted against, continuation. They've never voted again. They've never done that. They're doing this because they have Trump derangement syndrome. But I would like to meet with both of them. But I set one little caveat. I will only meet if they let the country open. They have to let the country open.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who Republicans blame for the shutdown, says he has asked the president to meet this week, before 47 heads over to Asia on Friday. We'll see if Democrats blink in order to facilitate a meeting with the commander-in-chief within the next couple of days. Stay tuned. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. In just a second, we're going to be welcoming Senator Eric Schmitt from the great state of Missouri onto the show, and a good friend of our show. But first, I'm going to tell you about my Patriot. Well, hold on. See, these two always. I know. I'm going to tell you about Patriot Mobile. I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms. They support Turning Point USA. They support shows like this. I see Glenn out and about at every sort of grassroots event you can imagine. These people walk the walk. They really do believe this stuff, and they're fighting on your behalf. So don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. You get to keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. You could even get two of the carriers, the major carriers, on your phone at once, which is what I do, which I totally recommend. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today. Or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie, and use the promo code Charlie for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. So, without further ado, Senator Eric Schmitt, welcome to the show. And this is your first time back to our show, and so I just want to give you a chance to reflect on that. And you're doing great work in the Senate, by the way, and I want to give you major props for that, for raising awareness about this rise of left-wing violence. So the floor is yours, Senator.
Well, listen, man, it's good to be back with you. And it's the first time I've been on the show since Charlie was assassinated, and like many who knew him, is just devastating. And I'm not sure there were interviews in the first couple of days, and I really struggled with the words because it just felt like it was such a big tragedy. And you know him better than most, and just his willingness to go out and try to convince people, go on college campuses. And he was so effective, and I think that's why his life was taken. He was so effective with young people, and just since then, you've just seen this outpouring of support and the conversion of minds. And he also he talked about his faith a lot. That's a unique thing. Not a lot of people do that in the public square. Certainly people, that were Charlie's age talk about, hey, have kids, have a family, all those sorts of things that are really important lessons. And I just think that his memory will carry on, and the great work that you guys are doing at Turning Point, but he's going to be missed. I mean, he's just a very unique character, not just somebody who was skilled like orator and debater, but was an operator. And actually, I think about whenever I went down to the last weekend of the campaign, went down to Arizona to meet up with President Trump, and then we went to Michigan and Wisconsin, and then back to New York. And that final weekend, it was RFK was down there and others. And just talking to Charlie and how optimistic he was. He's like, hey, man, get back on that plane, go up there. We got it handled here in Arizona. It's just a very unique person. And there's definitely, it's just a huge loss. But really appreciate you guys are kind of soldiering on here and carrying forth that mission. It's important work.
Well, I appreciate that. And he really really respected you, Senator, and trusted you, knew you were one of the good guys that were fighting and actually putting up wins for the conservative movement, part of this new vanguard of real conservatives, rock red conservatives that were not afraid to play offense. And so we know that you are a huge part of that legacy and that fight that Charlie had, and you're showing that. And you've launched this Senate hearing to, it's called Politically Violent Attacks, a Threat to Our Constitutional Order. And I love it because you've gone so far as to say that the violence comes predominantly from one side of the aisle, which is a complete rebuttal to what you hear from the other networks, right? You hear that this is a both sides issue. This is left and right-wing extremists, and Joe Biden saying that MAGA extremists are the number one threat to our democracy and the soul of our nation. So what do you hope to accomplish in this, Senator? I think it's great, and I'm glad you're doing it.
Well, thanks. And you saying that about Charlie and how he viewed me, I can't tell you how much that means to hear that. So, but, honestly, the genesis of this, it was a couple of days after his assassination that we had a judiciary hearing, and I kind of went on this impromptu kind of rant about, don't give me this both sides was the term that I used, and just sort of like extemporaneously rattling off all of these incidents that, the Waukesha Christmas parade, the Covenant school shooting, Butler, Pennsylvania, Abundant Life, Tesla's firebombed, ICE facilities, the Minnesota Catholic school shooting, and then, of course, with the literally shooting Charlie Kirk in the throat as he was speaking truth. This isn't a both sides thing. This is a symptom of a sickness on the left that I feel like has to be addressed. And so that hearing next week will be the first in Congress, will be the first in the Senate to address this head on. I don't think we should play this game with the left on this both sides stuff. This is, if you kind of take a step back, Andrew, you go back to the early 70s, the Weather Underground, they were firebombing, causing chaos. It was a lot of violence that was coming from the left, and there weren't real consequences there. A lot of those people that were in charge of that movement, including Bill Ayers, went on to be tenured professors and into academia. He actually hosted the first fundraiser for Barack Obama when he was running for the state Senate. It kind of made its way into the political mainstream of the left. They were rewarded for it. And now we see it really playing out and metastasizing in the polling that you see, which is 25% of those who describe themselves as very liberal believe that political violence is justified to meet a political ends. Compare that to 3% of very conservatives. That's 3% too many. But don't tell me it's the same thing. And when over half of those who are on the left side of the ledger believe that it's at least somewhat justifiable to murder President Trump, there's a problem that is not a both sides thing. It is a real big problem for the left. And so we're going to have a hearing on it. We're going to have Michael Knowles come testify, who was a victim of a firebombing himself, of what's really behind all this and what are the strategies moving forward. I've actually called for and written to Secretary Rubio to declare Antifa a international terrorist organization. President Trump's declared them domestic terrorist organization. I think this network runs far and wide. It's coordinated. They have safe houses. They have funding. We need to go at this thing and be aggressive, not just play defense, but play offense, because this is a real threat to our country and the fabric of our constitutional republic.
Well, and let's just go through a couple examples here, Senator Schmidt, and thank you for all of that, genuinely, from my heart. 226, this is a video of a pink-haired person at the University of Arizona, and she's calling our Turning Point representatives that were tabling there Nazis, and she says, "Watch your necks." 226.
Yeah. Hey, Nazis, can you set up somewhere where I can avoid you easily?
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day.
Nah, you Nazi. Watch your neck.
Thanks.
That's just one example. Then you have this school teacher, if the team could get these images, Lucy Martinez. She's a K-8 STEM teacher at Nathan Hale Elementary School in Chicago. She, of course, was spotted and went viral doing a handgun motion to her neck, mocking Charlie's assassination. This is somebody that teaches students, children in K through 8 STEM classes. And we were provided with an email from one of the parents that kids goes to the school. This parent sent it to us, and the school makes no mention in this email, Senator Schmidt, of the vile behavior that Lucy Martinez demonstrated in an impromptu moment. I call this life's pop quiz, and if you fail it, I'm sorry. That's what's going to happen. You're going to have consequences. Right now, the consequences, a lot of pressure from social media. But as far as we know, she still has a job. She's still employed. She's still hoping probably to go back to her job teaching young people about science and math. Meanwhile, she has been revealed to be a monster who believes that political assassinations of my friend Charlie, a husband and a father and a good man who lifted up debate and open dialogue, that she thinks that's something to mock out in the open in public. And the fact that the monsters feel that they can be so public about it, shame on them. And we need to make political assassination, political violence taboo again in this country. And that starts with her getting a pink slip.
Yeah, well, and if you ever needed a bigger advertisement for school choice, there it is. Can you imagine your kid being forced because you're in that public school and maybe you don't have the option to go to a Catholic school or a private school or a religious school, that has to be your teacher for the rest of the year? Yeah, and there has to be accountability here. I tell you, Andrew, like it's a lot of it's being exposed. The media doesn't want you to see it, but these are being captured, obviously, in social media. Turning Points, the original clip that you showed, the second one, of course, then just happens to be viral. The media doesn't want to talk about this. And I think we have to continue to drive this conversation because we should stand unapologetically for free speech and we should condemn political violence at every turn. There's no place for it. But there is this growing desire among the left to take those sorts of matters into their own hands, and there's a celebration culture. I mean, I hate even talking about it after Charlie's assassination, but it was sick to see so many people like celebrating this. And these are people who like work at your school or they work at the local deli. Like, what in the hell is going on around here? And but I think you see it play out in so many different ways. The left is sort of inherently sewn into this kind of violent framework. And I'm not talking about everybody, but I'm talking about the people who really subscribe to the idea that they're part of a movement where violence is totally justified. And it's the same kind of different, but you got this Trump derangement syndrome that gave, and when you call half the country, and I talked about this in the hearing, you call half the country for a decade a basket of deplorables, bitter clingers, Nazis, trash, fascists. Don't tell me that you're not othering and making it easier to sort of create this narrative that it's somehow justified because it's literally Hitler and you can be the person that stopped Hitler. I mean, these people know what they're doing, and even with the Snow Kings nonsense this weekend, these people they've lost elections, they've lost the debate. There's a lot of, whatever. God bless you. Go out and protest all you want. But there is this element here on the left that I fully intend to expose. I'm not going away on this. And I'm not going to be, shamed into this idea that it's a both sides thing. This political violence we've seen is predominantly coming from the left. There's no doubt about it. And it needs to be exposed, and we need to have hearings on it. There needs to be accountability, and we need to disrupt these coordinated networks that facilitate it.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I mean, that was the last text message that Charlie sent to Stephen Miller, was saying we have to disrupt and destroy these funding networks that are fomenting political violence. And, I just think, God bless you, Senator. Thank you so much. We appreciate you making the time to come on the show today. What you're doing is truly important. So Godspeed, and I pray great success for that hearing. And
likewise, man. Hey, I'm praying for you, everybody in the Turning Point Network, the entire audience. Everybody's still grieving, but this is important work that's going to continue, and I appreciate you too.
Thank you, Senator. God bless you. We'll see you soon and have you back on again soon too. Thank you. I want to take a minute to thank our incredible partners over at Good Ranchers. They share our values, the same ones that we stand for every day on this show. And beyond that, they have an excellent product. I get meat in a box from them. It's all made in America. It is high quality. You can get beef, chicken, seafood. Your kids are going to love the nuggets. Charlie's kids love the nuggets. Right to your door. No imported junk, no compromise. In a time when big corporations are bowing to the woke agendas of the left, Good Ranchers is standing strong for God, country, and common sense. They support American farmers, honor biblical values, and so much more. So go to goodranchers.com. Use the code KIRK to get $40 off. Goodranchers.com, promo code KIRK.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The
Flash Democrats. America is a republic, not a democracy. Fact check. True.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Audiences across the country, joined by Tyler Boyer, COO of Turning Point Action. Tyler, why don't you just give like a primer on Turning Point Action really quick?
Yeah, no, we are in all of the key swing states across the country. So we are the largest ground force. Turning Point Action is working to lay the framework ahead of 2026, 2028 to ensure that we keep winning. We have right now many things going on. Arizona, we've got some key get out the vote opportunities actually at 10 o'clock right now. We have an entire team that's going out and knocking doors. We're doing the same in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. You can get on our app, so you can download the Turning Point Action app. It's blue to get involved yourself. So it's Turning Point Action app, tpaction.com.
Yeah, and tpaction.com, right? tpaction.com if you want to get involved. Have you seen a surge of signups?
Yeah, so we've had tens of thousands. We had over 120,000 people that had signed up to get involved. And you just talked about TPUSA Faith kind of being the more adult.
Yeah.
So it's TP Action.
I love it. Well, 120,000, that's breaking news, actually. We're going to welcome back National Radio in about 2 seconds, and we'll continue telling about that. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, radio stations across the country. Honored to be with you, Andrew Colvin, executive producer of this show, and Tyler Boyer, COO of Turning Point Action. You were just saying in the break that we had 120,000 plus people sign up to join Turning Point Action?
Yeah, in some way, shape, or form at Turning Point Action.
Wow.
And again, you had talked at the top of the hour about TPUSA Faith, the surge that's happened there. So everybody knows Turning Point for our college and high school program. And we've talked a lot about how many signups have happened there. The adult version of getting involved at Turning Point USA is TPUSA Faith. But then we also have Turning Point Action to get involved on the political side.
It's amazing.
So,
well, and
that's what they
so
do.
everybody who signs up is like a future door knocker. It's a future person who's going to use the app. I mean, it's really, that's amazing news. So I'm glad you shared that with everybody. So check it out, tpaction.com. We're going to be continuing talking about Turning Point Action in hour 2. So, but why we have this time with just you and I, Tyler, I want to talk about this Mehdi Hasan clip. So he's basically calling for Muslim call to prayer. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to know what you think of this. What do you think we should do when you have foreigners move into our country? Mehdi Hasan is a Muslim. I don't know his whole background, but he comes via the UK, and now he's, in America. And so here's cut 212, him calling for church bells next to Islamic calls for prayer.
I think that if you can play church bells, you can pray the call to prayer. We are as American as anyone else, and don't take any BS from anyone.
Oh, do you think so? Question for the audience is: do you think Mehdi Hasan is as American as anybody else? Freedom@CharlieKirk. I want to know your actual thoughts. Give a thoughtful answer. Mehdi Hasan, is he as American as you or I or Tyler Boyer here? Go ahead, Tyler.
Well, and just so that the entire audience understands, the loudspeakers outside of mosques play the call to prayer in Muslim predominant countries. This is something that has been fought and debated over across many places in Europe, even in Africa. So in Africa, this has been banned in many countries. It's stopped because it's very loud, it's very open, and it's obviously anti-Christian and anti.
Yeah, no, they think we're infidels.
Yeah,
actually, that they if you actually read the texts of their holy scriptures, we're infidels, and if we don't convert, we should be killed. And if you sort of agree to live at peace, they'll tax you to pay for their mosques.
So what Mehdi's suggesting is to come into places in America and force everyone to have to do this. That's really that's the angle. And this is not, I mean, this is even controversial. This has been banned across Europe.
And I was going to say, a lot of Western nations have done the same. But here's Muslim Dearborn Police Chief Shaheen on the Islamic call to prayer, blasting 5 times starting at sunrise daily. Play cut 210.
Oftentimes when we take readings, Council President, it's the ambient noise that's even louder than the call to prayer, to be honest with you. The truck will go by, hit a pothole, and it's much louder than the call to prayer. The 2 or 3 violations that we have had in the last couple of years have been met with compliance as soon as we've talked to the religious institutions. It's no different than church bells that you might hear on Sunday.
Oh, so no different than church bells. Well, so our friend, Matt Walsh, took issue with this, and he said, in reply to Mehdi Hasan, he said, Christianity built this country. Islam did not at all in even the slightest way. That's why we can have our church bells, you ungrateful little beep. But he didn't say beep. He said the real B word. And, honestly, it needed to be said, candidly. This country was born by settlers who came over from Christian Europe to set up religious freedom for themselves and to ask for the providence of Almighty God, of a Christian God, of Jesus on this nation called the United States of America. Now, it wasn't called that at the time, but it was called America. And they were coming to the new world to set up freedom. And we have been blessed by providence. You know who has, succeeded more in the modern time is Christian nations. And there's a reason for that. We have freedom. We have individual responsibility. We have open dialogue. We don't, subjugate our citizens. These are the ideas that gave birth to the American Revolution and to the Constitution. We trace our lineage back to the Magna Carta and so many other things. The point is, and Matt's, I think, point is well made. Somebody need to say it, so I'm not going to quibble over his choice of words here, because it needs to be said. America is a Christian nation, and we will remain that way. And one of Charlie's last and most passionate issues that he presented to the world was that we must not allow Islam to invade America. We must not allow Islam to invade the Christian West. And there you go. There's him saying it in tweet form. And we're going to stay on that because that was Charlie's warning to us, and we're not going to forget it. Hour 2 coming up.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. Get this, as many as 19 million Americans take fish oil supplements. We're often told that fish oil supplements are rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which of course can help with everything from heart health to joint health and so much more. But my next guest says, not so fast, my friend. Chad Walding is an expert in the field of physical therapy, nutrition, and nutraceuticals. He's also the co-founder of Native Path, which is a health and wellness company focused on supplements that are backed by science. Chad, it's good to see you. I took liberty of quoting you with the not so fast, my friend, but I think it's appropriate. Before we get kind of to the meat of all of this, talk about why you decided to found Native Path. Excuse me, I can't get my words out.
Yeah, we decided to found Native Path because humans have gotten off the path. If you look at our health in the past 100 years, chronic disease, heart disease, diabetes, obesity, all of these things have gotten worse in the past 100 years, despite all our advances in science and technology. So we really see a food industry that knows nothing about health, a health industry that knows nothing about food. So Native Path is really here to get people back in alignment with the way they're supposed to eat, the way they're supposed to move, the way we're supposed to live. So we spend a lot of time on education. And with our supplements, what we're trying to do, what we are doing is filling in the gaps, all the vitamins, nutrients that are missing in the modern diet. Let's fill that in so we can feel our best and get back on the path, as we say.
All right, so let's get to the meat of this conversation. Fish oil, you say it's not quite what's necessarily advertised?
Yeah, and when we talk about fish oil, we should start by saying that omega-3s are beneficial to overall health, right? As you said earlier, omega-3s reduce inflammation, they contribute to heart health, brain health, bone health, metabolism, and potentially even cancer prevention. But the thing is, when most people hear omega-3s, they're automatically thinking fish oil. So hundreds of supplement companies have seized the opportunity to supply fish oil to consumers in hopes of augmenting the omega-3s we need. But the science that's coming out about fish oil is a little murky. You know, Harvard Health published a major study of multiple randomized trials testing fish oil against a placebo, and the conclusion was there's no evidence of heart-related benefits from fish oil. Cleveland Clinic published an article stating fish oil pills aren't doing what you think they're doing. In fact, one of the studies found that fish oil may actually increase LDL cholesterol. So it's getting a little murky, and I think there's a couple problems with fish oil we need to bring to light here. Number one, it's not pure, right? It's coming from oceans that are now tainted in the modern world with pollutants and toxins which prevent it from working. So I simply don't trust the fish oil coming from those waters. And number two, it doesn't get absorbed by the human body very well, especially when compared to krill oil, which the studies are now showing is a more superior form of omega-3s.
I'm glad you brought up krill oil because that was going to be my next thing. That is the alternative that you're selling there at Native Path.
Right. So krill oil is a better form of omega-3s, we feel. And most people think it's a fish. It's actually a shrimp-like crustacean, and it's abundant in the pure waters of the Antarctica. So what really caught our attention was the study showing that krill oil is a more potent and absorbable form of omega-3s compared to fish oil. It's actually 50% more absorbable and 8 times more bioavailable in the human body. So you get more bang for your buck. And the reason is it becomes in a phospholipid form. That phospholipid form is all over our bodies, which allow it to penetrate our cells. It's also more powerful than fish oil. One study found that fish oil, even given at lower doses, krill oil is more effective even at lower doses at supporting heart health than fish oil. But the biggest difference between krill oil and fish oil is a powerful antioxidant that is not found in fish oil. It's called astaxanthin. It's really the key to achieving all the benefits you're seeking from omega-3s.
All right, so for people who are interested, may want to order, at least do some more research, how can they find out that information and what you're offering there at Native Path?
Absolutely. So we're extending up to 66% off to the audience today when they visit nativepathkrilloil.com. So I'll give that again. Visit nativepathkrilloil.com for up to 66% off.
All right, and folks, the information is right there at the bottom of your screen. You can log on as we speak and go ahead and make your order. You can get yourself 66% off. That's pretty significant. Well, that's going to do it for us here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate you being here with us for this news break. We're going to take a quick break, and then get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1,
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, Hour 2. We are live here in studio. Got, of course, Tyler Boyer, COO of Turning Point Action, one of the most important activists in the country. Tyler Boyer, I just want to give you some flowers, some kudos there. Exactly. But we're also joined this hour by a great friend of the show, great friend of Arizona, great friend of the country, a patriot, Sheriff Mark Lamb. Welcome.
Well, thanks for having me on. This is a true privilege. Yeah. I wish Charlie were here as well with us, but and my condolences to all of you guys and to everybody, the Turning Point family, and of course Erica and her kids. But he's a true patriot, and it's an honor to be on the show today.
Yeah, well, we're honored to have you here, and we've got to fill the audience in on some updates because there's a lot of moving pieces. We think about 2026, we think about 2028, but there's a lot of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. Tyler, you are one of the key players, I would say, nationally that is working to make sure that the conservative grassroots, I mean, Charlie always said we want Republicans in Congress, in the Senate, in the White House that are as conservative as the base. Tyler, explain, set the stage, and then we'll throw it to Sheriff Lamb.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem that we have across the country right now is we need to convince good people to run for office. And they have to be ready to go, meaning they have to have some backing, already some name ID, some understanding of what the issues are that are at hand. And, that's why it's so exciting to see good people run. And I think you have some big news today, right?
I do, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I just want to say thank you for the work that Turning Point and Turning Point Action has done, mobilizing. We changed that election. You guys changed that election for President Donald Trump, and now we have him in office. And look at what we've been able to do in 2 years, getting the border under control. It's not fixed long term, and that's where we need more patriots in office that are going to stand up and fight for American values. So I can't, like any good cop, I can't run from a fight. And so I'm announcing today my candidacy for CD5, which is East Mesa, Apache Junction, Santan Valley, Gilbert, South Chandler. And I'm getting in because, listen, I believe in America, and thank you. I believe in America. I believe in our history, our birthright, and I think America has a bright future, and I want to be part of it.
Well, this district is really special because this is Andy Biggs' district. So this is really, a lot of people have called this the epicenter of the Freedom Caucus because this is Andy Biggs, as we know, was the longstanding chair of the Freedom Caucus. So what does that mean to you? What's kind of your vision for why you're running for Congress, what you're hoping to do and carry on that legacy?
Well, those are big shoes to fill. Andy has been a stalwart in the Freedom Caucus. He understands the Constitution and representing his people, and he has that belief in God, family, freedom like I do, where his decisions are trying to always do what's right by his citizens and taking those three things into consideration. And so those are big shoes to fill. I'm honored to even be able to try to run and get in this position behind Andy because what he's done for I live in CD5. I couldn't be more proud to have him as a congressman. I hope to have him as a governor as well. And I hope that I can go in there. I've met with the Freedom Caucus. I want to be, back a few months ago, I met with him, told him I was thinking about this. And I truly want to be the champion for Arizona and freedom like Andy has been for the state of Arizona and for CD5 for so long. So big shoes to fill, but I'm confident that we can go in there and do it. I'm cut from the same cloth. Look, I believe in God, family, freedom. I believe in the rule of law. I believe in America. I believe in all the things that built this country. And like you said, we need proven fighters in this realm right now. We may only have a couple more years. Well, we know we've got a couple more years of President Trump. Hopefully we can take the Congress again and be able to do some really great work over the next 2 years. And we need guys that can hit the ground running. And I know that I can do that in CD5 for the people of Arizona and of CD5 and honestly for this country.
Yeah, I mean, you are so well known across the country, from your Life PD days to everything.
60 days in, all that stuff.
Everything else that you've done. And then obviously you ran for Senate. Very, very friendly race. I just think it was just kind of an interesting thing here. What is your plan kind of moving forward to hit the ground running because you're so well known? How do you think that you're going to be able to be a voice on behalf of Americans as soon as you get into Congress? What's What's the first thing that Mark Lamb's going to tackle?
Well, look, I pride myself on my work ethic. So first of all, you got to get into the office. You know, we've got to work hard, and I'm going to show the people of CD5 that I'll work just as hard for them in Washington, D.C. We've got a lot of issues. You know, the border is still something that's got to be solidified. What we saw from President Trump coming in is we didn't need more laws. Yep. We needed a new president. And now what we need, and a new leader, that because he's truly a leader, and he's taken us places that this country has been needing to go for a long time. But he needs the help. He needs the support. Andy's been there. We got to make sure that we continue with that. And so I hope to help him fix the border long term, get some long-term fixes through Congress. Yes. We want to make sure we continue to fund and support our law enforcement across this country, federal, and we want to give all the support to the states for their state and local law enforcement. Obviously, beyond that, we've got economy, we've got, Social Security, we've got a lot of other things. We've got water here in Arizona. There are a lot of issues we're going to have to dive into. We need people that have been to that, down to the Capitol, been to D.C., that have been fighting for these things for years, and I hope to be that champion. But obviously, I think the border, securing that, making sure that we get a long-term fix to the border and remove the people that have been in this country illegally, I think is some of the things that I hope to be able to help President Trump do.
Well, I have a question on that. I mean, you've seen ICE facilities get shot up. You've seen this 1,000% increase on assaults on ICE agents. I mean, I think basically most of the energy that the Dems showed with this No Kings nonsense came from the immigration policies of President Trump, right? The ICE agents, they're calling it, and some of the National Guard story as well. But then you had this story that came out of Los Angeles yesterday where a federal agent was shot trying to arrest an illegal alien in L.A., and I guess the illegal alien got shot. There was a ramming incident involved. Let's go ahead and play this news report really quick, and I'm going to get your reaction to it. 2:35.
A U.S. Marshal and an illegal alien were both shot in L.A. It was during an immigration operation. Both at this time, we are told, have non-life-threatening injuries. Fox is told that federal agents surrounded and boxed in a target. That target then rammed federal vehicles in an attempt to escape. The feds fired their weapons. One U.S. Marshal was hit in his hand in what initially appears to be a bullet ricochet. The target criminal alien was hit in the elbow, we are told. Both expected to be okay, and they are at the hospital.
And then just one extra clip here, actually, that I think is really important. Democrats are announcing that they are creating a master ICE tracker now, Sheriff Lamb. 2:43.
I shared this with the mayor. Over the course of the next couple of weeks, the Oversight Committee will be launching on their website a master ICE tracker where we're going to be essentially tracking every single instance that we can verify that the community will be able to send us information on.
So this is putting a direct target on the backs of federal agents. It's endangering their lives, not to mention a clear obstruction of federal immigration law.
Absolutely. This is why we've seen, a 600 to 1,000% increase in attacks on our federal law enforcement. They're doing it because you have politicians like this who are going out, or Tim Walz saying these guys are the Gestapo. No, they're doing the job that Congress actually lined out and said, this is why we want you to, these are the rules of being in our country, and if you come in the country illegally, we're going to remove you. And I think that the media and the politicians bear the responsibility for the violence that we're seeing against our federal law enforcement, and we need to start holding people accountable. Just, you talk about the federal law, Title 8, Section 1324 says that it is illegal to shield, harbor, or conceal. I mean, this is shielding, harboring, and concealing anybody who you know to be in this country
and
illegally.
They're provoking these conflicts with ICE agents all over the country, and we're seeing this a lot in California, where they have these roving bands of volunteers that just so happen to have legal representatives standing by in case something happens. And if they happen to provoke ICE agents, who, by the way, are on high alert because they're getting shot at, they're getting attacked, they're getting their cars rammed by the Latin Kings and other groups that actually want them dead. And so then these volunteers go and try and track their movements, and they act surprised when there is a conflict that happens in the streets. We're going to continue on with Sheriff Mark Lamb in just one second. I'm going to tell you quickly about Alan Jackson and his podcast, Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson podcast. What makes this podcast really unique is that they take a biblical perspective, the truth from the Bible, and they apply it to issues we're facing today. So these are cultural issues. We all know about them. Gender confusion, abortion, immigration, like we're talking about now, Doge, Trump and the White House, issues in the church, and much, much more. And so they bring in guests that are experts on these things, and then they apply biblical perspectives to teach you how to be part of the solution in bringing this country back to a place of sanity and faith. So check it out again. That's the Culture and Christianity podcast. It's informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Be sure to subscribe and don't miss any episodes. Alan Jackson Ministries is working hard to bring biblical truth back into our culture. You can find out more about Pastor Alan Jackson and the ministry, alanjackson.com/Charlie. That's alanjackson.com/Charlie. Check it out. He's a good man. He texts me encouragements, I can tell you. Takes an interest in the show. Check it out. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1,
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/Rav to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve America.
Lamb in just a second. Of course, we have Tyler Boyer from Turning Point Action here. This is a Turning Point Action Power Hour. That's what we're doing here. We're going to talk about the grassroots, what we can do to get Sheriff Lamb in office, what we're going to do in Arizona, but also New Jersey. We're going to turn our sights on New Jersey, so stay tuned for that. That race is, we got Jack is surging. Ciattarelli is surging in New Jersey, and that would be a huge, huge feather in the conservative cap. But before we get there, I want to tell you about YRefi, our good friends over there at YRefi. If you find yourself in a situation where you have private student loan debt, which of course there is $45 billion of private student loan across this country, I mean, it's distressed or defaulted, you need to call these guys, whyrefi.com. They're good patriots that care about students. They care about parents that have gotten themselves tied into their these private student loans of their students. By the way, college is a scam. Maybe don't take out so many loans to get these useless degrees. Go learn a trade. Go learn something actually useful, but that's a different conversation for another day. Refi is great. They sponsor our campus tour, sponsor Turning Point USA. They help this show, and they've stood by us through thick and thin. So please give them a chance to help you. Go to whyrefi.com. That's YREFY.com or 888-YREFI34, whyrefi.com. Check it out. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We have Sheriff Mark Lamb in studio live. He has just made news, folks. He is going to be running for Congress. Andy Biggs' seat that he is, of course, departing because he's running for governor of this state. When we endorse Andy wholeheartedly, he is going to run away with the primary if the polling holds, and Tyler's going to make sure that happens. And we're going to do our part here on the show. So the seat is open, and the worst thing that could happen to this country is if the seat was open and then it got replaced by some rhino or some, feckless wonder that nobody knew and nobody cared about. Instead, you are rising to the occasion. We were talking about in the break that you are one of the few people anybody could think of with the name ID, the patriotism, the passion, the credibility on the most important hot button topics, especially immigration. And so we're grateful to you that you're stepping to the plate. I know it's a sacrifice for your family. It's a sacrifice for you personally. And we're just grateful that you're willing to do it.
Well, I appreciate it. And look, the sacrifice, we look at, Charlie's lived a life. President Trump has made sacrifices. So many great, Andy's made sacrifices. We need those people, those true patriots that are unapologetic for America, for God, for family, for having children, all the things that, when at the Memorial for Charlie, when you guys did that event, just all the things that he talked about and the way he talked about it, he was never apologetic for it. He was He was a stalwart defender of the values that built this country, and I'm honored to be in a position to where I could go out and do the same thing. I want to be the representative for CD5. I want to go Washington, D.C. and defend the people's constitutional rights, their freedom. I want to be unapologetic about God, family, and the things that make this country great.
Well, and your family has a connection. We talked about this, and I don't want to get too emotional here with all of this, but we lost Charlie. I know you and your sweet wife Janelle went through the heartache of losing your son Cooper, and just the connection that's there with all of that. And I know that drives you.
Absolutely.
Talk a little bit about that. And again, I don't mean to spring that on you, but
No, look, it's a big part of our life, and it's part of what drives us. Part of the reason why I ran for Senate was we lost my son, my granddaughter, my 22-year-old son, my 11-month-old granddaughter. My daughter-in-law died a few days later from somebody driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol. That's right. But what it reminded us is there is no guarantee for tomorrow. And that the only thing we take with us is what we do in this life. And there's an old Danish saying that says that he who has the ability has the responsibility. Right. And it's hard to walk away knowing you have the ability to come in and defend the values and the freedoms that this country was built on, to defend God, to defend all of what we believe as a family. And losing my son and my granddaughter really put all that into perspective, and my daughter-in-law put that into perspective for us. Losing Charlie put it into perspective for me again and made me realize now is the time. We're, like Esther says, we're made for times like this. And so I know that's not exactly how she said it. I put it in Mark Lamb terms.
No, it's great.
We're made for such a time as this. And so I would be doing a disservice to my family, to my country, if I stood on the sidelines at this time. So,
well, and I know that speaks a lot to those that know you very, very closely and very personally. People know you, I think, more broadly as the sheriff and the big bad sheriff that's kind of representing conservative values against some of the negativity that we just talked about with the left just trying to run over our nation with lawlessness and crime. But that we just talked about, that crime has personally affected all of us that are sitting here. and in different ways. And so having somebody step up like yourself to fight with that I know that's deep down, really imprinted on your soul, I think matters a whole lot for people to understand and know.
Yeah, well said. I see you as I think a lot of America sees you as a strong man who's willing to fight the good fight to keep us safe, to stand up. You were standing in the gap during a lawless administration that was allowing our country to be invaded, and you were patrolling that border day in, day out, and you weren't just patrolling it, you were waving the alarm bells, trying to tell the country and the world of just how bad it had gotten. And a man that's willing to do that when there's nobody that has your six, nobody has your back, and you're willing to stand in the gap and do that speaks to your character and your courage. And that's what we're going to need, especially as our brave ICE agents are getting targeted like never before. We need more support and backup for this fight right now.
Well, thank you for that. And America's best days are ahead. I truly believe that. But we need people that aren't afraid. During COVID, I stood up against the lockdowns. I stood against the mask mandates, the vaccines. Then we had the whole border issue. And I hope that people realize and see that I'm a proven conservative fighter. And I would love to continue that fight and do it on a national level.
We're gonna do everything we can at this show and at Turning Point Action to have your back, and because you've had ours, and you are a proven conservative fighter. Charlie loved you. He respected you. And I know that.
And marklamb.us, by the way, but thank you, because I keep forgetting marklamb.us.
Marklamb.us. Donate, support his campaign, volunteer, get out to vote. We're going to be doing our part. Please do yours. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Mark.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is drawing a line in the sand, saying that he's open to meet with Democrat leaders from the House and Senate to discuss the ongoing government shutdown, but only under one condition.
I'd love to meet with them. I just want them to open up the country first. You know, the country is so hot right now, and they've never voted against, continuation. They've never voted against. They've never done that. They're doing this because they have Trump derangement syndrome. But I would love to meet. I would like to meet with both of them. But I set one little caveat. I will only meet if they let the country open. They have to let the country open.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who Republicans blame for the shutdown, says he has asked the president to meet this week before 47 heads to Asia on Friday. We'll see if the Democrats blink in order to facilitate a meeting with the commander-in-chief in the next couple of days. President Trump says his plan for a face-to-face meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin is off for now, as he sees such a meeting being a, quote, waste of time. The two were supposed to meet in Budapest, Hungary, to continue talks related to ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. That meeting was supposed to be an encore to the president's meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the White House last week. However, Russia's foreign minister says on Tuesday that his country is opposed to an immediate ceasefire, which appears to be a non-starter for President Trump. Now, on the other side of the world, the Trump administration claiming success in its peace deal and ceasefire agreement between Israel, and Hamas.
We are 1 week into President Trump's historic peace plan in the Middle East, and things are going, frankly, better than I expected that they were. We're here at the Civilian Military Cooperation Center, which we are announcing the opening of. You have Israelis and Americans working hand in hand to try to begin the plan to rebuild Gaza, to implement a long-term peace, and to actually ensure that you have security forces on the ground in Gaza, not composed of Americans, who can keep the peace over the long term. So we've got a lot of work left to do. This is going to take a very, very long time.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance on the ground in Israel. That's a quick check of your headlines.
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett here with Tyler Boyer, COO of Turning Point Action, leading the charge. One of the most important activists in the country is Tyler Boyer. I want to tell you about mypatriotsupply.com, and of course there's a /Kirk in there. It's the perfect time to ask yourself some questions like, how much food do you have on hand for emergencies? How would you get clean water if the tap went dry tomorrow? What would you do if a storm knocked out your power for a week? If you're anything like me, there's room for improvement. I can tell you that I've already improved kind of a lot, actually, because My Patriot Supply sent me a ton of boxes, and we've got them all in a really safe place. We're ready to go. But luckily, my friend at Patriot Supply are making disaster preparedness easier and more affordable than ever by giving you over $1,500 worth of emergency food and preparedness gear for free. They've launched their Preparedness Month Mega Kit, and it includes a full year of emergency food. That's right, a full year, a water filtration system. So if you got like a hot tub or a pool, you can use that actually in these instances when the tap runs dry. You can purify almost any water source with that. It's got a solar backup generator and a lot more. And here's the best part. If you go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk, you can get 90 preparedness essentials totaling over $1,500 absolutely free. Head to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk for full details. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. All right, Tyler, since this is the Turning Point Action Power Hour, the patriotism hour, the grassroots hour, I'm throwing it over to you to welcome our friend Brandon in, who's back east right now.
Yeah, we have an incredible team that spans across the country. As we mentioned, we're in every key target state, including in the Northeast and New Hampshire and Pennsylvania, and we have taken our team and we've been working in New Jersey. So Brandon Malley is our regional manager for our field operation, the biggest field operation within the conservative movement, and he is out in New Jersey right now actually laying the groundwork, doing Super Chase events there. Brandon, are you with us? How you doing, my friend?
Thanks for having me on, Tyler. I'm doing great and very excited to be bringing the Turning Point Action brand to the Garden State.
Well, you have a lot of family in New Jersey. We have a New Jersey connection. My wife's from North Jersey. You've got family in Jersey. So how are things looking out there right now? I know you've been working really hard with Cliff Maloney at the NewJerseyChase.org. That's njchase.org with Cliff. And then as you've been laying the groundwork and preparing for our big Super Chase events out there.
Well, I can say that the race is going to be extremely competitive. So many people have been fired up over the last month in Jersey. I was in South Jersey yesterday, knocking on doors, getting a feel for just how close the race will be. And we even have people that were on the sidelines for the 2024 election, believe it or not, because they felt like New Jersey was uncompetitive, that are going to be voting, and they're going to be voting for Republican Jack Ciattarelli. So we're going to channel a lot of that energy that we've seen come in over the last month in the conservative movement and bring our brand to the state so that we can activate low prop reds to get out to vote.
Yeah, so tell the audience a little bit remind everyone. I know Charlie and I talked a lot about Super Chase events last year going into the election, but explain to the audience what a Super Chase event looks like and then the ones that we have coming up on November 2nd and 3rd.
So basically a Super Chase event is where we take the energy on the ground for an election and get all of our activists together in a rally type of event. But then where we take it to the next level is that we mobilize everybody to action. We ask everyone to go out and knock on doors in the neighborhoods, and we hold these events in areas that have a lot of low propensity Republican voters, high concentrations. So this is really our mobilization effort. We combine rallying the troops with the Super Saturday model. We make it fun and exciting for everybody, and we target the low propensity subset of voters.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So just for everybody to understand how you can get, people ask all the time, how can I get involved, Andrew? What can I do? What can I do more? You can show up to a state where there's an important race that's being run. You can plan your vacations now. You can plan your vacations for Arizona next year with us next November. Right now, show up to New Jersey. If you're in a surrounding state, if you're in the New York metro area, if you're in the Philadelphia metropolitan area, if you are in Maryland, if you're in the DC area, it's a quick train or drive up to actually get involved and help win a state that's winnable.
Now, I have a question for you. So if you are remote, say you're living in California right now. I mean, people don't realize California has the most registered Republicans, I think, of any state. Yeah, there's more Democrats in the state, so it's a very difficult state to win, but there's millions of them.
Yep.
If they want to get involved and they're not able to fly out, what would you recommend that they do?
Yeah, I mean, you can actually download the Turning Point Action application. So if you search on the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store for Turning Point Action, TP Action or Turning Point Action, you can download it. It's a blue icon. Don't download the TP USA app. Download the Turning Point Action app.
Or
get both, but I'm saying to get out the vote, you have to have the blue application. You tap the arrows in the top left-hand corner of that. You put in your cell phone number, and then you can actually go out and click Help Make Calls or send text messages, and you can start making calls and texts into New Jersey and other key places that on there it says disengaged New Jersey or New Jersey disengaged.
Yep.
Those are the voters that need to be contacted.
Well, so I'm going to show you guys just a little bit here. Let's look at image 203. So this is New Jersey update. It looks like it was put out by Election Wizard, and it shows that 2025 voter registration change. So the net gain for the GOP is 42,000 votes, over 42,000 votes. So Ciattarelli lost in 2021 when he ran for governor by 84,000. So just in the net registration change, he's already made up half of that difference. Now I want to show you this is another interesting insight, right? 247, throw up 247. So this is a poll by Rutgers Eagleton, and they have Mikey Sherrill up by 5. Okay, so you might think, 5, that's really disappointing. Well, here's that same pollster missed by 5.2 in the Democrats' direction. So in 2021.
Yep.
So they say he's down. That Jack Ciattarelli's down by 5. Well, guess what? In 2021, they were off in the Democrats' direction in their favor by 5.2, which would mean if you apply the same standard to 2025, that means Jack Ciattarelli wins the governorship. And go ahead.
That's a really good point. There were polls ahead of the election in 2021 saying that he was down 12 points.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Yeah, well, and that one just had come out 4 hours ago. So that's a brand new one from Rutgers Eagleton.
So to your point, if they're off even remotely close, Jack has a real chance of winning on election day, but it's all turnout on election day.
Totally. It's all turnout. It's all low props. We've learned our lesson from 2022, 2020, and we put it into effect in 2024. We have to get those low prop voters out to the polls. It's all a game. How many pieces of paper can you get in the box? You got to get the pieces of paper in the box. Here's one more I'm going to show you, 249. This is from a few days ago. This is Insider Advantage, and they have the poll statistically tied with Sherrill at 45%, Ciattarelli at 44%, with 11% undecided. And here's the good news: independents are breaking Ciattarelli +6. So, Tyler, that's a big insight there. Independents are breaking +6 for Ciattarelli, 43-37. So, GOP consolidation plus turnout trends mirror this trend. So, we want to make sure that we get the get out the vote, folks. I'm curious, Brandon. I know we're mostly working with low propensity conservatives, but are you seeing that trend with independents just anecdotally on the ground? Is that kind of the vibe? Is it a 50-50 thing, or are they distinctly leaning in Jack's favor?
I think they're leaning more in Jack's favor than +6. I think
interesting.
We're going to see something closer to 2/3 of late-breaking undecideds go Jack's way. And these are people that may not have even voted for President Trump, but realize that New Jersey is broken fundamentally and something needs to change. So we're actually going into parts of the state, again, targeting the low props. The highest targeted areas in the state are going to be in Lakewood, New Jersey, and some townships in Burlington. So we think that could help make the difference in this race, just activating those people, because the Ciattarelli campaign has done a good job picking up the non-traditional GOP vote.
Yeah, and you bring up something that's really important, Brandon. New Jersey is fundamentally broken. So Jack, in every commercial that he's putting out and he's talking about, is the extraordinarily high property taxes that exist in New Jersey. It's one of the worst. It's like almost impossible for a young person to live in New Jersey. Remember, we're seeing a shift where you're going from a heavy baby boomer state to a heavy millennial state, because that's where the jobs are. The people who are employed, that have to go into New York City, that have to go into Philadelphia, that have to maintain their local businesses, the blue collar, the muscular class that we talk about, they're all predominantly millennials now. And they can't afford to survive in New Jersey if it keeps going on the track that it's going, because taxes have just continued to go up and up and up and up, and they've been high for a long time.
It's such a good point. I mean, I can't imagine having to live in New Jersey. I could. I mean, obviously, if you're from there and you're born there and your family's there, there's a lot of great patriots in New Jersey, like really salt of the earth people, but they've just been outnumbered for so long. This is their chance to really finally fight back and stop some of that. I mean, they had Chris Christie, but I don't want to get into that. But you guys have some Super Chase events scheduled, and we have a graphic here. So go up, throw up 253. So this is Take Back New Jersey, 3 p.m. Sunday, November 2nd at Ocean County Park, and then 4 p.m. Monday, November 3rd at Freedom Park. And so you can get involved. Go to tpaction.com/Super Chase and /NJ, because it's a standing URL /Super Chase.
Yeah,
so then we do it by
you can go tpaction.com/Super Chase and then just click on New Jersey, or tpaction.com/Super Chase/New Jersey. That'll show these two events. And again, these two events that we've pulled up here are super important. One is happening in Lakewood at Ocean County Park. That's at 3 p.m. on Sunday, November 2nd. The second is in Medford at Freedom Park at 4 p.m. on Monday, November 3rd. These are your last two opportunities. So if you can do one thing for Charlie, if you can do one thing for the movement, block some time off at 3 p.m. on Sunday, come help knock a few doors, and do the same thing on Monday. Take some time off.
Big showing. What a big showing. Brandon, thanks for joining the show, my friend. Keep up the good work. Knock on doors, inspire the Patriots. You're doing the Lord's work. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks for having me on.
Awesome. I'm going to tell you about patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. These, Glenn and Jenny, the whole team at Patriot Mobile are fantastic humans. I say that every time because I really, really mean it. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. They have had our back, and they're always texting us. They're texting us encouragements. They're with us. They're, not going anywhere, 100% support, and I love that about them. And every time we do, like, these reads, sometimes Glenn will send them to me and say, yeah, you're doing such a good job. So I just love Glenn and the team. They're really good people, really good values. They fight for the same values that we fight for, and they give you the same service that you want. All three major carriers. You can get it through Patriot Mobile, and you can even put two carriers on the same phone, which is what I do. So you'll always have service. They make switching really easy. You can keep your phone or upgrade. So go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie, patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT today. Make the switch. We'll be right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
I love this because you were talking about how important it is to actually get, people can fly in, they can drive in. If you live near New Jersey, you can get in a car, you can get on a train, go volunteer your time. But this is a great throwback video from the campaign where Charlie met these Canadians. Well, whatever. It's Commonwealth. It's fine. That had flown down to Arizona to help Turning Point knock on doors. Let's go ahead and play 251.
You're chasing ballots. Where are you guys from?
From near Toronto, Ontario,
Canada.
Near Vancouver.
So from a communist country.
Yes.
Exactly.
Right.
They are here to help us make sure our country doesn't become communist. How cool is that? Canadian patriots coming to help out the United States of America. The least you guys can do is vote.
Oh, I love that. So that's such a good point. Like, if Canadians were motivated to come knock on doors, then the least you can do if you're in Philly, if you're anywhere in New Jersey. By the way, Jack Posobiec's watching, and he's giving me a hard time for saying, can you imagine living in New Jersey? I didn't mean that it's not beautiful or filled with great people. I just meant the government is terrible.
No, the taxes.
The taxes. That's all I meant. Yes, it's beautiful. It's like only winter there, like 8 months a year. It's not bad. It's not too bad. We're going to welcome back radio in just a second. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Do you feel the same as I do that this show just flies by?
It flies by.
There's always so much more I wanted to say so much more about Mehdi Hasan than I got a chance to.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's tons to talk about. We could talk for 2 hours about that. But you sometimes will message me and be like, hey, can you pop on the show? And by the time I read the message, the show's over. It goes too fast.
Wait, if you're in the chair, it goes really fast. I mean, what was crazy is that Charlie would do this show and then he would, talk about, or he would go lead Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action and go raise money. I mean, the guy was an absolute machine. But I think it's very fitting that we have you here today, Tyler, because, well, let's just let the video do the work. 246. That's right. It's Tyler Boyer's birthday. So happy birthday, my friend.
Big 30.
Well, we're not done with our surprises here. Here we go. Did you make a wish? Oh, you got a wish? What's a prayer? We make prayers.
We make prayers here, and we're praying, and we don't just rely on wishes and prayers. We actually go do the work too to show who's on the Lord's side. So that's what I'm so proud of today. Actually, we have so many people that are out in the field today for Turning Point Action doing the work in Arizona and New Jersey, across the country on the app we mentioned. So I just want to say a huge thank you to our team because that's what matters the most.
Well, a great birthday gift would be making sure Jack Ciattarelli becomes the next governor of New Jersey. And can't forget about Winsome Sears. Don't sleep on Winsome. It's a little bit tougher state the way that is lining up, but that AG's probably the AG in that state.
AG should be a slam dunk.
Is way ahead now because of those Jay Jones nasty tweets or leaked text messages wishing violence upon his political enemy and his kids. But also we had Mark Lamb. So get involved, marklamb.us, support him. That's going to be a great race to follow. And, also, I just want to say, yes, there's some images of the great Mark Lamb. What you said about people that cannot make it and cannot fly, even if we have Canadians flying to Arizona last year during the election. You need to be able to get there. But if you can't, and you just absolutely can't for whatever reason, download the Turning Point Action app. We can't say it enough. You can make phone calls. Are we still doing the postcard thing?
Yeah. So you can make calls, texts, send postcards, which is super helpful. The handwritten postcard telling people, again, your testimony of why it matters to vote, why it matters to get behind conservatives is so important.
Yeah.
We are turning the heart. So this is a revival we talked about at the hearts of Christians that are coming back to church, focusing on their family. Mm-hmm. But this is patriotism because downstream from your culture of going back and turning back to your family, turning back to Christ is actually getting involved in the community and doing those things.
Well, exactly right. I mean, and I mentioned that I broke some news about Turning Point, TPUSA Faith yesterday on an interview with Fox News. And I mean, that is totally true. You're seeing this resurgence, this revival of faith in the wake of Charlie's murder. And that has to translate into action. Faith without works is dead, as it tells us in Scripture. And so we want to make sure that we're doing the actions, doing the works, and putting our faith into action. As Charlie would have said, the whole point of TPUSA Faith was that we should not cede the public square to the atheists and the communists and the pink-haired jihadis. We have to get involved. We have to keep our foot on the gas, and we have to make sure that we seize all of this momentum, all of this outpouring of love and support for Charlie and his legacy and what his life meant, and put that faith into action. And so that is our call and our charge to you in the audience today is get involved. This show was forged on grassroots activism and patriotism. It was all about the grassroots. It will remain about the grassroots and the muscular class and the everyday working men and women in this country that make it work, that love it, that believe in church bells, not Muslim calls to prayer, that believe in putting patriots in office where they can make a difference. And that is your call. That is your charge. That is your challenge today. Get involved. Download the Turning Point Action app. Honor Tyler Boyer's birthday. Honor Charlie Kirk and his legacy. Get involved. Get in the fray. Get in the arena and leave it all out on the field, because we need this country to be preserved for patriots in the next generation. That is your call. Tyler, thank you for joining us today. It's been a pleasure, my friend.
Thanks for all the hard work, Andrew.
Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade.
President Donald Trump's Department of Justice is moving swiftly to prosecute alleged members of Antifa after he signed an executive order declaring the militant anti-fascist movement a domestic terrorist organization.
Out of our state. These are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid.
Accused of causing chaos and destruction, especially in American cities like Seattle and Portland.
They want to overthrow the government.
But extremism researchers like Karlin Borisenko say in order to fully understand what fuels this decentralized network.
And so you're going to get a really inside look at like the agenda of the far left.
The Bay Area Anarchist Book Fair in Oakland is where to begin.
A lot of this stuff is about doing illegal stuff like...
We just have to sort of watch our backs here.
I got you. A lot of this comes from their publishing company called Crime Think.
Borisenko and I recently went undercover and discovered a disturbing world that goes beyond T-shirts and New York Times best-selling authors.
And this one literally says anti-fascist action.
Training martial arts for anti-fascism. They are a decentralized group, that's very true. But it's like, this is how they coordinate, through the zines, through the publications, things like that.
Borisenko says this is where the radical left organizes, recruits, and indoctrinates the next generation of Antifa militants.
So if I take this? Yeah. Thank you.
Generously giving away free propaganda material on how to mobilize for a violent direct action. Selling soccer scarves to fundraise for an Antifa bail fund.
Basically for folks that get into trouble.
With the government crackdown, what do you think is going to happen now?
It's a good question.
And pushing tons of material.
Yep, we're a bookstore and art gallery.
Like these XXX LGBTQ comic books, easily accessible to children. Then there are the workshops, including a DIY abortion session, where organizers claim women's reproductive rights are under attack in America.
I know some of you have heard about our abortion cards.
Teaching attendees how to make their own morning after pills through this video.
Second stop so that you clear it, and that's all that it takes.
That's easily accessible on YouTube.
First dose left. Misoprostol is an incredibly safe drug. It's safer than Tylenol.
Abortion is critical to far left strategies because they believe it liberates women from being a part of the gender binary. The gender binary is one of the oppressive mechanisms of capitalism. And so if they can liberate women from the reproductive obligations that they have as women to raise kids in capitalist families and stuff like that, they believe that's a blow to capitalism.
Can I get a ice?
The all-day sessions ended with a panel on organizing against ICE. Representatives from NorCal Resist dressed up as Hamas terrorists in what they're now calling Kafia Bloc, instead of Black Bloc, since they know federal authorities are scrutinizing Antifa more than ever.
We have implemented things to counter their tactics, so we're constantly evolving, forcing them to change.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We are here live on Real America's Voice. Today is October 22nd, 2025, Anno Domini. Folks, absolutely amazing news. This is something that I've had for a little while, but of course have had to keep under wraps. Even though I heard about it, of course, certain things you just have to hold off for OPSEC purposes. Turning Point USA, the Frontlines street journalism team, infiltrated Antifa this past weekend. 2 cells of Antifa in 2 separate states and in 2 separate cities. And we are going to be interviewing members of the team that participated in that infiltration very soon here on today's episode. So for all the people who want to say that Antifa is not real, that the organization doesn't exist, that, oh, they're decentralized, they don't have a real leader, they don't have... No. It's a joke, it's a lie, and it's always been one. Antifa is the international arm of communism. They are the militant wing of communism, and they have been for 100 years. They even have an Antifa professor. His name is Dr. Antifa Mark Bray. He's over in Spain for some reason on the taxpayer dime out of New Jersey. Well, TPUSA did not take this lightly, and in fact spent the weekend not only having people, so Frontlines, the amazing thing about what these guys do, the men and women of Frontlines, not only do they literally put themselves into harm's way, and you saw many of them featured at the president's roundtable there at the White House. They're out there in Portland, they're out there in Seattle, they were in Chaz, they were in so many different things where bullets are flying, where tear gas is whizzing past them, where they're getting up close and personal with these radicals. But what does Antifa do when they're not out in the streets? Where do they go? How do they organize? How do they plan? Turning Point USA, Frontlines, is going to take you where they went, inside the Antifa cells, inside their planning, inside their ideological radicalization. And we will have them on to answer any questions. So, by the way, send your questions in 1776 at humanevents.com. That's 1776 at humanevents.com. Make sure that we get every single question answered that you want, because this was no joke. These are people who are marked men, people that Antifa have a kill list out for. And we know that the kill orders went out after that roundtable of Antifa at the White House featuring the president. But you know something? We're not backing down. We're doubling down. This infiltration operation was a massive success, and we've got the information and all the details, and of course, as always, the receipts. Coming up next, Human Events Daily. Right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or
And our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here, Human Events Daily. And folks, I've got a couple announcements that I want to make before we go into the Antifa infiltration. And the first one is going to be really interesting. You guys are going to like this. I know I really like this. I'm super excited, and I hope you will be as well. We are announcing a brand new partner here at Human Events Daily, a delicious and nutritious new partner. Yes, that's right. Human Events Daily is now partnering with Steak and Shake. Yes, that's right. Famous for the steak burgers, famous for real tallow. And Human Events Daily is now partnering with them. We're going to do a whole video on this and all the rest with Tanya Tay and the boys. Get those beef tallow fries, see how the boys like them. But folks, let me just tell you something. Somewhere along the way, we traded real flavor for seed oils and processed junk. It is time to take back our kitchens. And here's what's great. Steak and Shake is here to help. They are introducing Steak and Shake's new 100% pure beef tallow. No chemicals, no fillers. You can actually get the tallow direct from Steak and Shake now. We're talking the premium beef fat rendered the old-fashioned way. I'm talking about the way that my Polish grandparents cooked, okay? Right now, they have two options that you can choose from, and you can check them out both at steakandshake.com. And of course, Steak and Shake with the letter N. There's their grass-fed beef tallow. That's only $9 a jar. And then there's also their American Wagyu beef tallow. That's $12 a jar with a rich, buttery taste. Or you can bundle them both. Real simple, $19.99. Revolutionize your cooking. And Tanya Tay, I'll just tell you, she was so excited when I told her that we had this opportunity. You can fry the crispiest fries, sear the perfect steak, roast the vegetables, bursting with real, actual flavor. This is how food should taste, and you will see the difference immediately. Your taste buds will know. So bring tradition and taste back to your table with Steak and Shake beef tallow. Order now at steakandshake.com. That's Steak and Shake with the letter N. So that's for all of our Maha brethren out there. I know we're all trying to live the Maha life a little bit more. And so get your beef tallow at steakandshake.com. New partner here with Human Events Daily. But I have another announcement to make in terms of partnerships that Human Events has been up to. We do a little partnering behind the scenes, and wanted to bring this announcement to all of you. You may have heard recently over at the Department of War in the Pentagon Press Corps staged this walkout, refusing to take part in the new standards and new rules for accreditation over at the Pentagon. And they said, oh, well, you're not going to be credentialed if we have to follow rules and do these things. And they were marching out with their boxes and their binders. And, you know, they were going up on TV saying how they were the real victims and all of this nonsense. Well, the way I look at it is, gosh, what an opportunity to replace them. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that Human Events is now a partner of the new Pentagon Press Corps, as well as the Post-Millennial. And here to explain exactly what that means and what that entails and what's all going to happen, we have Kingsley Wilson from the Department of War here to discuss it. Kingsley, thanks for coming back.
Great to join you, Jack.
Well, I just have to say thank you so much for the opportunity to be involved in the Pentagon Press Corps. Of course, as a prior Navy officer myself, I never expected to be involved in the department in such a way, but here we are.
It's fantastic news, and we're so proud to have Human Events and over 60 other journalists that are going to be joining us here in the Pentagon. And you talked a little bit about the previous Pentagon Press Corps. They walked out because they refused to sign an agreement that was simple. It was common sense. It said, wear a visible press badge, don't go in classified spaces, stay in the correspondence corridor, and follow the building's rules. They refused to do that. They self-deported. That was their right, but also their loss, because now we get to have incredible journalists like yourself who are going to be here in the Pentagon reporting on what the Department of War is doing every single day. It's really the next generation of journalism at the Pentagon, and we're so excited for this new era and this new generation. I think we saw President Trump use this on the campaign trail so well, right? He didn't have to rely on the mainstream media's corrupt filter to get his message out. out. He went to independent journalists, he went on podcasts and alternative news networks where he was able to speak directly to the American people. That's exactly what we hope to do here at the Department of War, and we're really excited to welcome this new group of 60-plus journalists. It's awesome.
Well, and I have to say, by the way, just honored to have been included at the Navy's 250th birthday and tagging along sort of in the new media seat as well with the USS Bush and that display of naval firepower, the same firepower that the cartels are now getting a taste of down in the Mar Caribe when they're trying to infiltrate the United States and trying to cross get their illicit substances into our area. And, I was not to digress, but, I was on the Piers Morgan show yesterday and people were saying, how can the U.S. do this? And I said, well, wait a minute. The United States Navy and the Coast Guard have been interdicting small boats and interdicting gun runners and slavers and pirates and mercenaries and all rum runners during Prohibition and all the rest for actually hundreds of years in the Caribbean. This is nothing new. And so it's unbelievable to me that the press corps is just so deficient, or I should say the previous press corps was so deficient in understanding just basic history. Guys, it's worth a grok to understand that this is actually a mission that the United States military, in particular one, the United States Navy, one that I'm proud of to have been served in, has been doing for hundreds of years. And, I served at Guantanamo Bay right there in Southern Command to U.S. Southcom. And that had prior to detention operations, had been a key base as a recoaling station, a refueling station in these types of operations. This is nothing new. But again, just, to point to something that's going on right now that clearly shows that the people covering the Pentagon, people covering the Department of War, have no idea what they're talking about.
Absolutely. And that's why we're so excited to have folks like yourself, Jack, who were Navy intel officers, who understand this stuff, have that important perspective, and are going to be able to tell the American people the ground truth of what's going on without the leftist ideology, without the mainstream media spin. The American people are now going to get the cold hard facts. And the cold hard facts are that what we are doing in the Southcom AOR all across the Western Hemisphere is protecting the homeland and keeping the American people safe. That is something that President Trump campaigned on doing. It's something that Secretary Hegseth is incredibly focused on, and we will continue to ensure that people are not trafficking deadly narcotics into our borders, across our shores. It's totally unacceptable. If we have that kind of activity in the Gulf of America or elsewhere, we don't have a country. We don't have a homeland that is secure and protected, and we need to make sure as a Department of War that we are keeping the American people safe. So these operations will continue. We had our 8th strike yesterday, our first that was in the Eastern Pacific, and we will continue to seek out these narco-terrorists wherever they are and make sure that we dismantle these narco-terrorist networks. They can't be allowed to, wreak havoc on the American people anymore. President Trump has said no, so this has got to stop.
And by the way, Press Secretary Wilson, that I had this. I was on the Piers Morgan show yesterday, so it's back and forth and you're changing subjects rapidly, but I didn't get a chance to say this. And something I wanted to point out, and then people had said, well, why do the strikes instead of, a VBSS, Visit Board Search and Siege operation, like you may see? And the President got to see a sort of demonstration of that, an evolution that was conducted off of the USS Bush, where they had sent a Navy SEAL team to, conduct the VBSS on a destroyer, a simulation of what it might look like at sea. But the response that I had is, do they understand how dangerous that is for our sailors, for our servicemen? Do they understand the harm that you are asking them to put themselves in if they're going to try to, board a semi-submersible that's being run by drug runners, to board one of these things that's being run by cartel members? And so, yes, of course, I got to say, as a prior intel officer, of course, we're always looking for more information, more intelligence, sources of information. And so, we understand that obviously with the strikes, you don't always get all of that information out. But absolutely, one of the biggest risks that you're talking about is conducting one of these VBSS operations. And, again, it's just goes to show you that I really think that there's a lot of people covering the Pentagon, covering the Department of War that are very glib. They've been very glib about this, and they pick a narrative and they run with it rather than actually talking to people who served, who have a basic understanding of how these operations work and what they mean for the servicemen. And that's obviously been something that that the new Secretary of War has put first and foremost in his duty.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I think these strikes also that the president has directed send a message, right? They tell cartels across the region, think twice before you try to harm American citizens with your deadly narcotics and deadly drugs. That is an important message that we're sending. We've spent years as a military, nation building, doing UN missions all across the world while we have ignored what has been happening in our very own hemisphere and at our very own border. That has ended thanks to President Trump and Secretary Hegseth's vision and leadership. So many of these cartel drug networks have been totally dismantled, and we will continue to ensure that they are fully dismantled because that's what the American people deserve. And it has been disgraceful to see so many in the media carry water for a lot of these narco terrorists. You have people claiming that they're fishermen. Jack, you and I both know that if you have a semi-submersible submarine, you're probably not a fisherman.
No, the semi-submersibles are not fishermen. I know you got to run in a second. Any other names that you're releasing at this point, or where can people go to get the full list?
Yeah, so we've got a lot of folks. We're retweeting everyone from DOW Rapid Response, so go check out our account there. We've got great people. We've got Real America's Voice, which I know you're streaming from right now. We've also got the Post Millennial, so a lot of things affiliated with you, Jack, and we're very excited to have so many wonderful truth-telling journalists that are going to be joining us here at the Pentagon.
It's a real honor. The Department of War Press Secretary Kingsley Wilson. God bless and thank you, and I will see you soon. And you better be ready for some tough questions. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here, Human Events Daily, live on Real America's Voice. I want to play the next half of that infiltration documentary, Turning Point USA Frontlines, going beyond the front lines into the heart of Antifa.
Despite the change in appearance, their goals remain the same. Declare class warfare, use the latest protest movement to destabilize the U.S. government, tear down capitalism and anything related to Israel, then usher in a violent revolution built on socialist and communist ideals. This playbook is pretty much laid out in all their material.
Welcome to the Church of Satan Anarchists.
But most unsettling of all, multiple vendors embrace teachings from the occult and Satan worship.
Explicitly anarcho-Satanism.
This man altered the Antifa logo and added prongs from a devil's pitchfork.
Satan!
Then asked people to put on this Lucifer mask and recite their allegiance to the Prince of Darkness.
Satan, the eternal rebel, the first free thinker, and the emancipator of worlds.
The next day, Borisenko and I flew to the Emerald City to meet citizen journalist Matthew Adams.
You can feel the heat.
Who's been covering Antifa chaos for several years.
They're absolutely trying to recruit for Antifa.
We infiltrated the Seattle Anarchist Book Fair hosted by the Vera Project.
They want to put our picture up there for being a fascist.
And were immediately greeted by a massive board featuring a so-called wall of fascists. That's us in the photos. Once we got in wearing disguises, the messaging and the vibe were pretty much the same as the Oakland Book Fair. More far-left propaganda, calls for anarchist violence against the ruling class.
I hope to see all of you soon, 10 minutes.
And hypersexualized content targeting minors. Borisenko even obtained a flyer for an Antifa direct action in a city park scheduled for Halloween Eve.
Stop filming, please. Stop fucking filming.
Adams and I were eventually outed and chased by a group of angry transgender activists.
Even with this amazing t-shirt, they know us for these direct actions.
We're going to Left Bank Books, which is a far-left revolutionary bookstore.
Borisenko spent the remainder of her time plotting out the constellation of bookstores in Seattle that are keeping these ideas alive.
You know, it's the direct action fascist, anti-fascist arrows.
With more Americans now realizing the danger posed by Antifa and their followers.
The rioters that were saying kill ICE agents.
Federal authorities are also trying to disrupt the terror group's funding network.
We are following the money.
But like a hydra.
And I won't give a fuck!
Cutting off one head will likely sprout several others.
They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities.
Because Antifa is fueled by an allegiance to extremist ideology, not just a bank account.
So if law enforcement isn't looking at the bookstores and the book fairs, then they're really missing an opportunity to figure out what these people are doing.
Just incredible work. And we're joined now by two of the members of that team, incredible, intrepid journalists and videographers and friends of mine, by the way. We've got Jonathan Cho and 6'7" Kevin. What's up, guys?
Howdy.
Thanks for having us, Jack.
So let me get started on this. Jonathan, the first question I have is how did you shape this operation, and how was it that you got started really on this infiltration?
Well, Jack, the conversation about chasing this story actually started right after our White House roundtable. I think it's been just about a week now since we were both there advising the president on Antifa and our experience covering this domestic terror group. And my friend and researcher, Karlyn Borisenko, and I, we've stayed in touch, and she told me that if I really wanted to see what was happening behind the scenes, the underbelly, so to speak, the planning, the recruiting, the indoctrination, that I would need to go to these anarchist book fairs. Now, look, I've known about anarchist book fairs for several years now, living in Seattle. Places like Portland have them, Oakland have them. I didn't really think much of them. I thought they were just book fairs, right? Pretty innocuous. But once I went inside with Karlyn, that's when I started to see the actual material, the messaging inside, the calls for direct action, and the sessions like one on an anti-ICE protest that they're planning. They're actually calling for violence and teaching recruits how to, again, get in the way of these agents and disrupt ICE raids.
So the idea is then you came in. Now, did you know where these locations were? Did Dr. Karlyn know? Was this something, or was this something that you uncovered by sort of, using a top of funnel method where you go to the black bloc and then learn more information as you daisy chain it forward?
Yeah, pretty much. This is all public knowledge. This is all openly advertised on social media sites like Blue Sky, Instagram, and of course the flyer method. These are posted everywhere. I want to be very clear. There was no fee to enter these anarchist book fairs. It was totally free. It was open to the public. The only thing that we couldn't do was record. And that's where we had to go undercover. And unfortunately for me and Carlin, we're recognizable in this space. The far left activists know who we are. So there were actually poster boards with our faces saying, look out for these fascists. That's what they called us, fascists.
And that's something I want to ask in a second. By the way, 6'7" Kevins, I have to imagine that after this, they're definitely going to recognize you. By the way, he really is 6'7", folks. Can't really tell here.
Yeah, they are going to recognize me. I did get outed there for trying to record inside of a DIY abortion workshop. But being on the ground at this book fair, one of the things that hit me first, other than the smell, because there are a lot of overweight LGBTQ individuals, so you just get struck by the smell, was the occult, the witchcraft, and the overt Satanism that was everywhere at this book fair. I was talking to people, I was like, are you guys putting out real witchcraft, real sigils, things like that? They said, yeah. I mean, you saw the guy there, he asked me, hey, put on this satanic mask and basically, swear yourself to Satan. I'm like, no, thanks. I'm good. But when conservatives say this is a spiritual war, this really is. And we need to pray for these individuals because they're all images of God still, but they're being corrupted right now. But prayers are necessary. This is a spiritual war.
That's exactly right. And we're going to break that down some more throughout the rest of the episode. Quick break here. Do not touch that. Don't even think about scrolling away, folks. Turning Point USA Frontlines infiltrated Antifa, and we've got the stories from inside the Black Bloc. Stay tuned. Right back. Real America's Voice.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. Folks, cold weather will be here before you know it, and in many ways, it's already here. And you know what I realized the other day? Well, I realized that if the power goes out when it's really cold, I've got no way to keep myself and my family warm. It's true. You know, isn't that crazy? Could actually freeze in this day and age. But then I heard about the Vesta off-grid space heater from our friends over at My Patriot Supply. And what's great about Vesta is that it's a space heater that doesn't even use electricity. It runs on something they call canned heat. And I remember using stuff like this in the military. It's an indoor safe fuel. So with the Vesta stashed in our closet, the Poso family knows that we can keep warm no matter what. And it doubles as a stove. You can boil water, you can cook food. That's, you know, honestly just pretty cool. So the best part is you can get a Vesta and a bunch of other free gifts. That's right, free gifts when you order the Winter Prep Special from My Patriot Supply. Just go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack to see everything that's included. And when you go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack, you have to understand this offer will not last long. Neither will the nice fall weather. So go to mypatriotsupply.com/Jack today. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Jack. All right, we'll get back on here. We're with Jonathan Cho, 6'7" Kevin, who are part of the Turning Point USA Frontlines team, the journalists that infiltrated Antifa in 2 spots this weekend. I want to go to Kevin for a second there, because just picking up where you left off, you mentioned the pervasive occult references that you saw, and occult, you know, I would almost call them like quasi-inversions or false sacramentals. You know, Media Matters wrote me up last week because I said that Black Lives Matter was filled with demonic and occult practices. But it's actually true. One of the founders of Black Lives Matter, Patrisse Cullors, is a practitioner of Ifa, which is a voodoo religion. And these practices, which come up from Haiti, include summoning circles, such as standing around in a circle and chanting the name of a deceased individual to try to summon their soul. Like, oh, I don't know, George Floyd or Breonna Taylor. Again, the reason they chant these names is going back to these older occult practices, pouring of libations, etc. And so pulling out that a little bit more, I saw there was the clip you guys mentioned about, you know, Satan and the, you know, the satanic temple. What other pieces of occult practices did you see there?
Yeah, so it's kind of the foundation of their philosophy and ideology goes to Satan, which is really interesting because what I was hearing, they talked about Satan as one of the first border crossers into Eden. So they see Satan as this illegal immigrant. I asked them if they think that the United States is a godly nation or a satanic nation. They said that any nation that has hierarchy is godly and therefore should be pulled down. So this is part of their ideology, is basically to just bring chaos and burn it all down. And it's kind of insidious how they're doing this because there were children at this workshop. So you can see clips, a child walks up to the satanic anarchist table and takes some satanic propaganda. So they're teaching children this. This is just deep in the ideology. And so I think we need to be aware of it and kind of learn how they're thinking about these things.
That's so key, because what goes hand in hand with that is the idea of death, destruction, killing. And of course, we all just saw the killing of Turning Point USA's leader, Charlie Kirk, just about 1 month ago. It's almost 2 months ago, believe it or not. We're getting up to the 2-month mark. Jonathan, this image that you actually texted me over the weekend that I got to see before, you guys had made this announcement that you had infiltrated. This to me looked like a hit list, a kill list that was printed up on the wall of journalists, of conservatives that were all over the wall of this Antifa cell. Describe it for me and tell me what you learned about it.
So, Jack, Carlin and I, along with citizen journalist Matthew Adams, we were in 2 different spots. We first started off in Oakland, and that's when they were using social media to really warn people, especially about Carlin and her presence. They knew that she could potentially infiltrate this space. Then we fly to Seattle, and that's when I see this massive board, again, at the Vera Project. It is a space within Climate Pledge Arena. This is where the Seattle Kraken play. This is where Seattle's WNBA team plays. So this is a place where you have, millions of people who visit every single year. And then in this room, as soon as we walk in, there is a massive board, so to speak, and they call it the fascist wall. My photos on it, Matthew Adams' photos on it, Carlin's photos on it. Of course, your colleague, Katie Daviscourt over at Post Millennial, her photos on it, along with other Pacific Northwest and West Coast journalists. And basically, it was not just a warning to keep us out. I truly believe it was a warning to the Antifa thugs who are mingling in this room to look out for us and target us and to hurt us. So we knew that going in. So we tried our best to go in disguise. I was wearing a mask. I was wearing a queer liberation shirt. But eventually, towards the tail end, we were in there only for about 15, 20 minutes. We were outed. They recognized me. They recognized citizen journalist Matthew Adams after all of his, coverage on the front lines here. And we had to book out of there ASAP. And they sent about 5, 6, 7 transgender activists after us. And again, that's how Antifa and these far-left activists play. They'll never come at us one-on-one. They'll send like 20 people. So we got out of there. We got the story. So that's what you're seeing right now.
And what sort of information did they have included on that? Because it does seem that, so it's mentioning sort of the list of crimes, but did this include, and obviously we're not going to zoom in because I don't know if it's totally redacted. I'm sure you guys aren't going to put out anything like that, but did it include things like addresses, doxes, that type of stuff?
Well, it didn't have our specific addresses on the wall, but I know that there's a similar wall right now online with more details. What was on this were our photos, our names, and also which cities we lived and operated in. So again, it was a call out to their comrades to look out for us, especially in these protest hot zones or these anarchist book fairs. And again, I was actually surprised at the planning and coordination. I have never really been to these anarchist book fairs in Seattle. I've known about them, but I had no idea what was really happening inside. And the fact that they went out of their way to have security put up this wall shows that this isn't just something that happens organically. This was intentionally planned. This is a sophisticated operation. And again, the anarchist book fairs are not these innocuous places to just go pick up a good read. It's where they plan, they strategize, and they recruit and they indoctrinate through their far left violent propaganda.
And Jonathan, before I ask you how it felt to see your name up there, is that a security system that I see on the wall beneath the pictures?
Yeah, look, I didn't take a really close look, so I'm looking at the same photo you do. But yeah, there were cameras there as well. There were security guards. They had people with walkie-talkies. They were looking out for us. They were also looking out for anyone who looked like police officers or the feds, because they know that they're going to be infiltrated eventually.
That security, by the way, Jonathan, that security, was that armed security?
I couldn't tell, but they definitely had batons. I can tell you that. I didn't know if they had, pistols, but I'm sure. I just assume whenever I go to these events, especially these direct actions, that the Antifa militants, at the very least, have bear spray or knives. But I didn't see any guns, but they had walkie-talkies. They were all masked up. And it was, again, coordinated. And that's what was really concerning. And it was a total risk for us to go in there. But we made it out, and we're thankful.
Well, look, you're seeing, again, you guys are what you went up against. They say this stuff doesn't exist. They've got sophisticated security. They've got communications security, communications operations, ComSec, where they're using walkie-talkies because obviously they're worried. And clearly, by the way, the use of walkie-talkies or ham radios is a way to attempt to circumvent police or federal infiltration of their comms because they're worried about their cell phones being infiltrated or wiretapped by the FBI. That's one of the reasons that you see them practicing ComSec like that. I remember in Chaz in 2020, they were using microphones and walkie-talkies with push-to-talk that was operated over Bluetooth, like a Bluetooth mesh network. So what they would be doing is they would set up a digital network locally with local repeaters and local routers that wasn't, so they're not even operating off the cell phone towers, but it was basically just from within the Chaz itself, and they could communicate from one one checkpoint to another checkpoint. And in those cases, they were armed with the John Brown Gun Club of Puget Sound, with both long rifles and handguns. I remember at one point when Katie Davis Court was there, I was infiltrated in cover the same way you were, and she was not. And I could see there was a guy who walked right up to her with looked like a Glock 9mm in his waistband and got very, very close. And I certainly kept my eyes close on that gun and close on his hands while he was very close to her like that. And of course, saw them pulled multiple times by Raz Simone and others when we were there late in the night. Jack Posobiec on with the incredible Turning Point Frontlines team who infiltrated Antifa this weekend. All the details right back when we continue Human Events Daily.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, we are back, Human Events Daily. We're talking about the incredible infiltration operation that Turning Point USA Frontlines team ran. And guys, Jonathan, let me ask you, if people want to continue to support your operations, I'd be remiss if I didn't put this out. How can they go and support Frontlines?
Yeah, no, thanks for asking. First of all, you can follow me at Choshow, CHOESHOW, and of course, our Frontlines team at Frontlines TPUSA. And we always want to partner up with people who may want to fund one of these trips because we need the support. And if you can, just click the subscribe button and follow us and just send these stories out to the rest of your friends. America really needs to see what's happening here right now in independent media. Guys like us, we're the only ones showing it right now. And this is really happening in American cities.
That's incredible.
And as you and Kevin were discussing earlier, it really now has come down to a fight between good and evil. In fact, it's always been like that, but I'm seeing it now more than ever. This really is spiritual warfare.
No, it is. 6'7" Kevin, on the question of the technological side, when you go to conduct one of these operations, what sort of tech, what sort of, filming equipment were you guys using?
Yeah, I mean, we have to be pretty covert here because obviously they put up about hundreds of posters that say no filming, no recording, and they will kick you out immediately. And they have all of these guards standing around and they're just watching you like a hawk. I had people looking at me like, he looks a little too straight, but they just couldn't, be for sure that I was doing something. But we had spy sunglasses. So if you see the 6'7" perspective looking down, that's my angle. And then Jonathan also had his own sunglasses. And then both of us were mic'd up with audio as well. So when we couldn't record with the sunglasses, we were getting the audio. So it was an amalgamation of a lot, even some iPhone footage as well. But then by the end, we did get outed, and a leftist basically was putting tape over my sunglasses and told me to leave. So didn't work that great.
Well, again, it's that incredible use of technology, the incredible use. Now, Jonathan, you don't have those spy glasses on right now. That's not what those are they?
No, these are just my regular Gucci sunglasses, but we had the
Sure. Okay, that's what he says that now. He says that now, but in all seriousness, you mentioned something earlier that I wanted to get into. This sort of, Kevin was telling us about the interplay there, and I remember this when I was in the Chaz. It really does operate like a sort of mini community when you're inside these things, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's what was so fascinating for me. When I went there, and again, everyone assumed that initially we were leftists, right? That we were for this cause. They called us comrades and so on and so forth. Everyone was so generous and giving us free pamphlets, free posters, giving us discounts. A lot of the material was, if there was a charge, there would be a sliding scale. They would say, whatever you can afford, but just take it and give it to someone else. I also saw homeless teenagers. One fella said he was kicked out from his house because he came out to his parents as LGBTQ, and that's unfortunate. But overall, this, again, feel of family, community is what these disenfranchised young people are looking for, and unfortunately, they're finding it here. But what I really believe, I know that, when it comes to even our coverage sometimes, I'll say it again, the ideology is dangerous, it's violent, it's evil. But these people can all be redeemed. But unfortunately, right now, they're all lost.
And that's what's so sad. Kevin, you mentioned that praying for these people, and I think that's a big part of it, but also from a governmental perspective. At the same time, the federal government, you guys broke the story that the crackdown has begun on the financial and network investigation of these guys. Kevin, from that perspective, what we've learned, do you think, as committed as they are, that they'll stop unless the government does something?
They're not going to stop. And even if there is a huge amount of government action, which it might require overreach, which I don't agree with either, because so much of this operation is decentralized. We went to their anti-ICE workshop and they told us part of why they were so successful is that it is decentralized, that there isn't just one nonprofit that you can defund and it just collapses Antifa. I was actually at a brewery and I was talking to this gentleman that ended up being a Chase executive president there. And he admitted to me that he was actually a communist and that he had funded some of these Antifa groups. And he told me he had given them $10,000 in cash at a protest at one point and just dropped it off. He'll just bring them coffee. He'll bring them food. So it's so decentralized. Some of this is cash. Some of this you can't track. So this is going to be terribly difficult to actually tramp out.
And I think that's exactly right, because it's something that we learned with these committed communists over time, that they do have this sort of romantic belief. And Jonathan, would you describe it as sort of a romantic utopian belief system that they seem to have thrown themselves into?
It really is. This is their subculture. This is their ideal worldview, right? But again, I believe they've been brainwashed. This is because a lot of these young men and women, they don't have purpose in life. They've been kicked out of their homes. They don't fit in. One of the analysts that I talked to in the Oakland area, outside of the story, he basically said these were the kids who felt like they were outcasts and losers in high school. They weren't even necessarily the smart kids, but they were the ones just in the corner cafeteria. But then now they've all grown up and they found each other. So they formed not only this family, but a gang, and a gang now with purpose to go out and cause chaos, ultimately to usher in this violent revolution to bring this, what they believe is a utopia. And right now, America doesn't fit that vision.
Well, and it goes all the way back to the French Revolution. The French Revolution had that commune system, and that's exactly what you're describing. These are modern communes. And when the modern iteration of Antifa got started in West Berlin in the 1960s, that's exactly how they started. They were in buildings that had been abandoned in World War II, and they sort of set up shop as squatters. And that's really where the Ottomen, as they called themselves back then, came from, and that, of course, is back from the prior iteration of Antifa during the interwar period when they were used to destabilize the Weimar Republic. But you go back to these French Revolution references, and of course that goes all the way up to the mainstreaming of the French Revolution and Antifa phrase, no kings. That goes all the way back to the French Revolution. No kings, no masters is a phrase that was used, has been used for hundreds of years. That's certainly been used by Antifa since they've come back around, and it was used by the Jacobins. No kings, no lords was the original phrasing, and now it's been completely mainstreamed in cities across the country. Final question, I suppose, let's start with Kevin. Kevin, given what you've seen, would it surprise you to think that the organizers of the No Kings and organizers of these Antifa cells have some overlap?
It definitely could be overlap, but it also could be just organic, and it could be just springing up naturally in their own areas. What is interesting, and I'll quote Star Wars on this. This is from Star Wars Andor, but this character says, when the Empire cracks down its overreach stronger, it only makes the rebellion stronger. So as all of these talks about cracking down on Antifa and National Guard increase, it's almost bolstering the morale of these individuals and making more of these people pop up and want to rebel. So, they're only getting stronger, it seems.
Yeah, well, this is the situation, and it won't stop until it's stopped. Jonathan Cho Show, 67 Kevin, do you have social media you want to put out?
Sure, yeah, 67Kevin1 on Twitter, and then 67Kevin on YouTube, where I do documentaries
make sure
showing
you're there.
the dark
Gentlemen,
side of
thank you so much for your work. Be safe, but don't quit.
Jack, thanks for amplifying
Thank
the
you,
story.
Jonathan. Amen. We'll get it out there. And I said to everybody, I said, we're going to spread this one like the plague. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah. Get ready to move! No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Rav will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
RAV's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr. It is Wednesday, the 22nd of October in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for being here and spending time with us on Real America's Voice. We appreciate it. North Carolina Republicans racing to redraw the map and gain an extra seat in Congress, maybe two. The state Senate approved the plan along party lines, setting up a crucial House vote today. It will pass, bringing on Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina to discuss adding to his majority. Also, the Schumer shutdown still in effect 22 days later, but a group of Republican House members are moving ahead with a plan to extend Obamacare subsidies, but they will not do that until Democrats end the government shutdown. More on that as well. And then later, the Department of Justice urging a probe into the University of Nevada, Reno, UNLV, for allegedly using taxpayer funds to assist illegal aliens with financial aid opportunities and job listings on campus, which ignored standard work authorization practices. All that and more coming your way. But I want to start with what's happening today in the nation of Nigeria. It's time to draw your attention to a bloodbath, an outright slaughter that's been going on right under our noses for years in the fake news media and those screeching left-wing activists. And they don't seem they could possibly care less. Today, we're talking openly about genocide, a real genocide that nobody seems to care about. I'm talking about the vicious, unrelenting violence against Christians in Nigeria. Yeah, you heard that right. Christians being hunted down like animals and slaughtered by radical Islamist militants, and the world yawns. Picture this. Innocent families huddled in their villages, praying in their churches, only to be ambushed by jihadist thugs from groups like Boko Haram and Fulani herdsmen. These savages storm in with AK-47s, machetes, and fire, slaughtering men, women, and children in cold blood. Listen to this pastor who had 150 of his congregants and 7 of his own brothers cut down right in front of him. Here he is.
What really happened here is not only in this village that we're affected by this crisis. We're affected by more than 11 villages, which Mayanga happens to be one. And in these villages, it is the same method of attack that was conducted. It's the killing, the maiming of people, slaughtering them, and burning of their houses and their foodstuffs and properties. So by now, by the record we have already collected, we have over 150 people that are killed in one day.
In one day, churches burned to the ground, pastors kidnapped and beheaded, entire communities wiped off the map, and for what? Because these people dare to follow Jesus Christ in a region where Sharia law and extremism run rampant? It's not just random crime, folks. It's targeted persecution, a slow, rolling, deadly genocide aimed at erasing Christianity from northern Nigeria. The mainstream media might be silent, but these pastors are sharing their stories left and right, like this one, who says he wishes he could spend his time preaching the gospel, but is instead having to bury his Christian brothers and sisters almost every day. Here he is.
The house of the pastor was also burned down. Every day we bury people. We are not ordained for funeral services. We are ordained to preach the good news of Jesus Christ. But burial has taken, in fact, the place of that one now. So we want to stand here and condemn this that happened.
This horror fueled by extreme Islamic ideology, plain and simple. Groups like Boko Haram pledge allegiance to ISIS and push a version of Islam that demands jihad against infidels. That's Christians in their book, and anybody else that doesn't agree. They enforce Sharia law through terror, banning Western education, subjugating women, and executing anyone who doesn't submit. The Fulani militants, radicalized by similar Wahhabi influences, justify their land grabs and massacres as a holy war, blending tribal conflicts with religious fanaticism to wipe out Christian farmers. This isn't moderate anything. It's the dark underbelly of radical Islam that feeds hatred, intolerance, and violence. We've seen it before. In ISIS caliphates, Taliban rule, and now it's devouring Nigeria, one bloody village at a time. And don't think it will stop there. This Nigerian pastor tells the truth about extreme Islam ideology. Here's what he says.
In the north of Nigeria, Christians are being killed daily because the Islamic militants don't want Christians to exist in the north of Nigeria. They want to see a world where there are no Christians at all. And they want to conquer not just Nigeria, they want to conquer Africa, they want to conquer Europe, and they want to conquer America. The younger generation who want to live in a better world must speak out today.
Open Doors ranks Nigeria as one of the worst places on earth for believers. Jihadist attacks are skyrocketing, and the government's doing squat about it. In fact, the Nigerian government is straight up denying it at all. But the blood of these fallen saints cries out from the ground louder than their denials. Here's more.
We are tired to be outside performing burial every day, and they expect us to silence. Now it's an order. Nigerian government came out openly and denied there is no massacre, there is no genocide of Christians in Nigeria. And look at it today. Is there any Muslim here? No. United Nations, I know you're watching me. American Senate, you are watching what I'm doing, I'm saying here. Special advisor to Trump. Now, please tell Trump to save our life in Nigeria. They are killing Christians in Nigeria, massacre Christians.
Let me ask again, where is the United Nations? Two things they have to do: stop war, stop genocide. The UN is a miserable failure. Here's where it gets me really fired up, folks. The hypocrisy of the so-called progressive crowd, especially those pro-Palestine protesters clogging up our college campuses and our city streets. Oh, they're out there waving flags, chanting slogans, demanding justice for Gaza. And don't get me wrong, any loss of innocent life is tragic, but where's the outrage for Nigerian Christians? Where is it? These same activists who lose their minds over every headline from the Middle East are stone cold silent when it comes to Africa. How compassionate. And the question is why? And here's why. It doesn't fit their narrative. In Gaza, they can paint Israel as the big bad guys, stir up anti-Western sentiment and virtue signal till their hearts are content. But in Nigeria, you see, the perpetrators are Muslim extremists targeting Christians. Oops, that messes with the religion of peace myth and the left's allergy to defending Judeo-Christian values. They don't care about these individuals because acknowledging it would expose their selective outrage. No marches in New York for the Nigerian martyrs, no celebrity tweets, no UN resolutions, just silence. As Christians in Nigeria mourn the loss of their homes, their churches, their loved ones, and respond like this, not with bombs, but with worship and praise. Watch. Even that liberal comedian called out the media for ignoring the Christian persecution in Nigeria while obsessing over other conflicts. Listen to Bill Maher.
If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, your media sources suck. You are in a bubble. And again, I'm not a Christian, but they are systematically killing the Christians in Nigeria. They've killed over 100,000 since 2009. They've burned 18,000 churches. This is so much more. These are their Islamists, Boko Haram. This is so much more of a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. They are literally attempting to wipe out the Christian population of an entire country. Where are the kids protesting this?
Thank you. Because no one will talk about it, so thank you.
Absolutely.
It's Africa. That's why no one's talking about it, and they should be. You can't read about it in mainstream media. It's sad, so thank you for bringing it up.
Well, because the Jews aren't involved. That's why. It's the Christians and the Muslims. Who cares?
Yeah, the Jews aren't involved. Online discussions are buzzing about it. Why the negligible coverage for Nigeria compared to Gaza? Why? Think about it. Search for Gaza news. You'll drown in thousands of articles from CNN, the New York Times, the BBC. Search for Nigerian Christian violence. Good luck finding much of anything. It's not because the stories aren't there. You've already seen that. It's because the media elite prioritize narratives that bash Israel and America while ignoring threats from radical Islam. Let's bring it home, shall we? This extreme Islamic ideology is not only toxic to Nigeria, it has no place in America. We cannot let Sharia law creep in through the back door, undermining our Constitution, our freedoms, and our way of life, which is what it currently threatens to do. In fact, it's been promised by some mullahs living here in America now. That's why I'm cheering on Senator Tommy Tuberville, who just introduced the No Sharia Act to ban Sharia law outright in the United States. Here's what he said.
You also won't hear from Democrats about how radical Islamic terrorists are currently carrying out a mass genocide of Christians in Nigeria. Think about this. More than 62,000 Christians have been slaughtered since 2000 by radical Islamic terrorists in Nigeria. You heard that right, 62,000. And just this year alone, more than 7,000 Nigerian Christians have been murdered because of their faith alone. You can't turn on the TV without hearing about Israel's so-called mass genocide of Palestinians every day. And yet when it comes to 62,000 Christians being slaughtered by radical Muslims, it's radio silence. This extreme ideology is straight from the pit of hell, and it has no place in American society.
Yeah. Tuberville, alongside Senator Cornyn, slams the door on any attempt to impose this foreign legal system that clashes with our values and is unconstitutional. Think forced marriages, honor killings, or suppressing free speech altogether with complete prejudice. My friends, we cannot stand by silently. This is about defending our values, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, including the freedom to worship without fear. Share this. Call your members of Congress. Support leaders like Senator Tuberville, who are working to make America great again by leading on the world stage. The pro-Palestinian crowd might not care, but I do. I do. Let's pray for those Nigerian brothers and sisters and fight like hell to bring their plight to light and save those that are still left. And by the way, just breaking, north of Nigeria is Niger. We're just learning of an American missionary kidnapped there today by Islamic radicals. It just happened. It's just clearing the wire as I sit here talking to you. So I again ask, who's with me? Who's with me? Coming up after the break, North Carolina is the latest state to move forward with a redistricting plan that will likely add at least one Republican seat to Congress. It's the latest response to California's gerrymandering plan. More details straight ahead here on America's Voice Live.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah. Get ready to move! No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Red will have a front row view of the action. Joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250, from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Howdy, Rav fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Careful what you wish for, Democrats. That's what I tried to tell you. Go ahead, play around in California. Try to redistrict. Try to gerrymander California more than it already is, and the Republicans will respond. Today, North Carolina Republicans moving quickly to secure greater representation in Washington, pushing to add an 11th Republican seat to the state's 14-member congressional delegation. The state Senate approved the new congressional map Tuesday in a 26-20 party line vote, setting up final consideration in the state House. Today, under the plan, Republicans are redrawing the Northeast 1st Congressional District to give the GOP a stronger advantage, a change that could flip the seat red as President Trump works to preserve Republican control of the U.S. House headed toward the midterms. Here with me to discuss this is Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina's 8th Congressional District, a safe district, I might add. Congressman, nice to see you.
Steve, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for having me today.
Yeah, let's talk about this a little bit. First of all, North Carolina is first, but you're not last. Indiana seems to be in queue. Ohio might play ball. Missouri might play ball. And then you go to the Supreme Court, where Louisiana has challenged the drawing of congressional districts based on race. If that goes through, which I expect it will, that alone could add 12 Republican seats in places like Alabama, Louisiana, Tennessee, and elsewhere. So the Democrats, you got what you wanted. The turnout wasn't quite the same. What do you think, Mark?
Well, I think you're exactly right. I think they began playing with fire, and I think that fire is what they have gotten. And in North Carolina, of course, as you mentioned, the state Senate took action yesterday, introduced in the state House today, and my understanding, probably by tomorrow, it will have passed. And this is not something that the governor can veto or any other action. So this will put us in a position in North Carolina to pick up an 11th of our 14 seats here. So I think it's critically important. I talked to a good friend of mine from Ohio just the other day, and Ohio typically does this mid-decade redistricting anyway. And I would understand they could pick up as many as 2 seats there in Ohio. So to your point, I think we're going to continue to see this trend that the Democrats have, and Gavin Newsom really began to promote.
Well, let's run through the numbers then, because Texas did that. They thought they might pick up 5 Republican seats in Texas. So California is going to vote on Proposition 50, I believe it is, coming up here shortly. If it passes, California could add 5 Democrats. So basically, Texas and California will equal each other out. So you go back to the 12 seats, because I believe that will happen. The Supreme Court's going to vote that you can't use race as a cornerstone for a congressional district. You can't. It's not constitutional. So there's 12. If Ohio does give you 2, Say that again.
Ohio does give us two.
Congressman, could you hold right there for 1 second? 1 second. Well, Scott, we're going to check in on Scott Bessent. He's answering some questions there at the White House real quick. We're going to drop in and see what he has to say.
107% tax on Italian pasta that's looming.
Yeah, I'm not taking that.
The president has hinted that there could be some sort of deal coming around beef with Argentina. Can you provide any more details?
I haven't spoken to him about that.
Secretary Warren sent you a letter asking about the Argentina bailout, why this is happening during the government shutdown. You said it's justified as an essential purpose. Can you explain your thinking on that?
Well, here we are today. I'm at work. The government is shut down. The Democrats, well, let's look at the numbers. It's 52 senators have voted, Republican senators have voted to reopen the government. 3 Democrats have, 52-3. Senator Warren isn't one of them. So Senator Warren is welcome to come to the Treasury's economic literacy classes to understand what we're doing, and she can follow that. That I will tell you, the Argentinian government is open and they are running, so we were able to negotiate with them. There are many things we wanted to do. We want to get money out to our farmers, especially our soy farmers, but the government has been shut down. So I think the Democratic senators, I'd say to the moderate Democratic senators, you can be heroes, reopen the government.
Secretary Bessent, one more, please. Secretary Bessent.
Are you sanction Russia? When you say Russia, will you sanction? Are you Russia?
So we are going to either announce after the close this afternoon, or first thing or first thing tomorrow morning, a substantial pickup in Russia's sanctions.
Secretary Bessent.
Have some situational awareness. You're on TV. You know where the key.
All right, you heard him say it. Secretary of the Treasury there, Scott Bessent, saying more Russian sanctions could be on the way. We bring back in Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina 8. That happens. A little scramble with some Q&A there outside the White House. You've seen that happen. Let me get you to weigh in on that real quick. Then I'm going to go back to redistricting. But what about more sanctions on Russia to end this war in Ukraine?
Well, I think the president's been clear. I know I heard him say yesterday that he would have more information over the next 2 days that he would be able to share. Announced that he was not going to be going to Budapest. So obviously there's more movement that's taking place here. The president is determined to continue to work toward peace and bringing an end to that war that is taking 7,000 lives every week. And he is just doing everything he can. And I believe that this is going to be an indication, again, to try to tighten down on Russia and get Putin to the table and get us where we need to be. So, and as I mentioned or heard just earlier today, that maybe he hasn't taken tomahawks off the table either. So I think that all those factors are going to continue to weigh in. I look forward to hearing what the new sanctions will be on Russia as they're announced.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Now let's pick up the conversation where we were. If North Carolina goes forward, and obviously they're going to, I don't know if they voted yet today, but they will. So there's 1 seat. If Missouri sends 1 or 2, Indiana sends 1, Ohio sends 2, and you pick up 12 because of the Supreme Court decision, suddenly the Republicans have 21 new favorable districts, 21. You add that to the, what do you got, a 5-seat lead now or 6, whatever it is. All of a sudden you're 25, 30 seats. It changes everything. And the Democrats can kick and scream all they want, but here's the math of it, Congressman. Right now, today, 150 million Americans in places like New England have 0 members of Congress that are Republicans. 0. Contrary to that, only 53 million Americans live in states that have 0 Democratic representation. So for the Democrats to talk about gerrymandering, they mastered the game, but they just got beat at it. And they don't like that, do they?
No, they don't like it at all. And listen, if we have that kind of majority, you're exactly right. It changes everything. Right now, we're at 220. They're at 215 when both sides are filled at that particular point. But that election in 2026 will give us an opportunity to really set the stage for the strong 2 years of Donald Trump's second term. I think it would be phenomenal.
Well, and let me ask you this, North Carolina, be my last question here. John Sununu, former senator from New Hampshire, just jumped in the race to become the senator again from New Hampshire. He's a marquee player, could put a Republican seat in Republican hands there in the United States Senate, but North Carolina seems problematic with Roy Cooper, the former governor, fairly popular Democrat in the state, running for the Senate there. What do you think is going to happen in the North Carolina Senate race?
I think it is going to be a tight race. North Carolina is historically known for having very tight Senate races. And I think the race that we're going to have, there's things that people are going to see and learn about Roy Cooper over the next year to year and a half that they are not aware of. And I think that really and truly the opportunity that is going to be presented there to expose him for what he is and who he has certainly sold his soul to the Democratic Party, the left side of it. I know they like to present him as a moderate, but the reality is he has sold his soul. Listen, he was considered one of the finalists for Kamala Harris to choose as a running mate, and he has supported her hook, line, and sinker. And I think he's going to have to answer for a number of things he did during COVID, from the shutdowns he brought in North Carolina. People have not had an opportunity to vote for him since we've gone through those things. This coming fall is going to be that opportunity.
Congressman, always good to talk to you. We'll see how that plays out and keep a close eye on it as all of these things come into full relief. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Always appreciate it. There you have it. Mark Harris, good man from North Carolina. All right, we're going to take a break here, and when we come back, a group of Republican House members are saying that they will extend Obamacare subsidies, but only if the Democrats end the government shutdown. We'll talk about it coming up on America's Voice Live.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Hill from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA Country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Like it, but it is time for the Democrats to own Chuck Schumer's shutdown. It's denied paychecks to government workers for a couple of weeks now, except his, of course. With Democrats trying to force an Obamacare expansion that could cost upwards of $350 billion a year every year. Two parts of the budget are completely out of control: the massive interest on the national debt and federal health care spending, because Obamacare is a disaster, as it was designed to be. The United States is paying over $1 trillion in interest on the national debt now every year, and the federal health care spending was nearly $2 trillion last year as well. Medicare and Medicaid are up a whopping 8%. Democrats demanding hundreds of billions more for additional health care spending. It's irresponsible. It's time to act like adults and open the government. That's my take. Here to discuss this is the Executive Vice President at the National Taxpayers Union, Brandon Arnold. Brandon, nice to see you here. Look, what will be day 21? We got that clock, right? I think we're on day 21. It just keeps rolling along. And the Democrats are screaming. Maybe they don't realize, but, you know, they had this No Kings protest over the weekend, right? In what place with a king could the minority party, the party that lost the House, the Senate, and the White House, shut down the government? Not much of a king, Donald Trump.
That's a great point. You talk about the shutdown clock, which is disturbing and certainly starting to affect regular Americans, average Americans, not just federal employees, but it's having much broader effects. And Democrats are doing that for political leverage. It's the height of irresponsibility. And by the way, the other clock that you showed that I think is even more important is the national debt clock. As we tick closer and closer to $38 trillion in national debt, to see Democrats trying to extract $400 or so billion in higher healthcare spending. As you noted in your intro here, spending is out of control across the board, but particularly in the healthcare space. So to try to force that upon this country right now at a time when we are literally drowning in debt, just the height of irresponsibility and extremely frustrating.
Past $38 trillion in debt. That the Democrats are demanding we pay more. And the idea, I mean, how naive do you have to be, Brandon, to believe all these illegal aliens, they're not getting any benefits from this health care. They're not getting any benefits here and there. That would never happen. I mean, come on. Well, what planet were you born on? Of course, there's fraud. There's fraud from illegals. There's fraud from American citizens. There's piles of fraud every single day to the tune of trillions of dollars in this country. And anybody that would say otherwise is just, to me, delusional. Am I wrong?
You are absolutely right. You know, listen, the Congressional Budget Office, which counts the beans when it comes to federal policy, when the Republicans came forward with these good government policies to get people off of the Medicaid rolls who shouldn't be on there, they said it would save billions of dollars. If there weren't people illegally on the Medicaid rolls, if there weren't people abusing the system, then the score for those policies would have been $0. It wouldn't have saved a nickel. And Democrats retort by saying, hey, the law says that the illegal immigrants cannot be on Medicaid, therefore they are not on Medicaid. That is absolutely naive, as you point out. Listen, a lot of things are illegal and a lot of people break the law, you know, and that's frustrating to see in any aspect, but particularly here when they are bilking the system to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. We need to institute these types of reforms, and we need to restore some degree of sanity and responsibility to the federal budget.
Where's Doge? That's just what I want to know. Where is Doge these days? You know, Elon Musk left. You don't hear much about it these days. Is it still working? Is it still going? Is it still finding the fat, trimming it, finding the waste, fraud, and abuse, and getting rid of it? Is that still going on?
It is. Doge is still active. There's a Doge Congress on Capitol Hill. There's a Doge entity within the White House. It is getting a lot less attention. Certainly not having Elon Musk play an integral role in it is a huge factor there. But yeah, and their mission is never going to be over. Let's be honest. Their mission is always going to have an important role here, because there's always going to be waste in the federal government. We need to eliminate as much as we possibly can. But certainly some of the research that Doge did is informing some of these rifts, the laying off that they're doing of federal employees. I don't think we should need a shutdown to fire people that aren't doing their job and aren't contributing to the greater good. I think we should do that regardless of the status of the federal government. But I think their information that they've gathered through the research has been very, very helpful in that process.
Yeah. Look, I don't want people to lose their jobs, but the fact of the matter is the government's too big, it's too bloated, too many layers of bureaucracy, too many people on payroll. If it were a company, if a private company had this problem, they would fix it by cutting people off. Sorry to hear that. But Brandon, thank you for being here.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, after the break, I'll discuss the DOJ's attempts to follow through with a probe into the University of Nevada in Reno for using taxpayer funds to assist illegal aliens. Of course, we'll be back.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Hill from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Nevada in Reno in hot water today as the DOJ urging a probe into the institution for allegedly using taxpayer money to pay for illegal aliens. You've heard the story before. The DOJ asserts that UNR used these funds through their UndocuPAC initiative, a program that pointed illegal immigrants to resources such as financial aid opportunities and job listings on campus with the promise that these opportunities were accessible without traditional employment authorization. You know, just cut the corner and cut the line. What's more is that a $90,000 scholarship opportunity presented by the Soros family was proudly displayed on these web pages, which have since been deleted. And officials from the university have responded to the DOJ by claiming that this program was compliant with the law. Joining me now to discuss, campus reform correspondent Emily Sturge, live from Washington, D.C. Emily, nice to see you today.
Great to be with you.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that they're compliant with the law, Emily. I'm skeptical, but am I right to be skeptical?
You're absolutely right. And Steve, for the past 9 months of this administration, I have been thrilled to see the Department of Justice and the Department of Education investigate, target, and cut taxpayer-funded resources going to illegal alien students within our higher education system. This is just the latest example. The Department of Justice pushing for this investigation into the University of Nevada, Reno is a fantastic step. And look, the university was very quick to scrub those web pages from their university website. But as a reporter for the Leadership in Suits Campus Reform, I was able to put my technology skills to the test. I was able to find archived versions of the university web pages and can confirm that the university was, in fact, advertising scholarships, financial aid, jobs that don't require proof of citizenship, as well as free legal services to illegal alien students. And at the end of the day, I'm not shocked because this is a pattern that we're seeing at universities across the country.
So how are they to get away with this? The rules have been issued, executive orders have been written and signed. We're trying to prevent the leaching of American taxpayer dollars to people who should not have them in a variety of places, especially on campus. What happens to an underprivileged kid in America who needed that funding, who needed that help? Do they just get tossed away? What happens?
Well, absolutely. Illegal immigrant students get scholarships, they get discounted tuition rates, and American students get sky-high tuition rates and student loans. I'm glad to see the administration looking into this one campus, but look, we can go much further with this. There are hundreds of university campuses providing taxpayer-funded resources to illegal alien students. The administration can also take a look at the University of Nevada's other campus in Las Vegas. The University of Nevada, Las Vegas has a law school there. They have accepted more than $2 million in taxpayer funding to provide deportation defense and free legal services to illegal alien students, staff, and family members. For the past week of my life, I have gone through state and county funding reports to bring you that statistic. I have found over $2 million worth of taxpayer funds going to that specific law clinic on that campus, but this is nationwide. I've been reporting on these deportation defense free legal services at university campuses across the country. Tulane University in New Orleans, American University in D.C., just to name a few, are some of the other campuses providing these resources too.
So it's rampant. It's a problem across the country, and they don't seem to care. Even when they get caught, they say, well, we weren't doing anything wrong. But they are. Emily, I'll give you the last word.
Well, if these university campuses want to become sanctuaries for illegal aliens, be my guest, but they shouldn't be taking a dime of taxpayer resources. They shouldn't be taking a dime of federal funding, state funding, or county funding, and that's unfortunately what's going on right now. I'm not shocked by any of this because I have uncovered millions of dollars going to scholarships, discounted tuition rates, financial resources, things like that going to illegal alien students. I'm going to continue spotlighting it, but it's on this administration to investigate and hopefully cut it.
Emily, thank you for the hard work. Maybe they could take it out of their endowment funds. They've all got big ones. That's where they should get the money. Emily, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, buy gold, get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchase from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. They're beautiful. Look, gold is up over 50% since the beginning of the year. That's a fact. And Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA and physical gold. Plus, they'll send you a free silver round honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you are current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. They've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are my listeners. I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text America to 989898 for a free information kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver, just like this beauty in my hand, with a qualifying purchase before the end of the month. That's right, America to 989898. Do it today, and, well, free silver is on the way. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a brief commercial break where I'll bring on former Trump attorney Christina Bobb to discuss the less draconian tactics and how they are being exposed one crime at a time. Details ahead.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy Hill from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Democrats claim they are the ones on the side of law and order. It seems as if their side is always in the midst of controversy or some big scandal that's blowing up all the time. For starters, John Bolton knowingly and carelessly shared diary-like entries of his personal notes containing classified information to seemingly anyone, regardless of the fragile contents within them. That is the accusation. And, of course, most recently, Jack Smith, who allegedly ordered his Arctic Frost team to tap and track the phone calls of various Republican lawmakers during the January 6th probe. That happened. While these cases are still developing, the fact of the matter is this. Democrats are willing to stoop to even lower levels, and it's never a surprise when accountability comes into play. I'm not. They are. Here with me to discuss former Trump attorney, author of the book Defiant, Christina Bobb. There's the book, and there's Christina. Christina, how are you today?
Great. Thanks for having me, Steve.
Let's start with John Bolton. You and I have not discussed that one yet. And 18 counts, 26-page indictment. It's violations of the Espionage Act. This is serious trouble he has here. And he bragged about a lot of this on, cable talk shows and so forth. How much legal trouble is he in?
A lot. I mean, I can tell you as a criminal defendant myself, any criminal case is a lot of legal trouble, but 18 counts violating unlawful disclosure and retention of classified materials is nothing to laugh at. It's far more significant than what they charged President Trump with. President Trump was supposedly obstructing justice when they were trying to investigate him. I mean, they have 39 counts of that. They never once alleged that he unlawfully gave anybody else access. They were just saying that he was sloppy in how he maintained his records and he obstructed justice was basically the allegation, which, no victim, right? But with this, they're saying that he was actually disseminating classified information. And I will also highlight that this comes from a Maryland grand jury. This case is filed in Maryland, which is a very liberal district. So he has a favorable jury pool, and they still found enough probable cause to indict him.
And speaking of liberal grand juries, and look, this is why I say to the Democrats, relax. The grand juries are coming from Maryland, from dark blue Northern Virginia, where James Comey was indicted for lying to Congress. Tish James was indicted for mortgage fraud. I mean, that's how the system is supposed to work. The grand jury takes a look at the evidence presented. They make a decision. Usually it's about 25 people. You never know who, and they never disclose the conversation. But that's why the system is in place, to make sure that people that get indicted for the right reasons, correct?
100%. And they're trying to sway the courts through the media, through the court of public opinion. They're trying to muddy the waters enough because they know that the Trump Department of Justice can get convictions on these because there's enough evidence to actually get convictions. And so they're trying to foment enough discussion about this negatively towards the Trump DOJ to try to get the courts to throw the cases out because they have liberal juries. They also have liberal judges in these areas. And so they're trying to create enough of a shield for these judges to dismiss the case. If the judges follow the law, the cases should not be dismissed, as far as I can tell. There hasn't been anything that I've seen reported that's improper about any of this. But I mean, it's a battle. The venues for all of these is against the Trump DOJ.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. Donald Trump winning a lot of court victories lately, even from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals when it comes to putting the National Guard into Portland. So even the liberals sometimes realize they can't avoid what's written in the laws, and they have to give rulings based on that. John Brennan, he seems to be concerned right now. I hope he is lawyered up, because it looks like he might be the next contestant here for the DOJ to go after. What do you think?
Well, it looks that way. And what's interesting to me about this is that it was referred by Congress, by Jim Jordan, saying, hey, he lied to us when he testified. And, he lied about the Steele dossier. He knowingly gave us false information. He knew that the information he was giving to Congress was false. It contradicted the CIA reporting and all of the information that he had from the intelligence community. And he just flat out lied to Congress. So, they can say, oh, the Trump DOJ is just going after Trump's political opponents. Well, this one's not coming from the Trump DOJ. This one's coming from Congress. So, I hope.
Let me ask you about something else here.
Yeah.
Here's something that I saw from Joe Scarborough this morning. You probably didn't see it. I didn't mean to see it, but I saw it. I couldn't help myself. Scarborough warning Republicans, if the Democrats get back in charge, they could weaponize the intel and DOJ against you guys. And I'm like, haven't we already been there? Isn't that how we got here in the first place?
That is how we got here,
dirty dealing? Yeah, I mean, come on. That's what the libs think,
exactly
though. They think, well, gosh, we never did this. Come on. Seriously?
It is exactly how we got here. I mean, again, to reiterate, I am currently a criminal defendant, and none of the liberals are saying, hey, all of these Trump electors need to be exonerated. These cases need to be dismissed. It was something these state and local AGs and DAs were trying to influence the 2024 election, and it didn't work. Thank God one judge in Michigan already threw it out. The other judges need to throw it out. My case is hanging by a thread. And there's not a single liberal report out there saying this is wrong, it needs to be dropped. Yeah. So, their cries ring hollow to me when they're only crying about this on one side.
Christina, I look forward to the day that you come back here on the program and those charges have gone away. I do, for your sake. Thank you for being here.
Me too. Thanks.
All right. The tax extension deadline passed October the 15th, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble, well, it's still brewing. If you missed that deadline or owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes it worse. Here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% per month, up to 25% of your total tax bill, just for not filing. That's in addition to what you already owe. The good news, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track and fast. With tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. It's not too late to gain control, though. Your consultation, free. In one short call and a few simple questions, the experts at Tax Network USA can determine how much you can save. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAF. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move and you don't. After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful this country still is. Plus, your answers to the America's Voice question of the day. Why do you think the mainstream media exaggerated the size of the turnout for the No Kings protests? I've got some ideas. Back after this.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
All right. What makes America wonderful? We do it every day to make sure you leave here with a smile on your face. It's a great country you live in. Today's story comes to us from Cresskill, New Jersey, where a 101-year-old woman is still waking up bright and early to clock in at a shift for her job. Ann Angeletti, owner of Curiosity Jewelers, Cresskill, shares that the secret to her work ethic revolves around personal tenets, which Angeletti says are these. You must get up. You must shower, you must eat, you must take care of yourself, you must exercise, and if you don't like what you're doing, then change. Customers at Curiosity Jewelers note that Angeletti is a joy to be around and that she always ensures that customers get the best deals, and her work ethic is unmatched. Since most people her age would be retired by now permanently, right? A strong work ethic is the moral of customers. Stevie is the day's story today. What better way to express this than to showcase that Ann Angeletti, at 101, getting after it, her work ethic indicative of people who make America wonderful. Nice job to her. Why do you think the mainstream media exaggerated the size of the turnout for the No Kings protest? Come on now. Nasty 0701, they paid to. I hope that they paid taxes on that. We don't want any tax evasion here. Bohica Bob, because the size of the turnout is tiny compared to the turnout for the Trump election, 2024. John Hogan writes, Democrats can't help themselves when thinking they have support of the people. Simply put, they lie. Real Carolina Girl writes this, they desperately want to believe they're the majority. They're not. Let's see, Supporter 78, they weren't funded by our government because it's shut down. And I believe more people are waking up to the truth due to all the exposures and indictments. Receipts. You got it. If you want to be part of the question of the day here on the program, go to all those social media sites, hammer the like button, and follow me. I might feature you right here the next time around. Tell you who I am going to feature, Eric Bowling, because he's up next. He's in queue. He's in the on-deck circle. There he is with a ball bat in his hand, ready to do some real work.
I'm texting Brian Glenn right now because Trump is ready to speak or something. And if you know, he loves the 4 o'clock hour, Gruber. Something you may not experience, but he adores 4 o'clock. So we're trying to figure out if we could have a show, half a show, quarter show. In fact, the wonderful O'Reilly interview that we taped yesterday, we're trying to squeeze it in before they. So you caught me texting Brian Glenn to find out if he has any inside information on when this NATO gentleman or people are going to show up and they're going to have.
Just give me a little preview of the O'Reilly thing. Was he fired up? Was he ready to go? Was he a little feisty?
He's the most the author with the most #1 New York Times best-selling books in history, and there's not even a second. But Bob Woodward's #2. We just talked. It's called the worst people in the history of the world, and I kind of asked him how many Americans were. He was fascinated, but I did ask him this, Gruber, you're going to watch this interview, because I said, Bill, I've known you a long time. I filled in for you 250 times when I was at Fox when you like to take Fridays off. I was there for you every Friday. Bill, you seem like you're coming around to Trump a lot more than you used to be. Are you straight up a pro-Trump MAGA? Took him back a little bit. And I will not blow the surprise. We're going to have to watch because we're going to try and get it in the next couple of minutes before the president steals the hour from us again. So we'll see. Yeah, he's
good work there.
He's a good friend. He's 50 years in journalism. Wow.
Yeah. So what's the new book? Because I know he's got a brand new one. I saw it cross my screen here
it's in the New York Times. Number one best comes right out of the box. Number one bestseller. Ben's going to run over there and yell in my ear what the name of it is. Like it's not Killing anymore. It's like
I've read a bunch of them.
He started.
I've read a bunch
they're
of them.
great.
Killing
books.
Patton, Killing Lincoln, Killing Kennedy. I've read Killing the Rising Sun. I've read a whole bunch of those books. They're really, really good. You know, I've never talked to Bill personally in my life. But
Trish, Mad Dog, and Ben tell me it's confronting evil, and then there's
that's right.
We see Hitler, Mao Zedong, and a couple of other the worst people in the history of the planet on the cover. Assessing the worst of the worst. I'm little birdie in my ears telling me. So it's another Bill. And then here's this. Ready for this? Last question. I said, Bill, you got a lot of money. You got more money than God. You've been doing this a long time. What makes Bill O'Reilly get up every morning?
Fair enough.
Pretty close. You're
watching.
Pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. Gruber, good talking to you, my friend. All right, folks. 4 o'clock. Woo! You see those lights come on like that. Dow had tough day in the markets. 350 lower in the Dow. 220 in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ was down 370 at one point. 38, little bounce back in the S&P. Gold took back $15 from the big loss yesterday. Again, gold is up about almost 50% year over year. Oil up a little bit. Crypto kind of floundering, just trailing off a little bit. There's a lot of selling, a lot of liquidation going on in crypto. All right, as promised, let's get right to this. All right, my next guest, celebrating 50 years in journalism. I said that right, 50 years. He's his own show on BillO'Reilly.com called The No Spin News. And his latest book, Confronting Evil, Assessing the Worst of the Worst, is number one on the New York Times bestseller list, making this his 20th number one bestseller book. I don't think there's anyone close. I don't even know who number two would be. Maybe, Bob Woodward. Who knows? Happy to have on Bill O'Reilly back to the show. Bill, really good to have you on. Congratulations, my friend. I mean, 20 number one New York Times bestseller. Who is number two? Do you know?
Yeah, it's Woodward. He has 14. So I don't think my record's ever going to be broken. And we're the most successful nonfiction authors in the world. But I appreciate you mentioning bowling. But you know what I appreciate even more? That you wore a shirt for this interview. Thank you very much. I appreciate
technically
that.
Never not worn a shirt. I am wearing long sleeves for this interview. And you as you noted, to cover up the tattoos.
Formal.
I'm deplorable. I'm the basket of deplorables. I will tell you one thing, though, before we get into this. I do know there's a record that I will never be broken. It has something to do with you. There was a time I was asked to host your show. You were, gallivanting around the world somewhere. I was sitting in, and I was, I'm going to fill in for O'Reilly. And at some point, they said, can you do Fox and Friends in the morning? I'm like, geez, for 3 hours of Fox and Friends. I did that. I did Bill O'Reilly. And Hannity was supposed to be interviewing the would-be President Trump somewhere, in Detroit somewhere. And his shot went down, and they said, stay in the seat. You got to do Hannity. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm the only human being ever to fill in for Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity on the same day. I could be wrong, but
I think that's probably true. And back then you didn't have any tattoos, so it was a good sequence, bowling.
And look how much more fun I am now, Bill. Really, so 20 number one bestsellers. The worst, assessing the worst of the worst, begs the question: is Putin the worst of the worst? Is Mao? Who is the worst of the worst?
Well, the worst mass killer on the planet ever is Mao Zedong. 20 million of his own people went down. And there isn't a Chinese person in that country that knows that. You go to Beijing, where I was in May, and there's pictures of Mao all over the place. You can imagine if an American had killed 20 million Americans, I don't think that person's picture would be all over the place. But Mao is the worst. And then it's up to the reader to decide. So we have 15 miscreants in the book, 4 on the cover, and then in the book, 11 more. And each of them, their evil, what they did, maintains to this day, that's the common thread on all of these 15. What they did still influences the world. And it's a harrowing book, but a book that you'll learn an enormous amount about America and the world.
Hitler killed 6 million Jews. He didn't make the cover, did he?
Okay, I lost audio here.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
I could not hear that question.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Well, I put the cover of the book back up there. Is Adolf Hitler on the cover? He killed 6 million Jews, and there he is off to the left.
Hitler.
There it is. There you go.
Yeah.
Any Americans in the book, Bill?
Oh yeah, there's a slave traders, 2 guys who had a business purchasing human beings, brutalizing them, and then selling them. They became the richest men in the world by doing that heinous slave trade. And then there are the robber barons, J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller, Carnegie, who's amassed unbelievable fortunes by exploiting American workers, including children. And Teddy Roosevelt brought them down. I included the robber barons in the book because I wanted to get some heroes in the book too. And Teddy was a real hero there. Almost single-handedly went after the robber barons, and he won. He beat them in the Supreme Court. It was close. And that turned around all the labor in America, which was horrendous at the beginning of the 19th century.
Well, you got a great book there, Bill, and we will absolutely read it. Quick thought on the New York mayoral race. Mamdani is leading. If Curtis Leawood drops out, gives Andrew Cuomo a shot, a fighting man's shot. What are your thoughts on this? You want Curtis Leawood to back out?
I did a commentary today on it on WABC, which is our flagship in New York City. We do radio and television, as you know. And I said, it's not my place to request that Curtis Leawood drop out of the race, because I believe he's a sincere man, that he thinks he could run the city better than Cuomo and Mamdani. And he's put up himself into the arena, and it's not my place. I did lay out that Mamdani will most likely be elected if Curtis does not drop out. So that's the decision that he has to make himself. But
what would you prefer?
I feel a little,
no one's going to take.
I prefer polling. I prefer you to be mayor over Mamdani. Anybody.
That's a big. This is a
disaster.
Right, that's a big statement.
Right.
Big statement. Right
this is a disaster for the city, the largest city in the country, and the head of the capitalist movement in the world. No. I mean, this man will go in, will not enforce the law, so you'll have bodies piled up. You won't even be able to get the cops on a 911 call.
Right.
And then there'll be a collapse of the economy as wealthy corporations and wage earners move out. They're going to pay 30, 40% in tax. Nobody's going to do that. Real estate will collapse. It'll be on, and this guy's going to get 4 years? My God.
He's being embraced by half the Democrat Party, certainly the socialist wing of the Democrat Party. But okay, so Bill won't ask Curtis Leawood to back out. I'll be on record. I'm not there anymore, but if I lived in New York or city or the state for that matter, I would be begging Curtis to step aside, let Andrew Cuomo give it a shot, because anything's better than Mamdani. I want to talk with you about this, Bill. I've known you, 25 years, 25 years, whatever. I sit in for you 200 times on the Bill O'Reilly Show at Fox. I've known you very well. I've never known you to be true MAGA or true America First or really a right winger, but I'm feeling the sense of this relationship. You go to the White House last week, are you MAGA?
No. I'm not tied into any political party. I'm a registered independent. I go to the White House as any reporter would. I went to the Charlie Kirk Medal ceremony, not as an invitee, because I didn't know Mr. Kirk or his family. I went as a reporter. And that's the best way to serve my audience, that I was there. I saw who was there. I saw the interactions. I made headlines because I got, Beck and Waters and Carlson all together in one photo, which will never happen again. And it went on all over the world in 10 minutes, as social media does now. When any president asks me, and 5 of them have, for advice, I give it to them because I love my country. But I'm not currying favor with any politician, and I never would.
He gives you, you've said this, he's called you, he calls you. You went to the baseball game, you gave him your book at the baseball game. So you're becoming pretty close. It just feels like you're moving a little further right than what I've known you. I mean, I've been against tariffs. I don't know where you are. Here's another one. I don't love the idea of blowing narco terrorists out of the water without some sort of, I don't know, let's call it, I'm not sure they deserve due process fully, but I think maybe we could capture them first before we, eliminate them. But it's a thought. There's just certain things that are going on. I'm just curious if you find somebody at fault with some of these things.
I want more information about it, but I'm not opposed to designating drug smugglers as terrorists. They're killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. Come on. But when you whack somebody with U.S. air power, then you should explain to the people why you did it, how you knew they were a threat to this country in a general way. You don't want to give up national security secrets, but I want more information coming forth. And I think what you're seeing, Bowling, is that the opposition to Donald Trump has become so radicalized, so far left in a danger zone, Mandani, and others, that my commentary becomes a little bit more forceful, not in support of the White House, but in opposition to what I feel is a much bigger threat. So I don't see President Trump as a threat at all. I don't think he's a king. I don't think he's screwing up. I think that his foreign policy is light years better than Biden or Obama or Bush the younger or Clinton. I believe that the tariffs, I'm going to give them a fair shot. They may work for the U.S. economy by changing it into a manufacturing situation where wages are higher. So I don't see Trump as a deficit. If I begin to see him that way, I will certainly report it.
Okay, got it. Very quickly, Bill, I only have about a minute or so. Yeah, I want to ask you this. I've known you a long time. You're a successful author. No one's going to touch your bestseller list. You're a very wealthy man. You've done extremely well your whole life. What makes Bill O'Reilly get up and do it every day? I mean, you could easily go off into the sunset, buy a beautiful home somewhere in a Caribbean island, whatever. Why do you do it every day?
Well, number one, I think I have a reason to be here. See, I'm a man of faith. I go to Mass every Sunday. And I think I was put here for a reason, all right? And the reason is to bring as much information as I can to the millions of people who follow me. And that's through radio and television and books, whatever it is. And so if I leave to go to the Caribbean, then what do I accomplish there? I'm a big grape. I just sitting out there, and, it'd be fun. But at this point in my life, I have a vast amount of experience. I think more than any other journalist working, with the exception of Brit Hume. And I'm imparting that wisdom, Bowling, to those who would like to hear it. And so it's a simple equation. But, it is a burden to do all the stuff I'm doing. I mean, my God, I'm busier now than I was when I was 35. Yep. And that's kind of crazy.
And that's kind of good, too, Bill. I hope to be as busy as you are. You're substantially further down the road age than my young age of 61 years old. Bill O'Reilly, I love you, brother. I really do. I miss you. And thank you for spending a few minutes on Bowling.
Sure, Bowling. And we'll see you down in Florida this winter, I hope.
Let's do it. Thank you. Bill O'Reilly, everybody. Well, folks, I got to tell you this. The Edge is growing, get this, 70 times faster than the average of all new YouTube shows like we were. But that's because of you. The Edge is where men aren't apologetic about being men. And as for masculinity, we are masculine all the time. All masculinity, welcome, toxic or not. No snowflakes allowed, just pure grit and perseverance. This week on The Edge, we have two arenas, one code. A fighter who lives for the hit. Tristan Ham is an up-and-coming, and by the way, undefeated heavyweight boxing champion. And a builder of men, a guy who turns pain into purpose and a hugely growing business. Two men forged by pressure, both proving what it means to live on the edge. A special week this week. 2 new episodes drop Thursday and Sunday, only on YouTube. Search Eric Bolling, The Edge on YouTube. See it right there. Just click it, youtube.com/Eric Bolling, The Edge, or take a picture of that QR code right there on the screen. I thank you for your watching. I thank you for your support, and I thank you for your subscription. Thank you. You're making it all worthwhile. Appreciate you. Mm-hmm. All right, folks, the new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government, any government, can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home with each and every one of us. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from TWC doctors all the time on this network. And you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their amazing series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and, by the way, the all-important guidebooks to assist you in the proper use of those medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer and more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice. www.twc.health/voice today and order twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
There it is the White House, waiting on that guy right there. All right, folks, we're entering the fourth week of the Schumer shutdown, and folks want to know what is the real economic impact of the shutdown. Here to discuss is Birch Gold Group's precious metal specialist. Welcome back, Philip Patrick. So is there an effect? I mean, I think some of the numbers, the releases are being held back. BLS is probably holding things back, but we can get into that. But Phil, before we jump into it, massive move down in gold yesterday for one day, back up today a little bit. But I watched the U.S. dollar rally, and when the dollar rallies, gold comes off. Point is, I've watched the U.S. dollar sliding for, I don't know, a decade. It's sure to continue, and I see this as a buying opportunity for gold. What do you say? You may be muted, Philip. Are you muted? No. We have him? Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
There we go. We got him. There you go. Oh, so I'll reframe the question. I see gold, that big dip yesterday, as an opportunity to buy because the dollar will continue its slide at some point. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. So we've seen a slight strengthening in the US dollar, but people have to remember that's on the back of the worst start to the year for the dollar since the 1970s. So we saw a slight bounce back. I think there's some positive news when it comes to China and trade, which the markets have responded to and obviously strengthened the dollar shorter term. But in my mind, all that's done is created, as you say, a buying opportunity. We never want to see something going up and up and up like gold was. It done almost 15% in a couple of months. So to see some profit taking, a small correction down, I think is welcome for investors.
Phil, I just went back, and this day a year ago, gold was $2,750 an ounce. We're talking $4,100. It's like getting a 50% pay bump in your salary in a year. It's been a wonderful ride. You're going to have these dips. And again, there's no reason that the U.S. dollar is showing any sign of, continued strength, which means when it weakens, gold goes up, yeah?
That's exactly correct. It's why central banks around the world are buying it in record quantities. Gold and the dollar are inverse. And I think broadly speaking, there is a structural shift happening. I think I mentioned last time I was on, since the 80s, there's been this belief, and an incorrect belief, that US government debt and debt in general was risk-free. And I think that's been shattered. Global debt to GDP is 245% now and rising. And I think there's a belief now that gold will become again the number one global reserve asset with time.
Does gold compete with crypto or not? I mean, so many people say, gold is a $27 trillion asset. Crypto's about a $2 trillion asset. In other words, do I risk people moving into crypto instead of gold when I'm holding gold?
Listen, I think that crypto is going to see some pickup, right? Listen, the dollar is not looking at it as a good store of wealth. Correct. And I think people are looking for stores of wealth outside, crypto being one of them. The difference with gold, it has an inverse relationship with the dollar. So if the dollar's going to go down, gold's going to go up. Crypto doesn't have that direct relationship. It may go up, it may go down. So it's not a direct currency hedge, but I think it's going to see some movement on the back of de-dollarization as well.
And very quickly, do we have anything to worry about with the Bureau of Labor Statistics and other government agencies during the shutdown not releasing data?
Look, it's not a good look. First of all, it doesn't allow the Federal Reserve to make good decisions, which they haven't been for a while. Second of all, it's not a good look for the rest of the world. Don't forget, we're going out every single day asking the world, cap in hand, asking for $25 to $30 billion every day in loans. And we can't even agree what we're going to spend that money on. It's like me going to a mortgage company and saying, I want a loan, but I haven't picked the house yet. It's a bad look at a bad time.
Very good. Mr. Philip Patrick, but the great Birch Gold Group. Folks, I use them. I love them. I trust them. You should too. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you.
All right, folks, our next guest, our own RAV correspondent, host of Law and Border, Ben Bergquam. Ben, you are in a different background scenery. Just a couple seconds. You're in Vermont, but tell us what's over your shoulder.
Yeah, that's Canada. If you actually see they call it the slash right in between the trees right there. That is the border. If you just follow this fence line down, that is the border of Canada. This gate right here is the only thing that separates me from Canada right now. And that house is actually in Canada. So just gives you an idea as President Trump has secured our southern border, just showing you the vulnerabilities of our northern border with the threats of jihad, with the threats of cartel. There's a lot going on up here. So I was just riding with Border Patrol Chief of Swanton Sector earlier today to uncover some of those and see what other threats we're facing and what President Trump and the team are doing about it.
We have that soundbite. Guys, let's roll that with the border agent of the Swanton Sector, Garcia.
Everything and anything that is crossing illegally in between the ports of entries and trying to sneak into this country is a concern for us. The transnational criminal organizations as well are connected with various associates from that may connect to the southern border, may connect to the coastal border, may connect in ways that are facilitating contraband that's making its way up from Central America into the United States, into Canada. So, yes, that is a concern for us as well. And those connections and how that's building, what it is that they're doing to exploit the vulnerabilities at the border. We work really well with some of our federal, state, county, local, tribal, and international partners to get after those complex organizations.
A fascinating thought here, Ben, is that I think he had said contraband comes through the southern border, makes its way through the United States, and heads up north. Boy, that northern border is far less populated than the southern border. How in the world do you protect a border that size and that vastly remote?
Well, that's the thing. Almost 6,000 miles of border compared to the 2,000 miles of our southern border. It is extremely difficult. And so you've got a combination of factors. The changing terrain, you go from this farmland to forest to swamps to mountains and then Great Lakes in between, as well as the weather. You know, it's starting to get cold. It's going to be minus 20 degrees here very soon. You've got snow. So there's certain areas, and it's not like our southern border where you have a road across the entire thing. In fact, most of it has no road. And so the only way to get to it is either by snow machine or four-wheel drive or horse or by foot. And so it's extremely difficult. But that's why it's a combination of manpower and technology working together up here. Some of the elements actually help play a part in that, making it more difficult. You know, obviously when it's minus 30 degrees, harder to get across, but the cartel doesn't care. They send people at every part of the year. And so that's one of the things these guys are dealing with. It's not just the drugs and the people that are coming across or the guns that are going north. It's the people that are getting stuck out here and dying of hypothermia because the cartel didn't tell them that it's going to be minus 30. They just sent them anyways.
It's
so
amazing, Ben. You're out in these remote locations and in the risk. You put yourself at risk. We know Oscar has been literally threatened by the cartels. The cartels are sending people south from Canada as well, not just people moving through going north. Are we at risk of having fentanyl coming in from our northern border as well?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the CCP has operations in Canada. They have those operations stretched down into Maine. You've got the cartel, different factions of Sinaloa and other cartels operating in Canada. Some of the traffic is coming through the United States. You have cartel, obviously, across the United States. So there's pipelines that go directly from Mexico into the United States, into Canada. But there's also pipelines that go from Canada back down into the United States. Some people flying directly into Canada, getting visas or visa waivers and coming in, and some of the materials coming directly into Canada and then dropping south. So it's a combination, and that's what makes it so difficult. You know, they have trail cams out here. A lot of the farmers have trail cams, and they have people going in both directions. So you have illegals going from a U.S. into Canada, and you have as well as coming from Canada into the U.S. So the dynamics here are different, but incredibly important. And we talk about the terror threat. How many terrorists is too many? That's the big concern of folks up here, especially.
It's very clear the border, the whole group, people protecting homeland need a lot more money, need a lot more assets, need a lot more human beings. Ben, please stay safe, brother. Ben Bergquam, stay safe.
Will do. Thank you, Eric.
Brother. Thank you. All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
fans, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
It's Mama Rav in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
You know, if only the Democrats cared as much about the needs of everyday Americans as much as they care about the construction of a ballroom of that house right there. Right now, while you worry about the safety of your loved ones and paying your bills, Democrats are losing their minds over President Trump's plan to rebuild a $250 million ballroom in the White House.
I think it's fairly grotesque to begin construction, just the optics of beginning construction on a grand ballroom at a time when the government is shut down, inflation is still high. I would say the timing is horrible. And look, personally, it was a little shocking to see those images, having worked in the White House.
Well, that's Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign senior advisor, by the way. And Hillary also made it clear she's not a fan of the president's White House overhaul, posting this, and I'm quoting Hill Shady right here. Quote, "It's not his house, it's your house, and he's destroying it." All right, Hillary, let's talk about this a little bit. Like, remember when the Clintons stole stuff from the White House? $28,000 worth of furniture, if I do recall correctly. The year was 2001. George W. Bush had just defeated Al Gore in the infamous hanging Chad presidential election from hell. The whole Clinton posse was very upset about how things turned out. And so to drive the point home, Clinton, or at least those working under him, went and ransacked the current White House. The departing Clintons were accused of stealing furniture, vandalizing federal buildings, and leaving a general mess for the Bush team to clean up. The extent of the damage reported in the press was stunning. The Clintons allegedly left behind filthy carpets, slashed computer cords, and trash on the floor. Profane messages had apparently been recorded on answering machines. Graffiti had been painted on the walls, and pornography had been left on computer screens. Not making this stuff up, folks. Again, Hillary Clinton says it's her house. It was her house during that time, too. An extensive amount of stuff was allegedly to have been stolen, from everything from furniture to silverware. That's right, they took all the silverware out of the White House ballroom. They stole the silverware. In a jab at the new president, the W keys had been removed from computer keyboards. They put the W right off the keyboards, which brings us conveniently back to this post. Hillary respectfully walk away from this one. You should, quote, our house is where Bill Clinton made a mockery of the Oval Office with a cigar. I won't go into detail. Use your imagination. Monica Lewinsky. Let's not do this, Hillary, shall we? History and facts are always a massive inconvenience to the Democrat Party, which seems to have the memory of a flea, or they hope we can't hear or read or see. Hate to disturb their sense of delusion, but renovating the White House is most certainly not exclusive to President Trump. Shall we do this? Just a few examples here. Teddy Roosevelt built the West Wing. Taft added the first Oval Office. FDR added the entire East Wing, beautiful East Wing of the East Room, with an indoor pool for himself, by the way. Nixon added the press room and a bowling alley. You know what they did? They filled up the swimming pool for the press room. That's what they did. I mean, come on. That's right. Oh, how about this one? Barack Obama, he added a basketball court. And now they're absolutely breaking down, freaking out over a large, privately funded, by the way, ballroom.
But this
far different.
is painful. I mean, this is historic structure.
It's history being torn to shreds. And again, is everybody? I mean, so if somebody wants to go into the White House, the next person wants to just knock down all the walls and turn it into a disco. Congress can't do anything. I mean, seriously, I mean, you're destroying like one of the most historic structures on the planet.
Yeah. And the cost.
And are we saying that whoever we elect president has the right to destroy? Like what? Just tear things up, tear it to the ground, turn it into something else?
Oh, you are so dramatic, Joe and Mika. Can't believe they're doing this. Just a small part of the East Wing. It's a privately funded activity right here. Not a taxpayer cent is going to be spent on this. And really, it's good for the country. But that doesn't stop them.
You know who is still bulldozing ahead with building a White House ballroom that no one voted for, no one asked for, and once again, it's promises made and promises broken. Disco. You know, they've wanted a disco in Trump Tower for hundreds of years. Yeah. And so, I mean, come on, man. You don't own that building. That is the people's building. You don't own it. You don't own it. You cannot take it down. You don't own it. Take your behind to another town. Very good.
Oh, God, please make it stop. Please make them stop singing. Well, actually, it's nothing like that at all, The View. And here's the thing, and I think this is why Democrats can't wrap their tiny little useless brains around this. This is just what happens when people receive money to make renovations or fix something, and they actually do it. They fix it. They use the money to fix stuff. I know it's foreign to a party that held power for so many years, claimed to be all about fixing our infrastructure, but actually did nothing at all. $1 trillion down the tube. $1 trillion monstrosity of a bill. What was it called again? Build Back Better. Well, we saw no build, no back, and definitely no better. Oh, and hey, Joe Biden, what about that bridge you were going to fix lickety-split that was destroyed by the boat in Baltimore? Hey, Gavin, how about rebuilding the Pacific Palisades that you received fundraising millions and millions of dollars for, but have done absolutely nothing to fix? Trump had to fix it. Oh, how about that, Barack Obama? How's that monstrosity? Oops, sorry, I meant presidential library that looks like it was built during the Cold War in the Soviet Union. How's that moving along? I can imagine that Democrats are just totally shocked by seeing people actually do the things they said they were going to do in the money, using the money that isn't even taxpayer money, and doing it in a timely fashion. Also, privately funded. No taxpayer dollars going towards the building of that ballroom. So Democrats, especially you, Hillary Clinton, please, for the love of God, go fix something that actually needs fixing, or go help someone. Like actually help someone, do something. Or respectfully, please shut the hell up. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
fans, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
It's Mama Rev in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rev, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Alrighty, folks, there it is, White House. I think some NATO leaders are meeting with President Trump in there. He was going to come to the speaker, the microphone, the cameras. I'm not sure if he is or not, but in the meantime, we got a lot to talk about. Man, I'll pull out that first screen because this is amazing. We are celebrating The Edge in 33 days, folks. 33 days, 2,500 plus subscribers, 33 days. And if you look underneath that, all YouTube channels, all new YouTube channels, 2,500 takes 3 to 4 years. You guys helped us do it in 33 days, what would take every other channel up to 3 to 4 years on average. That is just amazing. I want to thank you for everything you do. The other screen is how you get to us. Appreciate your subscription. Always do. Either take your camera, hit that QR code, little yellow line, hit it, you'll subscribe. Never charge a thing. It just allows, when you go onto YouTube, to bring up our content up top so you can get to it very easy. Love you. You're crushing it. The show is amazing. It's just an absolutely amazing show. Just want you to, no politics at all. Just want you to subscribe. Or you can go to youtube.com/@EricBowling.TheEdge. youtube.com/@EricBowling.TheEdge. Do it, subscribe, and I absolutely thank you for your support. All righty, folks. Democrats, those darn Democrats, right? They've already proven that violence is their preferred method of getting everything and anything they want.
Get this man out of here now. And if that doesn't happen, and we're not promoting it for 1 second, but if that doesn't happen, there will be violence. Yes. And these people had the opportunity to stop it. And they didn't.
Oh, sure, Karen. Whatever you say. I'll only get this straight. Remove our democratically elected president because you just don't like what he's got to say. Got it. That message of threatening violence, well, that comes from the very tip top of the Democrat Party. Here's Hakeem Jeffries issuing threats to so-called extremists. That's just what they now call MAGA Republicans, by the way.
And when it comes to these extremists out there, you better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Next question.
It's a extremist out there. Oh, wait a minute. The guys who assassinated Charlie Kirk from the left and the guys who tried to take out Trump 3 times, 2, maybe 3 times from the left, they're not extremists. But us MAGA people are, just because we like lower taxes and a secure border. Got it, Hakeem. Fake Obama. It was also quite the moment when Dollar Store Obama, Team Obama, was forced to watch the president's trolling meme on loop during the CNN interview. Watch.
Which showed him with a crown, flying in a plane, bombing the No Kings protesters with piles of waste. It's a family program. I'll use that word. House Speaker Mike Johnson says that it's just Trump using social media and satire. Satire is the word that he used to make a point. How do you see it?
Well, that video is deeply unserious, deeply unpresidential, and deeply un-American. But unfortunately, it's the type of erratic, extreme behavior that the American people have continued to see from this president and from this administration from the very beginning. And of course, it's no surprise to us that House Republicans continue to behave as nothing more than reckless rubber stamps for Donald Trump's extreme agenda that's hurting the American people.
What she call it? Waste? That's poop. Let's call it what it is. That's hilarious. So it's not that Trump is acting like a child. It's he knows how to press their buttons. He gets inside. He lives rent-free in the Democrats' head. So he does these, sometimes childish things, and it just makes him crazy. And he just sits back and watches. They all have these freakouts. Jen Psaki, circle back Psaki, has always been a lying shill for the Democrat Party. And just like her party, she's reaching new lows these days. Here she is, trashy and classless as ever, making disgusting and baseless comments about the second lady of the United States and her marriage to the VP.
I think the little Manchurian candidate, J.D. Vance, wants to be president more than anything else. Yeah. I always wonder what's going on in the mind of his wife. Like, are you okay? Please blink 4 times. Yes. We'll come over here. We'll save you. And that he's willing to do anything to get there. And that your whole iteration you just outlined, I mean, he's scarier in certain ways.
He's smarter.
In some ways. And he's young.
Yeah. And ambitious.
And agile in the sense that he is a chameleon who makes himself into whatever he thinks the audience wants to hear from him.
And they don't know. I'm sure she's never met Usha Vance. She's a wonderful, wonderful lady, very devoted, very family-oriented, as is JD. It's just disgusting what they do. They take shots they know nothing, absolutely nothing about. There is absolutely nothing in Usha Vance and JD Vance's history that shows that there's any sort of animosity between the two. There's a very loving family. They love their children. It's crazy. These people are horrible people. But it was nice, I'll tell you, not having to hear from Karine Jean-Pierre, KJP, for a while, wasn't it? And then in announcing that she was writing a book, she made sure to let us all know that she was leaving the Democrat Party. Sure you are, as if anyone cares anyway. But folks, I'm afraid she's back. KJP is back and promoting her tour, and she's reminding us of why she was actually the worst White House press secretary in modern history, in history.
He did. Tim, he did talk about.
I mean, he talked way less to the press than Donald Trump does. Way less. And he wasn't out there at all. He wasn't good off the cuff. He wasn't doing press conferences. Let's just be real. Like, he didn't do big events.
Tim, that's not true.
When we talk about the mental acuity, and again, I take this very, very seriously. Yeah. I never saw anyone who wasn't there. Did he have the question that I was getting, the mental acuity? Was he able to govern? And the man that I saw nearly every day was someone who was engaging, understood policy, and was always putting the American people first. And it showed. I'm being clear. I'm not saying he didn't age, but I'm saying he was there. He was like really.
It wasn't dementia.
No.
He wasn't there. First of all, that's KJP. It doesn't look like KJP. All right. So, you know what it is? So she wrote the book. She says she's leaving the Democrat Party. BS. I'm calling BS on that. She's applying for a job on The View. I will bet you my bottom dollars that she's got an agent already talking to the agents over at ABC trying to get her onto The View. Oh, my goodness. Could it get worse? Could it get worse putting her on the table? I guess it could. Aside from insisting on continuing to lie about Joe Biden's mental decline, I guess you can leave the party, but not the lies. KJP also clearly hasn't left behind her former party's obsession with identity politics.
as a black woman who has walked through the walls of the White House and been part of this party for a very long time, I believe, and this is my personal opinion, that we get forgotten and that by large part the Democratic Party does not see us. And for me, as a black woman, as a person who's also LGBTQ, I feel as if those communities that I am part of largely get taken for granted.
You know, the worst part of this, it feels like a year ago having to listen to that BS nonsense. You know, it's been so refreshing not to have to hear that I'm a racist or I'm a bigot or I'm a homophobe or I'm, against democracy because I'm mad. It's just, and they want to bring that back? Are they nuts? Don't they see America's moving forward? It wouldn't be a show unless we had millionaires and billionaires, Bernie Sanders in it. He owns 3 houses and flies private jets around the country while fighting the oligarchs. So with that level of hypocrisy already in the works, it's no surprise that Bernie is able to say something like this without even flinching an eye.
Meanwhile, in an unprecedented way, and this is scary stuff, he is going after the Attorney General of the state of New York because she did her job, going after a sitting United States senator, going after the former head of the FBI. That is not what America is about. We disagree with each other, that's fine, but we don't throw our opponents in jail.
New York. So he's against oligarchs, yet he's got 3 houses, flies around in private jets. Copy. Typical Democrat hypocrisy. And finally, proving that they've learned absolutely nothing about why they lost the last election, Jimmy Kimmel is out and about grooming children again. Ew.
I'm Christine Pell. Do I scare any of you?
No.
Really?
You just look amazing.
Oh,
why would that be scary?
That is so affirming. Thank you so much. You guys look amazing, too.
Thank you. Thank you.
What the hell was that? Why do I have to watch that? Do we have to? Mad Dog, are you on the horn?
Yes, sir.
Why do we have to watch that?
I don't know. It's very...
I can't unsee that.
Disgusting.
Gross. Kimmel? Tell you what, let's get out of here. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots.
I just got a text from Brian Glenn, who's in the Oval Office, and says it looks like it may not actually happen. It may be closed, as they say to the press, for now. So we shall see. In the meantime, Matt, the favorite part of the show, it's either talking to my good friend Steve Bannon, who I always learn something from, or we get to hear from you folks. And we haven't done voicemails a lot recently, but we're going to get back to them as we can. Mad Dog, give me a voicemail.
Yes, sir. Viewer says the Republicans always talk about the Dems.
Yeah, this is Jim from Pennsylvania. You know, the Republicans are always talking about the Democrats. They ain't no better than the Democrats. They wrong themselves. One can't talk about the other one. So I don't know why they possessed with the Democrats. They possessed with them, and they ain't right themselves. It's a shame. Yeah, they talking about something. They ain't right their own self. They ain't doing right by the American people, so they can't talk about nobody. They ain't doing nothing good for the American people. They ain't doing nothing good for them, because they ain't did nothing. Shit's still high. Liquor's still high. Food's still high. Rent's still high. They ain't did nothing on that order. Nothing. So they can't talk about the Democrats. They ain't did nothing for the American people. Everything they did is for the rich.
Let's get him out of there. I don't know. Oil prices are down. Crime is down in major cities. You can go out to dinner in D.C. The border is being closed. We're not worried about our children being groomed by transsexuals in the schools or in the streets or in parades anymore. No offense, sir. You sound like you're a Democrat and you have a problem. Where were you for the last 4 years when all that crap was going on? Just saying. Mad Dog, another one?
This viewer is wondering if Zelensky and Putin are working together.
Ooh.
Bolin. Time for Eric Bolin. Anyhow, hi, Eric. This is Art from Illinois. I got a question. Is it just me, or does it seem like Zelensky and Putin are working together with the deep state to keep this war going? I don't know. It's just a thought.
Well, Art, thank you for the song, Art. But yeah, it is just you. I think there's like several 100,000 bodies on both sides. I don't think that they're working together for that. I hate that thought of that, and certainly our $200 or $300 billion that we've sent to Ukraine already being wasted with Putin working with Zelensky. I think it's just you, Art. No offense, but thank you for the call, Mad Dog.
This viewer doesn't want the government to reopen.
Hey, Eric. This is Nanette from Hobe Sound, Florida. I don't want the government to reopen. I don't want it to ever reopen. I am very happy with everything that's happening right now. President Trump is doing an excellent job. We don't need those people, do we? I don't think so. But that's my opinion. You know what they say about opinions. Everybody's got one. So have a great day.
Well, they also say something else. Everyone's got one. But you're right. I agree with you. Nanette from Florida, I agree with you. I know there are people. Look, you got to get the Social Security payments out. You got to get in essential services. We got to feed and pay for our military. But beyond that, find the money and keep essential services up. I agree. You know what happens to me? I see this and I know what happens. They fight. The Republicans and Democrats fight, and they agree at some level of increased spending, and then they pat each other on the back, and we're going, well, government's open, but all they've done is they've raised the bar. They've raised the amount of spending government has, and it's a new baseline. It never goes down. We talked about this before. When Trump had to spend, I think, $1.5 trillion to save the economy from COVID, it was supposed to be temporary. It's supposed to go down. Biden took it and made it a base, and then added another $1 trillion for infrastructure one time, and that became the new base. Folks, they do it on both sides. They pull the wool over our eyes. They pretend they're fighting. They get something together. They act like they're doing us a favor, And all they're doing is spending more of our damn money. Shut the damn place down. Look, everything's fine. We've been shut down a month. Everything's fine, right? Stay shut down too long, people might realize, stay the hell shut down or start cutting some services that don't need to be essential anymore. Mad Dog.
This viewer wants an executive order to whoever deflaces the flag.
Love your show, guy. Hey, we need an executive order. Anybody defaces the American flag, burns it, destroys it, 1 year in prison. You get out. If you're an American, you got 1 year to get out of the United States. If not, 1 year, another year prison.
Interesting. There is one. He did one of those a couple of months ago. In fact, he did that. He did 3 or 4 executive orders. He's done hundreds of them, maybe even more than hundreds of them. But here's the thing. We had MTG on saying that she had a couple of one of those was defacing the American flag. Another one was English as the primary language in America. These are executive orders. They were never codified in Congress. And MTG says, we have the House, we have the Senate. We certainly have the House to vote on a codification. Let's do it so that if it goes to the Senate, it passes there. It goes. But they don't do it because MTG claims there are Republicans. Republicans are questionable. And no one wants to call them out because when you vote as a member of Congress, your vote is tallied. And there are Republicans who are afraid to vote for some of Trump's EOs. We have MTG on tomorrow, so we'll ask her about that. But there are executive orders for these. I think you're right, though. There needs to be. It's just too many men and women have died. We've spent too much money and too much blood and treasure. Too many have died defending that flag to just say free speech. Listen, I'm a free speech advocate. It's a tough one. It's a real tough one. It's a real tough one. I think the patriot in me says put him in jail. The libertarian free speech person says it's disgusting, but free speech is very, very important in America. Mad Dog, some great voicemails this time. I don't think we have time to squeeze in another one. Shocking, we got in the whole show.
Quick.
Oh, go quick.
Hey, Eric, you're my favorite Eric from the 5. Oh. It's Holly G from the Panhandle, and that caller, tell him to call my pillow. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. There you go. Thank you. That was another era, but all good. War Room's coming up next. We'll be back with you.
6 days after the major news networks called the 2020 race for Joe Biden. The former mayor of New York City stood before reporters as hair dye streamed down his face and declared the election was stolen. He said he would prove it in court, but he never produced any of that proof. Not in Wisconsin, not in Arizona, not in Michigan, not in Pennsylvania. Of the more than 60 lawsuits challenging the 2020 results, Trump got a favorable ruling in just one case. And it was only procedural, and it only affected a few hundred ballots, not enough to sway any results. The other cases were either dismissed, settled, or voluntarily withdrawn. But the myth of the fraud, that dead people voted, machines were hacked, a foreign government interfered, and votes were flipped, well, that myth lived on, promoted ad nauseum on conservative media. But the myth even lost there, and it was costly. After trashing Dominion voting machines, Fox News was forced to pay one of the largest defamation settlements in U.S. history, $787 million to keep that case from going to trial. And yet, the myth of a stolen election still lives, because the President of the United States, despite being back in the Oval Office, can't let 2020 go. He refuses to accept he lost, and not accepting it has become a litmus test for anyone in the Republican Party, be they a lawmaker or a member of President Trump's second administration. It's not just refusing to accept the loss, it's investigating those who publicly stated the truth about the election, like Chris Krebs. And now it's also potentially continuing investigation into the loss itself, and maybe even using the delusion to gain more power over the next elections. President Trump's new election integrity team at the Department of Homeland Security includes Heather Honey and Marcy McCarthy, 2 election deniers who worked to overturn the results in Georgia and Pennsylvania. Honey is now Deputy Assistant Secretary for Election Integrity at the Department of Homeland Security, and McCarthy was named Director of Public Affairs at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. According to the New York Times, Honey hosted a call with election officials from nearly all 50 states last month. The paper reports many of the officials left that call alarmed. 5 people familiar with the call say Honey spent much of her time repeating claims that the 2020 election was fraudulent, questioned the mission of CISA, and made multiple references to a report that election machines had been hacked and could not be trusted. Ms. Honey and Ms. McCarthy did not respond to the New York Times request for comment, and the Homeland Security Department declined to give specifics about the department's election work. But it is because these individuals are now responsible for laying the groundwork for the upcoming midterm and presidential elections that many election experts are even more alarmed today.
Well, she has broad authority to investigate through the Department of Homeland Security. And then, of course, if it's accompanied by the Department of Justice, then they have broad authority to prosecute. And I promise you that can potentially disrupt an election. And if nothing else, it will make a number of election administrators nervous if they're simply calling spades a spade and saying, no, the 2020 election wasn't stolen, or no, the 2026 election wasn't stolen, or the 2028 election wasn't stolen. And so now I think for the first time ever, we have a number of people within these government offices who are willing to indulge the most fanciful of claims, and that simply did not exist in President Trump's administration in 2020, by and large, with the exceptions of people like John Eastman.
Heather Honey should know better, because in 2022, well after the 2020 election, and Stephen knows this probably better than anybody else, she was a witness in litigation brought in Arizona where she claimed that certain procedures used by a particular county could have allowed false ballots to be counted. And again, I'm reading from the New York Times story right now, but as she was questioned, she acknowledged she had no evidence that this had occurred on a widespread scale. She was fully discredited as a witness in that Arizona litigation, and a judge found, and again I'm quoting from his decision, would not come close to clear and convincing evidence that the election outcome was affected. And nonetheless, Heather Honey has it in her mind that more people voted than were entitled to vote across a number of states in various counties, etc., and she is not letting go of that idea, joining forces with people like Cleta Mitchell to say that they are the true defenders of election integrity, and they will get to the bottom of why there are discrepancies between voter rolls and the number of votes cast. They believe there is widespread fraud in who is registered to vote and who is actually voting, and that they themselves are the only ones who are willing and able to get to the bottom of it.
All right, so if there are National Guard troops on the ground, and people are concerned about feeling intimidated to go to the polls, or what if there is another argument that these election machines are all being hacked? I know there's transparency. I know people like you and people like the Secretary of State have been going out and trying to say these things are not attached to the internet. I mean, Chris Krebs has said that over and over again. They're not attached to the internet. They can't be hacked. But that myth, that lie is still pushed. So there's that, but then there's also just the physical aspect of it. If there's national troops on the ground in some of these polling places, what's the advice of local officials?
Well, I would say if you're in a state like Nevada or Arizona, you can certainly vote ahead of time. You can vote no excuse early, and you can vote by mail. As for machines being hacked, not only are they not connected to the internet, but 97% of voters in the United States use a paper ballot. That means that there is always a non-hackable, auditable paper trail. And to my fellow conservatives and Republicans out there, I would say continue to believe in the rule of law. And the rule of law, the courts have shown consistently after 2020, after 2022, after 2024, that despite what people like Heather Honey have alleged, our elections have been fair, and they have been lawful, and they have been accurate. And if the courts rule such in 2026, then I hope and I trust that people will abide by the results of those elections.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 22 October, the year of our Lord, 2025. Heather Honey, the great Heather Honey, is now was a deputy over at the at DHS for election integrity. They're full meltdown, baby. Full meltdown. You got Cleta Mitchell's wingman, Heather Honey, and Heather's one of the toughest and the best, now in charge of election integrity for the United States government. Does it get any better than that? They're losing it because they understand no more stolen elections. No more. None. The null set. So that was announced this afternoon. They're a full meltdown. We may go to the Oval Office here shortly. The Secretary General of NATO is there. Not that we care about that. The President may take questions. We definitely care about that. So it could be open. Let's. We got a lot to get through. We've been making a lot of news here at the War Room today. Steve Robinson from Maine has got that great news site up there. Steve, you've got a breaking news story that's quite important about the Maine elections. We're talking about election integrity. We've been warning about people that it's not the foot soldiers you see in the streets of Antifa or these protests, the ones that are getting violent. It's the people that train them, particularly folks in the military. And people go, well, no, nobody in the military. They're all patriots. Well, that's not actually the case. Steve Robinson, what is this breaking story coming out of Maine, sir?
Hi, Steve. Thanks for having me on. We actually reported this morning that Graham Plattner, the progressive darling who's been endorsed by Bernie Sanders and received universally positive, just gushing coverage, right up until Governor Janet Mills decided that she was going to run for the U.S. Senate seat for a chance to challenge Susan Collins. He's been active with a group called the Socialist Rifle Association. It's a play off of the NRA, but it's a group that's linked with Antifa. And also the group out in Salt Lake City, the trans paramilitary group that is connected with Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk's assassination. So that's how the Socialist Rifle Association first kind of popped into the national consciousness, at least for me. But we found that there was a Maine chapter and started digging into it. And then when this Graham Plattner story broke, we found Reddit comments that he'd posted, which are now deleted. But I think everyone now agrees that P. Hustle is in fact Graham Plattner. He hasn't denied making any of these comments. In some of the comments that CNN missed when they broke the first story, he says that he provides training, including defensive handgun training, to the Socialist Rifle Association. He's, of course, an ex-Marine, ex-Army Reserve, former private contractor in Afghanistan doing close security for the ambassador. So he knows his way around firearms, and his tutelage would be invaluable if you were a bunch of LGBTQ leftists who didn't know how to use firearms. And when we went looking at the social media accounts for the Socialist Rifle Association chapter of Maine, we found tons of pictures of multiple cases of paramilitary training out on the range, including pictures where an individual who looks just like Graham Plattner with red hair and a red beard is seen playing range officer for them. So it's clear that Graham is a little bit more of a far-left radical than he's let on in some of his campaign appearances. And this, combined with revelations that he has a literal Nazi tattoo on his chest that he never got rid of for 17 years, I think is making it a very, very bad week for Graham and a good week for Maine Governor Janet Mills.
Look, the reason he was embraced is that anybody that comes across as a populist, they're going to jump on. And, of course, there's no populist over there. It's all phony. I'm less concerned, too, about the tattoos is a typical thing the left jumps on. But I'm more than concerned about what your reporting has shown. I have to ask you first, in doing this research, Steve, it strains credulity to think that CNN did not see this, sir. They just didn't want to report it because this gets down to the heart of it. This gets down to the Tifa. I mean, walk us, take a time. We're going to get some space for you here unless we got to go to the Oval. Walk us through your process and how the great investigative team over the CNN got the unimportant comments and they forgot the meat, sir.
Yeah, well, Steve, that's excellent. That's my first thought as well, was leave it to CNN to focus on him saying the word retarded instead of the paramilitary training that he was doing with Antifa super soldiers. I mean, that seems like they buried the lead a little bit. That seems like the first place where a journalist would go. But I managed to get my hands on the opposition research file. I don't know this for sure, but I don't believe that CNN did this investigative work themselves. I think this was handed to them by opposition researchers. It's too convenient. It was just 2 days after Janet Mills declared. I think this is Chuck Schumer playing dirty. And what leads me to believe that is that I received the same exact file. Somebody had found a way to archive 800 of his Reddit posts that he'd attempted to delete, and we were scanning through those and just, Control F, Socialist Rifle Association, and bing, right there. There's 2 posts where he says, we do range days, we do these trainings, we do this. I put on a defensive handgun training. It's very clear that he's involved in this, and he considers himself a member of the Socialist Rifle Association.
Hang on for 1 second. I'll hold you through the break. We have Joe Allen here. Tons of updates on the proclamation today about artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence, the dangers, and what the nation needs to awaken to of the dangers. Also, Kenny Cody is going to be with us, a great piece about Charlie Kirk and the new revival in the United States, Christian revival, particularly among young people, and how that's raising some alarms. We have a scalp, a big scalp over the Small Business Administration. The great James O'Keefe is on the road. He's going to be calling in. His investigative report has already borne fruit. We're going to get to all that. Also, Dr. Brian Hooker. Now, we're going to try to get all this in while the president may open up in the Oval Office. Of course, we'll go to that, particularly the Q&A with the media. I know the president's got a lot to say. Birch Gold, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide. This guide is free to investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. A little turbulence today. We told you going to be turbulent times. Turbulent times ahead. Short commercial break. Back in the warm in just a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, old man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us.
Mr. President, I saw, Mr. President, that you said as recently as yesterday that you still believe that Putin wants to end the war.
Yeah,
then today
I do.
You took this step to ratchet up the sanctions and put more pressure on him. What else are you going to do to encourage him to get there, or can you explain why you do believe that he wants peace?
Yeah, it's a good question. Today is a very big day in terms of what we're doing. Look, these are tremendous sanctions. These are very big. Those are against their two big oil companies, and we hope that they won't be on for long. We hope that the war will be settled. We just answered having to do with the various forms of missiles and everything else that we're looking at, but we don't think that's going to be necessary. We would like to see them just take the line that has been formed over quite a long period of time and go and let's, go home. Last week they had almost 8,000 soldiers killed. Many Russians were killed last week. Many Ukrainians were killed last week. We think it's ridiculous and would like to have it end.
Why do you think he wants peace, though? Why do you still believe that?
I think they want peace. I think they both want peace at this point. It's been, it's almost 4 years. You're going into 4 years. And if I were president, it never would have started. But yeah, it's time.
Mr. President, on the shutdown, do you plan to meet with Democrats before you head to Asia? And if not, why not meet with the Democrats?
Well, I think it's a shame that it's shut down because we have the greatest economy, as you were saying before. We have the greatest economy in the world right now, by far, the United States. We have almost 18, now it was 17, now it's $18 trillion being poured into our country, and it's no time for shutdowns. I don't think it's affecting what we're doing, but it's too bad for a lot of people. We have a lot of good people that are working right now that should be, and it's because the Democrats want to try and renegotiate a deal that they had negotiated. They want $1.5 trillion given to illegal immigrants who came into the country, and it's going to hurt the health care of citizens of our country that have been paying into it, that have been working hard for it, that really deserve it. So we're never going to do that. It's not going to happen. And I will tell you, there are a lot of good Democrats that really want to make a deal. And I think all we need is 5 Democrats because we have a great support on the Republican side. So I think we need 5 Democrats, and there are a lot of them that want to make a deal. So I think at some point, common sense will prevail. Yeah, go ahead. You can finish up.
On the drug boat strike in the Eastern Pacific, can you explain to us what that was about, how it was conducted? Yeah,
sure. Well, they had one today in the Pacific. And the way I look at it every time I look, because it is violent, and it is it's amazing that the weaponry, that everyone, they have these boats that go 45, 50 miles an hour in the water. And when you look at the accuracy and the power, look, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. And you see a little bit of it there. One shot, everyone dead center. And the only way you can't feel bad about it is you realize that you won't feel badly about it, is you realize that every time you see that happen, you're saving 25,000 American lives. Every one of those boats that gets knocked out is saving 25,000 American lives, not to mention the torn up families all over the country. And whenever I see that, I say to myself, I just saved 25,000 lives. I will say that there are very few boats traveling on the water right now. Actually, that includes fishing boats. That includes any other kind of boat. But there are very few boats traveling on the water. So now they'll come in by land to a lesser extent, and they will be hit on land also. Go ahead, in the back, please.
Do you have legal authority if they do come?
Yes, we do. We have legal authority, right? We're allowed to do that. And if we do by land, we may go back to Congress, but we have, this is a national security problem. They killed 300,000 people last year, these drugs coming in. They killed 300,000 Americans last year, and that gives you legal authority. We have a national security, really, I will say this, when you look at the people we're dealing with, and we know them, we know the people coming in, we know the boats, we know everything else, we're allowed to do it. It's in international waters. If we don't do it, we're going to lose hundreds of thousands of people. Now, they'll be coming in by land a little bit more because they're not coming in by boat anymore. There are no boats in the water. There are no more boats. We know the boat almost immediately. You know, it's pretty unusual when you see somebody with a fishing rod and 5 engines on the back of the boat. You know, you don't need that to go fishing. Wait. And we will hit them very hard when they come in by land. And they haven't experienced that yet, but now we're totally prepared to do that. We'll probably go back to Congress and explain exactly what we're doing when we come to the land. We don't have to do that, but I think, Marco, I'd like to do that. You may respond to that if you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question is, bottom line, these are drug boats. If people want to stop seeing drug boats blow up, stop sending drugs to the United States.
But does it matter if it's in the United States?
Well, these are all in international waters.
The boat. Do a strike in the United States, or if North America?
Well, that's a different matter. Now you're talking about a law enforcement matter. In this particular case, there are people traveling on international waters headed towards the United States with hostilities in mind, which includes flooding our country with dangerous, deadly drugs, and they're going to be stopped. And that's what's happening. And in the case last week, you saw there was a submarine. It was a submarine. It was a submersible. That's a drug boat all the way through. We know what these boats are. The president just said it. We tracked them from the very beginning. We know who's on them, who they are, where they're coming from, what they have on them. You know, if you're running drug boats, you're in grave danger.
And drug usage is way down. And drug usage coming from the sea, they call it ocean drugs, a little term that they use, the ocean drugs, is very close to non-existent right now. I wouldn't want to be in one of those boats heading away. You know, they're driving happily to destroy the lives of people, and they end up, that's the end of them. So the ocean drugs and the sea drugs, drugs by sea they call it also, that's almost down to nothing, as you can imagine. So they continue to come in by land at a little bit less because they see something is going to happen. They don't like it. They see something, and they're right. Something very serious is going to happen. The equivalent of what's happening by sea. And we're going to Congress just to tell them what we're doing, just to keep them informed. But we have to do it for national security. We have to do it to save lives.
Secretary Bessent said that Vladimir Putin had not been honest and forthright in his talks with you. Just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about your feelings about that. And also, if I may, to Nadir Rutte, just your thoughts on whether Ukraine should get Tomahawks. Thank you.
Well, I think that in terms of honesty, the only thing I can say is every time I speak with Vladimir, I have good conversations, and then they don't go anywhere. They just don't go anywhere. So in that sense, but no, look, he's fighting a war. He's in a war. That's two very competent sides, and that's the way war is. You never know with war, but I would say that it's time to make a deal. A lot of people are dying. You know, they're not Americans, but they're people. They're souls, and they're dying by the thousands, worst since World War II, and we really should stop it.
And to your other question,
yeah, please.
Sorry, to your other question, this has been consistent from this president when we first met again after your re-election in Mar-a-Lago in November. You said we have to stop the killing. This is close to your heart, and this is your vision. That's why this war needs to end. When it comes to Tomahawks or whatever system, it's up to individual nations to decide whatever they want to supply to Ukraine. NATO doesn't take a position, but I can assure you this. When the president called me in July and said we want to again send weapons into Ukraine, paid for by our allies, the Canadians and the Europeans, that was an important moment. And that is now taking place, and the ambassador, myself, we're working hard at this. Already a couple of $1 billion of weaponry into Ukraine from the US, paid for by allies. So I'm not going to comment on about the Tomahawks, but when it comes to the US and all the support for Ukraine, it is there and it is close to the president's heart, and I know this.
I will say this, and you know, Mark can say it better than anybody. The European nations and Canada have really pulled together, and it's beyond even that. I mean, it's It's really beyond that.
I was with the Australians and New Zealanders, Japan, they're all...
If you want to really add them up, we could really add them up. But NATO, basically, European and Canada and a lot of other nations, they've really band together. They are not happy about what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. They're not happy at all. Neither am I.
Mr. President.
Jeff?
Sir, just changing this topic slightly, I see you've got the model of the White House and the ballroom. Many people were surprised that the entire East Wing is being demolished because you had said initially that the ballroom would just touch or would not.
Well,
touch
certain areas are
being
certain areas are being left. We determined that after really a tremendous amount of study with some of the best architects in the world, we determined that really knocking it down, trying to use a little section. You know, the East Wing was not much. There was not much left from the original. It was over the course of 100 years, it was changed. The columns were removed, and it was a much different building. Then a story was added on in 1948, 1949. There was a story added on, which was not particularly nice. And the building was very, very much changed from what it was originally. It was never thought of as being much. It was a very small building. And rather than allowing that to hurt a very expensive, beautiful building that, frankly, they've been after for years, you have that. I brought these along so people could see, but it's, you know, there's a relative, nobody's actually seen anything quite like it. I think it'll be one of the great ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's about $300 million. It's set to do many, many things, including meetings of foreign leaders, including the honoring of foreign leaders. You can see this. This is a plan. If it's got tables so that you honor a foreign leader, we have a proper space. Right now, we have a space that with tables holds about 79 people. And this is a proper kind of a thing. Now, what the White House was doing, as you know, is they were putting tents out on the lawn. This is an interior shot of the ballroom. I think there'll be nothing like it. And it's being paid for 100% by me and some friends of mine, donors to it. The government's paying absolutely nothing. We're also working with the military on it because they want to make sure everything's perfect. And the military is very much involved in this. They want to make sure everything is absolutely beautiful. You can see the kind of interiors that we're talking about. That's an interior of the ballroom. And it's the highest level. And you see it goes beautifully with the White House. I mean, the mix is beautiful. So over the years, many presidents have made changes. This obviously would be the biggest change, but this was something they've wanted for at least 150 years. Many of you have gone to the events where they had, as an example, President Xi, or they had, you know, a leader of one of the countries, including the king and the queen from your favorite country,
absolutely,
frankly, but where they'd be honored, and they'd be in a tent out on the lawn, and it would rain, and it was a disaster. Brian's shaking his head. You know what I'm talking about. And so I thought I'd bring this out because this is going to be probably the finest ballroom ever built, and we're doing it no cost to the country. It's being put, the money's being put in by me and donors, very great patriots, actually. And the spirit on the building of it is amazing. We are using little sections of footings and various other things, but that's sort of irrelevant. In order to do it properly, we had to take down the existing structure. The way it was shown, it looked like we were touching the White House. We don't touch the White House. That's a bridge, a glass bridge, going from the White House to the ballroom. Then you get into the lobby of the ballroom, and then you go into the magnificent, the main room. And it's something that has gotten incredible reviews.
And just quickly following up on that, sir. I just want a quick follow-up on that question. Your response to people who say that you haven't been transparent enough about this.
I haven't been transparent?
That's some of your critics feel it should
I've shown this to everybody that would listen. Third-rate reporters didn't see it because they didn't look. You're a third-rate reporter, always have been. So third-rate reporters didn't look, but anybody that asked, these pictures have been in newspapers. They've been all over the place, and, you know, we're very proud of it. It's gotten great reviews. It's gotten really great reviews. So I think we've been more transparent than anybody's ever been.
Why do you believe, Mr. President, that the sanctions that you're announcing today will push Putin to the...
Well, I don't know that they will. I think that they'll certainly have an impact. They're massive sanctions. It's sanctions on oil. The two biggest oil companies, among the biggest in the world, but they're Russian. They do a lot of oil. And hopefully it'll push. Hopefully he'll become reasonable, and hopefully Zelensky will be reasonable too. You know, it takes two to tango, as they say, and we're going to find out. They hate each other. These two people hate each other. You know that better than anybody, and it makes it more difficult than it should be. This should be easier to do, but the level of hatred between Zelensky and Putin is very substantial.
Could I add one thing? What the president is doing today with these sanctions is putting more pressure, of course, on both parties, in this case on Russia. It's all about changing the calculus, making sure that Putin understands that the president's vision this weekend of having a ceasefire, stop where they are, as you literally said, that this has to be step one now. And for him to really accept that vision and to come to the table. And then you have to put pressure, and this is exactly what he did today.
Along with Europe. I mean, Europe, look, they've actually become friends of mine. I think all of them.
Yeah.
We have a very close relationship, and they want to see it end too. They really want to see it end. But I can say they're totally committed. If this went on for 10 more years, Europe is behind them. They just can't let that happen. You can't let what's been going on now. It should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. But it did happen. I inherited. This was Biden, a man who was, without question, you take a look at the new walkway, the Presidential Walk of Fame, we call it. Biden is the worst president we've ever had, if he was even a president. The people that surrounded that desk made those decisions. But this should have never happened. It wouldn't have happened. But it did happen. I inherited it. We're going to get it ended, hopefully soon. Yes, please.
You had a Truth Social post earlier this afternoon talking about a Wall Street Journal report as a fake story.
Yeah, fake.
Sort of
Wall Street Journal is fake. Less fake on financial than it is on gossip.
Can you just confirm that my understanding of what's happening is accurate? As I understand it, that story framed it like we had just lifted the U.S. a restriction on intelligence.
No, it said that I gave Ukraine permission to shoot missiles deep into Russia. I didn't do that. Second of all, they're not using our missiles. They're using, I think, European missiles or from someplace, but they're not using ours. And what they do, I don't control that. But I do control our missiles. They're not shooting our missiles in. It was a fake story. Wall Street Journal does a lot of fake stories.
Thank you so much. The president of Colombia, in a recent interview, said that if you won't change, he thinks that people should get rid of you.
We're talking about now Columbia, the country, not the university.
Yes.
Go ahead. He said what?
He said that if you won't change, then perhaps you need to be gotten rid of. Do you view that as a threat?
Well, he's a thug and bad guy. He's a guy that is making a lot of drugs. We've just, as of today, stopped all payments going to Colombia, the country Colombia. Also, the school Colombia. No, we settled. We made a settlement with him. But no, he's a thug, and he's a bad guy, and he's hurt his country very badly. They're doing very poorly, Colombia. They make cocaine. They have cocaine factories. They grow all sorts of crap that's drugs, bad drugs coming into the United States, goes generally through Mexico. And he better watch it or we'll take very serious action against him and his country. His country is, what he has led his country into is a death trap. Please.
Has the Secretary General presented his Ukraine peace plan to you? Are you prepared to be chairman of the Board of Peace?
There is no Secretary General peace plan. But I'm here for, I really want to correct it because I saw some of that in the media. Of course, many people are thinking how to bring this terrible war to an end and supporting the president in doing that. Why I'm here is to dialogue again with the president how I can be, how NATO, my colleagues and other colleagues in NATO can be of maximum support to get that done. But there is no peace plan on the table. If there is a peace plan, it is what the president said last Friday and Sunday, which is stop where you are, stop the fighting.
This is about NATO. We're a very proud member of NATO. We have a great relationship with the countries of NATO. I think made much better by our visit a few months ago when they agreed to 5% instead of 2% of GDP. That was a big concession. I think that was a concession that 2 years ago nobody would have said, even a year ago.
Even 9 months ago, before you were elected.
Yeah, they would have said that's not possible. Absolutely. And the difference is they're paying 5% as opposed to not paying 2%. A lot of them weren't paying, with the exception of Spain. I think you're going to have to talk to Spain because Spain is not a team player. So other than Spain, everybody's 100%. And you could solve the Spain problem very easily, I think, if you want. Brian, go ahead.
The soybean
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll take Brian. Go ahead.
The soybean farmers, are they going to be getting support from you soon? And
Yeah, well, they do. So what's happened, you could say with that, you could say with beef, with all of it. The beef, the ranchers, let's say, who have done a great job, have lost their shirts for many, many years. They've really been decimated. And I helped them a lot. I put tariffs on things coming in to the country, including beef. And that gave them a chance to finally have a decent industry. We are going to be talking to them. They're great people, but they've been hurt for 25, 30 years. They've been losing because other countries have taken advantage of them. And by putting tariffs on, they've been able to make a few dollars. They've been able to have an industry. But I also want to keep the beef prices low. So I'll be talking with the ranchers, and I'll be speaking with a lot of different people, including Scott and Howard, and we'll do something. Because prices are way down in our country. Energy is way down. I think you're going to see $2 gasoline very soon. I see that it's $2.50 in a lot of places, $2.50. We were heading to $5, $6, and $7. If Biden didn't go back to my policy toward the end, you would have seen. But he didn't go back to the full policy. And he missed the most important thing. So we were up to, we were way up. I think you're going to see $2 gasoline. We couldn't even break that number. That's a big difference. The only cost that's really up is beef. And the fake news only wants to talk about beef. And what I did is I made it possible for those people to survive. They're incredible people. But they were being decimated by other countries. And I didn't want that to happen. So prices are way down, groceries are down, everything's down, energy's way down. Even interest rates with a bad chairman of the Fed, he's terrible, he's a fool. But even interest rates are down. So our country has never done better. We're going to take in, I think, $21 trillion this year. No country has ever taken in more than $3 trillion. And we're going to take in $21 trillion of investments because of the tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be a mess. We would be a national security problem, and we've done a job. So I'm very happy about that. We're going to do something very quickly and easily on beef to get it down. The ranchers understand that. They're so happy for what I've done. I saved them. I don't think you'd have any beef in this country if I didn't do that. So we're very proud of that. Yeah, Brian?
Yes, sir. Yesterday in Los Angeles, immigration officials were attacked by some protesters in an attempt to arrest an illegal alien. Gavin Newsom, other Democrats have used very aggressive language in terms of how to address ICE agents out in the field. Is there any responsibility that we can place on Gavin Newsom and other elected officials for using such aggressive language?
Well, Gavin has to be careful. Remember that when I first came in, they had a terrible riot in Los Angeles. They had the fires, which shouldn't have happened. They didn't have the water for the fires. They should have had the water coming in from the Pacific Northwest. They didn't have the waters. They didn't have water in the hydrants or the sprinklers. So they had the fires, and then they had the riot. And if we didn't go and take care of that riot, you would have lost Los Angeles. You would have canceled the Olympics, which is because of me in Los Angeles. And the police commissioner, the head of the police, said, if the president didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. We did not have the capability of taking care of it. And he said it very strongly. And we did a great job. And within a week, it was all done. Within one day, it was done. But within a week, it was all done. And then they go back to their normal practice of weakness, of not taking care of criminals, meaning taking care of putting them in jails where they should be. Washington, D.C., and you all are the best people for that, because Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities. It was one of the most dangerous cities in the country. Now Washington, D.C., believe it or not, I'm embarrassed to say it in front of you, but Washington, D.C. went from one of the worst, most dangerous cities to you can walk down the street, you can send your child to meet you at a location. Your child is going to be fine. We have a very, very safe city, one of the safest, and very proud of that. Memphis, by the way, is coming along fantastically. We're in Memphis right now. We had the FBI in Chicago. We're doing things. We haven't surged Chicago yet. When we do, Chicago will be very quickly a very, very safe city. But if you look at what's happening in Memphis, it's great. But you got to look at Washington. People are coming up to me, people that work in the White House, they're saying, "Thank you, sir." And I immediately know what they're thanking me about. It's thanking, they can walk to work. They would never walk to work a year ago. They can walk into work and they feel safe and secure, and it's beautiful. And I'll tell you what, it's really an honor to add that great ballroom to the structures in Washington. It's going to be one of the great ballrooms of the world, and I think it's going to be something you're all going to be very proud of.
Mr. President, as it relates to your meeting that's coming up with President Xi, what do you hope comes out of that meeting? What deliverables come
I
out
think
of
we'll make a deal. I think we're going to make a deal on the rare earth is the least of it. Look, the tariffs are much more powerful than the rare earth. The rare earth is a disturbance, but there's a lot of rare earth around. I'll tell you, I've had more calls on rare earth. We've got it. Everybody's. We'll make a deal on, I think, everything. I think we're going to make a deal on soybeans and the farmers. I think we're going to make a deal on maybe even nuclear. You know, President Putin in his call mentioned to me about nuclear, where we do a de-escalation, and I'm fine with that. I think it's good. I think it's a very appropriate thing. We have the most nuclear weapons. Russia's second. China is actually third by a long way, but they'll be even within 4 or 5 years. Too many. And we are talking about de-escalation that's already being talked about.
Can you convince
and I think we'll probably add China into the mix.
Mr. President, can you convince President Xi to stop purchasing all of that Russian oil that's funding this war against Ukraine?
Well, I think I'll be talking to him about it. I think it's a little bit of a different talk. India, as you know, has told me they are stop. You know, it's a process. You can't just stop it. But by the end of the year, they'll be down to almost nothing. That's a big thing. There was almost 40% of the oil. India, they've been great. Spoke to Prime Minister Modi yesterday. They've been absolutely great. China's a little bit different. You know, they're a little bit different relationship they have with Russia. It was never good, but because of Biden and Obama, they got forced together. They should never have been forced together, but they're a little bit forced. But they're by nature, they're not. They can't be friendly. They can't be friendly. By nature, they can, I hope they are friendly, frankly, but they can't be. You should not have forced Russia and China together. And Biden did that, and Obama did that. They forced them together because of energy, because of oil. And so they are closer than they would normally be. I think I'll probably be talking about it. What I'll really be talking to him about is how do we end the war with Russia and Ukraine, whether it's through oil or energy or anything else. And I think he's going to be very receptive. He would now like to. I'm not sure that he did at the beginning. He would now like to see that war end.
Do you think Xi plays an important role, Mr. President? Do you think Xi plays an important role in terms of inserting himself and convincing Putin, who he speaks to regularly, to stop the war?
Yeah, I do. I think he can have a big influence on Putin. I think he can have a big influence on a lot of people. Look, he's a respected man. He's a very strong leader of a very big country. Yeah, I think he can have a big influence, and we will certainly be talking about Russia, Ukraine.
Mr. President,
in the back.
Thank you, Mr. President. Liam Cosgrove with Zero Hedge. My question is actually for the Secretary General.
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, I don't know if you've seen this, but polling out of Ukraine shows a massive collapse in Ukrainian support for the war. A Gallup poll had it just 23%. That's less than a quarter. Zelensky came out today praising President Trump's proposal for freezing the front lines of battle as part of a ceasefire. He said that's a good compromise. So people view your coming here as, you're lobbying the U.S. government to continue its involvement in the war. You're obviously lobbying for more NATO weapons to be sent to Ukraine, but Ukrainians themselves don't want to fight the war. So how do you justify that morally?
Well, I'm lobbying only for one thing, and that is to make sure that we end this war. And I don't have to lobby the president because we totally agree on this. And this is what he has been doing from day one. Everything he could do to break the deadlock with Putin, get a dialogue going, dialoguing also with Zelensky, and getting this war done. It's crucial. And the fact that the US is now supplying weapons into Ukraine, paid for by allies, is extremely important. And that's now happening since 2-3 months. About $2 billion moving into Ukraine.
The war hasn't wind down. Why do you think that'll wind it down now?
What do you mean?
You think more weapons will wind down the war?
No, I mean, there's more to be done. So what you need, what the president said this weekend, stop where you are. So basically do a ceasefire and then have all your discussions about territory and whatever. But first stop the war. This is what you said on Friday and on Sunday.
It's a war. I mean, your question's really a fair one. It's a war that should have never started. And you know how I feel about it. But it's a war that should have never started. And we're not selling any weapons to Ukraine. We're selling them to NATO, which is different from before. With Biden, he just gave $350 billion worth of weapons and cash right into Ukraine, and that was so foolish. But we sell them to NATO, and in theory, you can do what you want with them. It doesn't have to be Ukraine, but probably it is mostly.
No, what nations are doing now is buying from this program and making sure that the supply is in Ukraine, so Europeans and Canadians. And for example, these are interceptors for the Patriot systems, crucial to protect the cities. Today, again, a Russian attack has killed children, at least seriously wounded children in a kindergarten in Ukraine. So we need to make sure that the air defense systems are in place, and we need the US systems to do that, and the Europeans are paying for that. And this is exactly the type of actions we needed, and the President is doing that and trying everything to get this war to an end, starting with the ceasefire.
Do you still believe that Putin wants to take all of Ukraine?
I always felt that way. I always felt he wanted to. When I was in my first term, I was very close to him, relatively speaking. It was harder because of the Russia hoax. But I would talk to President Putin about Ukraine, and it was the apple of his eye. I'd say it was the apple of his eye. But it would have never happened. He knew the consequences were too great. When we had a rigged election and all of a sudden I wasn't there, he said, wow. I think he looked at Afghanistan, how horribly that was handled, so stupidly. And I think that really gave him a little additional, incentive. I always felt he wanted the whole thing, not a piece of it. But I think now he's willing to negotiate a little bit further, and I think he's willing to make a deal. We'll see.
Mr. President,
we don't want him. We don't want him to have the whole thing.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have this big terrorist case before the Supreme Court. It's November the 5th.
Yeah.
You suggested that you might actually show up to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I'd like to. I think it's one of the most important decisions we'll ever have from the Supreme Court. With tariffs, we're a strong, sound country. We're a nationally secure and internationally secure country. We're a very rich country. Without tariffs, it's a slog for this country, a big slog. I think it's one of the most important decisions in the history of the Supreme Court, and I might go there. I really believe I have an obligation to go there. We are doing so well as a country right now because of tariffs, and you have to understand tariffs have been used against us for many years, decades, and just slowly but surely hurting our country so badly. That's why we owe $37 trillion. We owe that because other countries have taken advantage of us over many, many decades, And now we're a rich country. We're taking in money like we've never done before. Without tariffs, that would not be happening. And also, I solved, as you know, 8 wars. Of the 8, 5 of them, maybe even 6 of them, are because of tariffs. The threat of tariffs on these nations, if you want to fight, that's okay. India and Pakistan. If you want to fight, that's okay. But you're going to pay tariffs, and they're going to be very substantial. And we're in the midst of a trade deal. And they said, we don't want to do that. 2 days later, they call up, and they're not going to fight anymore. They have peace. But I've done that out of 8, I would say 6 times, 5 times, 6 times. Tariffs are vital to this country. And tariffs have been used against us by China, by every other country, and all we're doing is using them to negotiate fair deals. And as you know, we made a fair deal with Japan. We made a fair deal with all of Europe, the European Union. We made a fair deal with South Korea. These are countries that were taking so much money away from us, not sustainable. And now we're taking in hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars. If this country is not allowed to have tariffs, if this country is not allowed to have the President of the United States negotiate on behalf of it with tariffs, we are put in a position where we're going to be a third world country. We can't let that happen. I think it's the most important case that we're going to have for many, many years to come. One of the most important cases we've ever had. With tariffs, we're a rich, secure country. Without tariffs, we're a laughingstock. We'll be a laughingstock. And I don't want to have anything to do with that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, the president, wow. A press availability, basically dropping the hammer that right there he included more sanctions today on Russia, saying he's going to get them to the table. Of course, you saw the Secretary General of the NATO was right there, because let's be honest, let's be brutally frank. NATO has been absolutely worthless in this. I hate to be so blunt, and I'm going to turn back to show you how worthless they are. Back to my Financial Times, if I can find it. Right here. Europe rallies to Zelensky's aid after tussle with Trump. Now, I did not hear about the EU seeks deal on frozen Russian assets. This is part of the situation to actually. This is part of the situation to actually steal the Russian people's assets and use that money, $350 billion, which is all in European banks, in euros. It's one of the reasons that the gold has kind of been on fire in the last couple of weeks, because a big run up in gold and then some profit taking as gold goes back and forth. But one of the underlying reasons, we told you the European banks, or excuse me, all the money center banks are starting to recalculate their asset mix, and they're not including euros in that to a large extent, because they're quite frankly worried about this stealing of the Russian people's assets by going to the European banks, and it's all denominated in euros. So what President Trump is doing there, he told Zelensky on Friday, we're not going to give you Tomahawk missiles. It was a big blow up. The president came out afterwards, I thought he was a real gentleman, and said, hey, it's not as bad as it's been reported, but you should understand some of those were kind of eyewitness accounts, that eyewitness accounts of people in the room where voices were raised. And once again, I don't know why Zelensky's even coming close to raising his voice to the President of the United States, although he came over here thinking he was just going to get the Tomahawks. The Tomahawks proving they're devastating. Just ask the Persians. They had, I don't know, at least a third of their whole nuclear enrichment program taken out by the good old United States Navy submarines in the North Arabian Sea that launched and wiped out at least a third of that. Did damage that and the B-2 bombers took care of the enclosed spaces in the caves. President Trump said total obliteration. Zelensky saw that and said, hey, I want me some of those Tomahawks. President Trump right there just going in and knowing the detail. This is the level of detail the president has. He says, hey, it's going to take him 6 months. It's going to take him 6 months to get there, 6 months to train them how to use them. And by this time, the war is going to be over. The war is going to be over. And so President Trump right there saying, hey, no need to give them because I'm going to have this war. President Trump trying to negotiate that, had great answers about Xi trying to horn in on this. Still, we're not putting the restrictions that shouldn't be lost on anybody, that the Saudis are selling unlimited oil and gas to the CCP. Iran, we're allowing Persia to still sell sanctioned oil to them. The Russians are selling oil. If you want to cut down the CCP and cut them down to size and maybe stop them in the artificial intelligence race, cut off their oil. President Trump interceded and got the Indians to dramatically reduce their output. He was asked that question right there about Xi and about Xi trying to be a player in this war to extend it. I think President Trump said he didn't think so. Anyway, he's going to meet with Xi. Scott Bessent's over there right now. So we're going to get tomorrow's show is going to be absolutely in the morning. I can already tell you back to what Steve Robinson came on. What is it? Plantier. This guy was the second coming up in Maine before the 77-year-old governor, current governor, who smack talked President Trump in the White House about men and women's sports. She tried to stand up to President Trump. Of course, he ran the tables on her. She's announced she's running. And all of a sudden they want to offload this guy. They're leaking like crazy on him. This is why I said that there are military personnel that are training these radicals and training these paramilitary groups. The Socialist Rifle Association of Maine and the Socialist Rifle Association, this is a dangerous group. And they're training bad hombres. The Armed Queers of Salt Lake City, I think that's how Steve Robinson got into the story, researching that. So you have some of those groups up in Maine also. This guy's a trainer for it. The buried lead in the story is that CNN went, and what CNN put up was about using the term retard and other throwaway terms like that. They had access to this and refused to show it. It took Steve Robinson going to the exact same sites and pulling it down because it was all right there, including photos